All right, I'm going to call our meeting to order. This is our regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors for June 23rd, 2026, and thank you for being here. We'll start out with a moment of silence, or moments of silence this morning. I'm going to start with Supervisor Crandall.
Yes, I'd like to do a moment of silence for Dave Washburn. Dave had worked at Robinson Rancheria, leaves behind his family. He has his funeral, or they have his funeral this Friday, June 26th at the Chapel of the Lakes, and they'll do a service, a celebration of life at the Robinson Rancheria Casino Conference Center from 1:30 to 5 for him and his family.
Thank you. And I have a moment of silence for Doc Starren. Doc Starren passed away June 15th of this year. He was 104 years old. He was a longtime resident of Soda Bay, Kelseyville, and Lakeport, and he was involved in the American Legion, the Hartley Masonic Lodge, the Veteran of Foreign Wars, the Kelseyville Lions Club, and the Lakeport Senior Center. He was born in 1922 in New York and spent his youth working for his father, Charles Starren, in various states during the Great Depression and later building military bases. In World War II, he joined the U.S. Army Air Corps. He was a navigator on a B-24 and was involved in over 35 missions. During that time, he earned a Purple Heart. Returning to the U.S., he settled in California. He attended University Pacific and UC Berkeley, and after graduating, he spent time between San Francisco, where he had a periodontical practice for 30 years, and Lake County, where he enjoyed his second home. Upon retirement, he remained in Lake County permanently, and his last few years before he passed away were at Mountain View Assisted Living in Ukiah. And he's survived by numerous family members, and there'll be a service for him on July 2nd at the Lakeport Senior Center. Thank you. And Supervisor Crandall, would you lead us in?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I'm considered all the religious students, all the way they under that, and maybe yourself, and we're directing anyone as a soror.
CAO, do we have any extra items not appearing on the agenda?
We have no extra items, Chair.
Thank you. We'll move on to approval of the consent agenda, and I'll ask at this time, do any supervisors have any consent items they wish to pull?
Did you have the list of them, or do you want me to go ahead and go through that?
Go ahead.
They not opened yet.
Say.
Let me see. Poll number 5.9.
Okay.
511. And 5.23. And that's it.
Okay. With that, I'll ask if there's any members of the public that wish to request any items be pulled. Nothing online?
Phone user one.
Phone user one, if you could identify yourself and give me the item number that you're requesting that we pull.
Sky Lewa, I would like to pull item 5.23 and item 5.24 for further discussion, please.
Okay, 5.23 was already pulled, so I've got 5.24 added. Was there anyone else, Carolyn?
Left.
Okay, so I'd be ready for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of 5.9, 5.11, 5.23, and 5.24.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 4-0. And next, we move on to our timed items, and we'll start with our 901 item, which is public input, and we'll start in the room. These are for anything that is not appearing on the agenda today. So we have somebody in the room. Go ahead and come forward, sir, and give us your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, good morning. Daniel Sinram, president of Lake County Farm Bureau. I would just like to introduce everyone to our new executive director, Serena Onote.
Thank you.
Hi, board. This is Serena Onante with Lake County Farm Bureau Executive Director. I just want to say I'm very excited to be working with you and to be here. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming in today, and welcome to the position. Do we have anyone else in the room? Go ahead and come forward.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and everybody else. I wasn't supposed to even be here today, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, we are still here, but we won't maybe the last time I speak for a few weeks. I just wanted to remind you as you're working on the RSO that, as you know, Lake County ranks 50 out of the 58 counties as far as income and poverty level goes. We have already received close to 20% rent increase over the last 4 years. There's just so many ways that the mobile home parks use us to pay for their expenses. And as you're going through I hope you're comparing really closely with the Humboldt RSO and of using the Gizmo lawyer, if need be, for counsel so that we can have this move along and not have to pull anything, or if I don't even pull things from the menu or the item or whatever agenda. But to please look at all the aspects so that it doesn't get passed without addressing many of the things that are in the Humboldt RSO. I just want to bring to your attention and some of the things that these Caritas affordable housing does, which I had to write my extra $60 pass-through fee for them yesterday because I won't be here on the 1st, and I refused to put it in with my rent. So I wrote them a check for $60, and then I went and got $200 out of cash to pay for somebody else that those of us who live along the front had to hire to get our weeds cut because they don't cut the front. They're already knee-high in willows. When the water moves back, everything grows really fast. We all sit there. You can't get out of your house. Actually, it's very unsafe and the clock's not going in case you want to time me. I'll keep talking for longer, but I just thought, darn it. I thought I could just roll this morning. Darn it, you should have told me. I'd get a few more seconds then. So we have to keep the place up ourselves if we don't want to live in a really shoddy looking place. And it's really shoddy looking. The manager finally cut the weeds, and it's because I was videotaping them because I'm ready to start sending it all to Caritas. I have been leaving them alone as I've been dealing with this. One thing they already do is, before I moved in, they had put that we all have to pay on the north side of our fences. There are fences between the homes. So everyone's responsible for the infrastructure there. We have to pay the north fence. And I sent you guys, I think, an email about my neighbor who is another boundary fence, and she's having to pay it. But actually, she can't, so her daughter is. So my time up? Damn, that was fast.
Thank you.
I thought they weren't.
Let's take a kind of look.
Next in the room.
Before we
Morning.
I'm good.
Good
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Tom Lasik. I'm going to mention cannabis, but I assure you this is not really about cannabis. It's about integrity. I know that at least a couple of you have campaigned on the platform of government integrity, and that's really good, but I would like to provide you an additional perspective on integrity. June 13th, the Australian Chief of Army, Mr. Morrison, Lieutenant General Morrison, gave a speech to his nation and to his army about the misconduct that was occurring within his officer corps and his non-commissioned officers. And there's a statement that he made that still resonates with leadership today. That statement is, the standard you walk past is the standard that you accept. What does that mean? It means that it's not enough for you as leaders to have personal integrity. As leaders, you have the responsibility to make sure those you lead also live up to those same standards. And if you tolerate less, then your integrity becomes less. We have good examples in this county of leaders that set high standards. The registrar is one that comes to mind. She constantly gets pressure on her and her staff to try to find a way to do things faster, but she refuses to compromise the sanctity of the vote. We have Sheriff Bingham, who I've heard on multiple occasions mention how he is severely strapped for staff, but he refuses to lower his standards. If deputies do not treat the community with the respect and dignity that he deserves, he will not have them on his department. We have a lot of other examples in the county, but unfortunately, and with respect, I do not believe the board is holding some of its departments to that same standard. The board keeps walking past misconduct and unacceptable behavior. CDD once again falls into this category. A few weeks ago during the last cannabis hearing, he's not here today, but Supervisor Sabatier asked the CDD director why the FPZ language was struck out. The director misrepresented the facts and told Mr. Sabatier that it was a mistake. And during public comment, I pointed out it was not a mistake. It was actually voted on. But for some reason, the director doubled down on that falsehood and created another one suggesting I had it wrong. And the handout I just provided you is from the excerpt of the transcript from December 25th. It's on YouTube. You can see the timestamps, and you can see that they voted to strike out the language for the greenhouse, and they voted to strike out the language for the setbacks. And they knew full well, if you can see in the highlighted text, that the intent was to gut the FPZ. It wasn't an accident. Director Turner oversaw that meeting. Planner Claiborne was also there, and I sat across from them and watched it happen. As you know, this is not the first time CD has been caught misleading the board. It happens consistently, repeatedly, not just with cannabis, but with just about every aspect of management. Again, it's not about FPZ. It's not about cannabis. It's not about a simple strike through. It's about watching your fellow colleagues being lied to and waiting for that behavior.
Thank you.
Yeah, you get what you tolerate, and the standard you walk past is the standard you accept. You can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Do we have any online?
Phone user one.
Phone user one. If you can identify yourself, please, you'll have 3 minutes.
Sky Lewa, Pillsbury Family Farms, and I want to talk today about good faith and bad faith. Our government often speaks about good faith efforts, and we hear that phrase repeatedly. We hear it when deadlines are missed, when projects are delayed, and when ordinances are postponed, and when records are unavailable, and when departments fail to provide answers. The public is told that our government is acting in good faith. What does good faith actually look like? Is it good faith efforts when people are told to pursue actions that are not found anywhere in your ordinance? Is it good faith efforts when one department passes the responsibility to another department and then that department sends the public elsewhere? Is it good faith when questions go unanswered for months or years? Is it a good faith effort when your public employees expose private information but nobody is held accountable? Is it good faith efforts when staff appear to be conducting investigations into some individuals while claiming they lack the authority when the public asks questions? From our side of the table, many of these actions do not look like good faith. They look like bad faith. And what concerns me most is the mentality that seems to exist within our county. It appears to be the belief that the government employees are the good players and that the public are the bad players. And the good players are trusted. The good players are given the benefit of the doubt. And the good players are allowed to make mistakes, delays, excuses, and have second chances. Meanwhile, the bad players are the people who ask questions. The bad players are the people who file complaints. The bad players is the public who submit public records requests. The bad players are the people who challenge the government's decision and ask for accountability. The bad players are the people who refuse to accept the simple answer of the government telling them, because we said so. What I see is a local government that feels comfortable speaking to the public, but not comfortable listening to us. Many residents, especially our elders and vulnerable populations, are treated with kindness and good words, but when they actually need answers, action, accountability, they are often ignored. The people who ask the difficult questions are not viewed as participants in government. They are treated as the obstacles to our government, and that is very backwards. Accountability is not bad faith. Transparency is not bad faith. And questioning authority is not bad faith. But the public is treated like the enemy. But the public is the reason your government exists in the first place. And a government reveals its true nature of understanding good faith not by how it treats its people who agree with it, but by how it treats the people who challenge it. Because if every question is viewed as an attack, if every complaint is viewed as a threat, and every request for accountability is viewed as an inconvenience, this county is not working on building public trust. You're simply kicking the can down the road while expecting us to keep believing that the good faith only applies to government and not to the people it serves. And that is something this board needs to seriously consider. Muleham.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else?
We do, but have Sterling.
Sterling?
Yes, good morning. Hopefully I can get the full board's attention since I only have 3 minutes with you guys to speak. The board created an energy policy ad hoc committee because it realized that need. Yet we continue to hear there is not enough money to complete an energy policy. At the same time, Lake County receives geothermal royalty revenue every year. Those funds should be looked at as a possible way to help pay for the development of an energy policy. If we have money to study projects, we should have money to create the rules that protects the public before these projects move forward. The timing is critical. Assembly Bill 531 has changed how energy projects may move forward in California. We also working on the General Plan 2050 right now. The draft is coming soon, and the decisions we make today will affect Lake County for decades. This is not just an opportunity. Community members have asked for energy policy. Members of GPAC have discussed the need for an energy policy. Multiple groups throughout the county have said the same thing. Lake County needs a clear plan before major energy projects move forward. At this point, many residents are asking a simple question. Is the board listening to the community, or is there already a plan that the public is not being told about? I am not accusing anyone of wrongdoing. I'm asking for transparency. An energy policy should address local control, community benefits, emergency preparation, environmental protections, ratepayer savings, and long-term revenue for Lake County. We should also be thinking about the future. If energy facilities are sold years from now, Lake County should have policies in place that allow us to explore ownership opportunities, public power partnerships, or other ways to keep those benefits local. We continue to hear about future budget deficits. Energy development should not simply benefit outside companies. It should help create long-term revenue, support infrastructure, strengthen emergency services, and provide benefit for future generations. The community has spoken. GPAC has discussed it. The need is clear. My request today is simple. Please prioritize an energy policy, explore using geothermal royalty funds to help pay for it, and provide the public with a clear timeline for when it will be completed. The Flash's proposal demonstrates exactly why an energy policy is needed for Lake County. Enters into major energy agreements. If this project is beneficial as it's being presented, then Lake County should first establish policies, protections, community benefits, and negotiate goals that will guide these decisions. We should create the rules first and evaluate projects second. Thank you. And I really hope that you guys are listening to the community, because a lot of us speak to you guys and we notice when people are listening. And
Thank you, Sterling. That was your 3 minutes. Do we have anyone else online? Okay. I do have a public comment. As you may be aware, in the administrative office, our administrative staff has set up an American 250 display with a lot of information and items for kids. As part of that, they also put together a coloring contest, which this morning we selected the winners of that contest, and I want to announce their names. The first one is Bryson, age 8. The second one is Damien, age 6. The third one is Gonzalo, age 8. And the fourth one is Araya, age 6. And so if they're listening, they can come down to the county admin office anytime that we're open during the weekdays and get their prizes. And if not, we will get a hold of their parents and talk to them. But I wanted to thank our admin staff and our CEO for all the work they did to get this display set up earlier this year. Thank you. And that will conclude our public comment, and we're going to move on to our pet of the week.
Good morning, board. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This here is Waldo. He's an unaltered male. He weighs about 100 pounds. He was found roaming around Hartley Road here in Lakeport. He's a big lover, loves to cuddle. He's good with other dogs. He's very calm and mellow. He's about 5 years of age, and he's currently looking for his forever home. So if you know anybody that needs a good guardian dog, he'll be available. He's available for adoption. Any questions for him? Anybody want to pet him? I'll let you pet him, sir. Board?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Do we have any comments on the pet of the week?
Get on.
Good morning, board. I just want to point out that this is the 6th Pyrenees I've seen abandoned in less than 6 months, most of them on Highland Springs Road. These are very distinctive dogs. They're beautiful dogs. If anybody in the public or anybody in the county knows where these might be coming from, because it's not a coincidence that they're all Pyrenees and they're all being abandoned in the same place. My neighbor rescued one and turned it to a boarding place, and that abandoned dog had puppies, and I actually had one come to my property, and I called animal control, but it ran off before they could arrive, and another one was done. So we've had 6 just in the Highland Springs recreation area, and or 5, including this one I'm finding. So please don't abandon the dogs. They are beautiful dogs. Pyrenees are just wonderful companions. If you can adopt this one, I think that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're going to move on to our 6.3, 915 item. This is a public hearing that was continued from June 2nd, May 19th, and April 28th of 2026. And it's for consideration of a resolution adopting resolutions submitted by the Lake County Fire Agencies and making findings and requesting the County of Lake to implement fire mitigation fees with the automatic inflation pursuant to Lake County Fire Mitigation Fee Ordinance. And we also have a request and a need to do a continuance of this public hearing again today. Do we have any comments from the board about that? Not seeing anyone in the public want to make a comment regarding just whether or not we're going to continue this. Not seeing any in the room. Any online? No. Okay, so we have, I believe, we have a date and time certain of, was it July 21st at 10 a.m.? Okay. Do we need to take a formal vote on that? since it's a public hearing. Did you want to comment, Mr. County Counsel?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if your board is ready to proceed with the motion, it's a motion to continue this public hearing to July 21st at 10 a.m.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Hearing none, that motion carries 4-0. Thank you. Now we're going to move on to our 6.4. No, we can't do that. It's not 9:30 yet. Do you have a suggestion, CAO?
Uh, 5.9.
We go to 5.9. Is approved travel exceeding 1,500 miles round trip to Juliet, Illinois, and any associated costs for Supervisor Jessica Peiska to attend the National Association of Counties NACO Rural Energy Academy Peer Exchange June 29th through July 1st, 2026. And you had pulled that, Supervisor. Do you want to?
I did.
Go ahead.
I know that we're coming up on looking at we have before us a freeze on hiring. And I just think that this is, I don't think it's necessary travel. And I think that the deadlines have passed, but I saw some information in there. Are the reservations already made for travel and hotels?
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Yeah. So the reservations have been made. Everything's non-refundable. This is a learning academy that I applied to. It's mostly paid for by NACO. So it's only basically getting to and from San Francisco that are the costs for the county. And so I applied to this in May. I was the alternate. Another county fell out, so they offered me the spot. We have a lot of conversations about preparing for our energy policy, and so that's why I asked to go.
Okay. I just felt it was tone deaf. The county didn't make those reservations, did they? The county did without board approval?
Well, this is the approval. If we travel,
but aren't we supposed to get approval before we book things? Just shouldn't it have came before the board before we invest, before we pay things?
CAO, did you want to comment, please?
Yes, I mean, in a perfect world, we will do that and can do that if the deadlines allow us to do that. But as you know, especially with conferences and trainings, the rooms go very quickly once they are announced. Should the board in the future or near future deem that the travel is unnecessary, then we will seek refunds.
Okay, because it looked like, of course, in the information that this was back, the deadlines for this were back May 3rd. And so I felt that we did have time to bring it forward. And then it looked like there was 12 counties selected. And so we applied for it. And this is also has to do with
it's primarily on battery and nuclear.
Nuclear and battery, which doesn't apply to us, at least at this moment. And I just didn't feel that under the circumstances that we're in, we just went through budgets and we are hurting. And I just don't feel that this is necessary. In all honesty, I think it's tone deaf that on the same agenda that we are looking at putting a freeze in place for hiring, that we are then wanting to spend money on travel. So that's my take on it. I cannot support it. And I know that you then received a letter in early June, which we have had some meetings since then. And so I feel that we need to first put our constituents before our own travel. And that until we can get back on our feet financially and get stable, I can't support this. And I have the amounts that we've spent on travel in the last few years. This year already, I think there's been almost 17,000 for Jessica traveling, which far exceeds anybody else. So I can't support this. I don't think my constituents would want me to.
Okay, Supervisor Crandall.
Yeah. Did we approve the budget last week and travel's included in our budget when it comes to that. How much of that is reimbursed? Because I know
700 out of 15.
Oh, I mean like total, because I know that when I go to anything like with the EPA or when I go to anything with RCRC or Golden State Natural Resources, if the county has to pay, then it's like some of it's reimbursed. So is a lot of this reimbursed?
So this, all of it is paid for by NACO except traveling to and from San Francisco. Okay. And it says up to $800 because of how it works. I have to take a 5:30 a.m. flight Monday morning to catch the, there's a shared shuttle from the airport out to where the event is. And then at the end of Wednesday after the event, I have to take the shuttle back to the airport. And then the flight comes in at midnight. So the $800 covers those 2 nights in San Francisco and then, driving there. So everything else is paid for. But you're absolutely right. We have to, this is part of, looking at our travel budget is absolutely part of that. And I did weigh that. I did apply by the beginning of May. That's when the application closed. So I had put my application in. I found out on June 3rd about this. And so I did send it to admin, and we did talk about getting it on the agenda as soon as possible. It's an opportunity to help prepare us better for what we're doing in our energy policy committee. But, at the end of the day, I don't have to do this. I'm willing to do this. It's something that I feel really important. It's really important for the work that we're doing. But it's up to the board. And I do hear you, though. We are going to be looking at our travel and, tightening our belt. So anyway, it's mostly paid for. I have down here on page 3 I think it's page 3. Anyway, no, page 1. It states travel allowance. NACO is offering a travel allowance to all attendees in the amount of $700 to cover cost. And somewhere in there, I'd seen that the total cost was closer to $1,500, and I didn't highlight it, but I did see a cost of $1,500 and $700. It states in here is what NACO's willing to cover for travel, and they're also paying for the hotel.
Okay.
They reserved the hotel. Okay. So they're reimbursing for the airfare.
Okay.
So I know you mentioned nuclear and battery. Is there other aspects in the training, like just general energy?
Well, it's generally like looking at the benefits for the community and figuring out a lot of the things that we've been talking about in the energy policy.
Okay, so it covers things that we'd be working on here.
Correct. Because they're not actually that different when you look at how energy is produced. So there's similar effects on the community and looking at how we can benefit and how we can plan. So there's a lot of crossover. That's why I thought it was important.
Okay. Anything else from the board before I open it to the public?
No, I just feel that it's tone deaf, and I think that we could probably get much of the information we need, because I didn't see where this is setting policies for counties, energy policies, which is what we are looking at doing. So I just don't see that it's as important. I think we have some really cool, some knowledgeable people on staff that could get this to us at no cost.
Okay. We'll go ahead and open it to the public. Is there anybody in the room that wishes to comment on this item?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Margot Kambara. My comment is tangential. Just to leverage any information from energy conferences or workshops attended by your board or members of your board, it would be tremendously beneficial if that information would go into our comprehensive energy policy, and that comprehensive energy policy be referenced in our general plan. And the general plan, we're expecting the final drafts sometime this month. So as you consider this agenda item, please continue the follow-up to leverage all the utility of this conference and apply it directly to our general plan and to the comprehensive energy policy. At bare minimum, have a placeholder in the general plan for the energy policy to be developed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Do we have anyone online?
We have phone user 1.
Phone user 1, if you could state your name, you'll have 3 minutes.
Sky Lewell, Pillsbury Family Farms. Thank you, Helen, for pulling this item. It is of great concern given that previously we approved a travel agenda item for PISCO during the Robin spill, and a lot of constituents spoke up about that. If this is already being done and paid for by NACO, there should be no problem for Supervisor PISCO to come out of pocket to cover the $100 or even the $700. I just feel that if you're able to invest $100,000 into Adobe, you definitely have the money to cover your own costs. Don't put it on us as constituents to pay for your web. Mulayham.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else online?
No.
Okay. Then I will close public comment, bring it back to the board. Yeah, I appreciate your concerns, but I think, there is benefit being that it's related to energy, and that's something that we are working on. And Vice Chair is part of that policy committee. And we've also got, this is an important topic for the public. It looks like maybe, is this paid for out of last year's budget, at least part of it? Because this starts at the end of June.
What's the total?
So, what was that?
What's the total cost to the county?
It sounded like that was $800 is the total cost to the county of Lake.
But Jessica said that it would almost all be reimbursed.
It says total cost to the county is estimated to be no more than $800. And that's in the memo.
Yeah, I had read that, but you'd said there was a very small portion. So what's the total cost then?
That's the $800, I believe.
Yeah.
$800.
No, it's been $800.
To the county, and $700 of it will be reimbursed, or all of it?
No, the total cost was more closer to $1,500.
Well, that's
$700. So you're right. So $1,500 probably total, $700 being reimbursed, the hotel being directly paid for by NACO, which means $800, up to $800. And it will probably be less than that.
Okay. But the word most means over 50% of it. So there is a cost to the county of $800, which is what I came up with as well.
And then, just 1 second, Supervisor Crandall, I don't know if I got an answer on is it last year, the current year fiscal budget is paying for at least part of it?
It'll depend when it's truly expensed as part of the end of year. I don't have an answer for that right now because I don't know when it's going to be truly expensed.
Okay.
It could fall in either fiscal year.
Well, I would think if the expense is made June 29th or 30th, it would be...
It's budgeted either way.
Yeah, okay. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, just want to highlight that one of the things that when I ran, I want to say the second term or the first term, I remember I had an opponent and a group of folks that would continuously talk about traveling to Sacramento or anywhere, DC, and not a lot of that was happening previous to my work, and it got a lot of attention. I want to say when I became part of the EPA Farm, Ranch, and Rural Communities, we got some people coming out here to look at the Sulphur Bank EPA Superfund site, the Middle Creek restoration. We got some dollars towards that. We have to, sometimes go out of the area to bring attention and focus back in. One thing, Supervisor Pyska, I've noticed with your work is when you look online and you look in these CSAC papers and NACO papers, you're there talking about wildfire mitigation, you're there talking about your experiences for Lake County, our experiences, and bringing that story out to the public. Even in Hawaii, I know that situation, people hear Hawaii and they get upset, but when you think about it, Hawaii was one of the countries that had a fire, or not countries, but states that had a fire. They had shared their experience with us, with Sonoma, and a lot of that work gets done there. As long as you're bringing it back and giving it out like you've been doing, I don't see the issue. I think it's very important to tell the story about Lake County. A lot of DC folks, anyone from other areas, don't know where Lake County is. They think of Lake County, Illinois, or Lake County, Florida. So for me, I have no issue with this. It's budgeted either way. So I support it.
Yeah, I intend to support it just because the more training we get, the better we can be for our county, the more knowledge we can gain. And a lot of times we have to travel for that. So, is there anything else?
Nope.
Yeah. Okay. Then we've already opened to the public, so I'd be ready for a motion or action.
I think too, though, one thing that Supervisor Owen mentioned is having it presented sooner or something like that. I can get on board with that. I understand that, and I think we do need to really be cognizant of travel or anything like that. So I can support you on that if we can have these brought forward sooner, so it's not planned, if that makes sense, like you had said.
Yeah, and I agree, and that was a conversation we had during the agenda review, is I wanted to get it on as soon as possible, but it just, with timing and budgets, it didn't happen.
Okay. So with that, I'll motion to approve travel exceeding 1,500 miles round trip to Joliet, Illinois, and associated costs for Supervisor Jessica Pyska to attend the National Association of Counties Rural Energy Academy Peer Exchange, June 29th through July 1st, 2026.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
That motion carries 3-1. And we will move on now back to our 936.4 item, which is consideration and review of adopting California's joint strategy for sustainable outdoor recreation and wildfire resilience as a guiding document for resource protection, community investment, economic development, and public safety. And did you want to make any comments before we open up? Or
no, I'm just really excited to finally have this conversation. We do a lot of resilience work around here, and we have a lot of opportunities for developing our recreation economy. And I think the two priorities really align, and adopting this strategy will help bring a lot more funding in to do both. So I'm excited that we get to have this conversation. So thank you to our Chief Climate Resiliency Officer for bringing this, and also for the chair to co-sponsor.
Good morning, Board.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Terry Logston, Chief Climate Resiliency Officer and Tribal Liaison. Many of you have heard me say that it's a term in permaculture about stacking functions, which in Lake County, many of us know, because you don't ever, your goal is never just one thing. It's got to hit multiple targets because we're so under-resourced. And so today I'm really happy to bring before your board for consideration the adoption of the California's Joint Strategy for Sustainable Outdoor Recreation and Wildfire Resilience. It was sponsored and initiated by the Mammoth Lakes Trails and Public Access Foundation. The CalRec Vision, which it's also called, the CalRec Vision project was adopted by the California Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force, which became which this then became a joint strategy for sustainable outdoor recreation and wildfire resilience. And so, as we all know, wildfires are not unique to Lake County or the state of California. Roughly 1/3 of California's forests face high or very high wildfire hazard. These areas are most likely to fuel the next megafires, which are considered fires that span over 100,000 acres, which we know all too well. These areas need fuel reduction treatments as soon as possible and ongoing to reduce the risk of high-severity wildfire. Although much of our forested lands here in Lake County have burned since 2015, there are still thousands of acres of standing and fallen deadwood from the wildfires, as well as abundant regrowth in these areas that can fuel the next megafire. So, like the state as a whole, Lake County is defined by outdoor recreation as an economic driver. In alignment with the state, Lake County emphasizes sustainable outdoor recreation, and large wildfires can hinder that, as well as imperil our safety, economy, and way of life. So what can we do? The solution can be a joint strategy for California and Lake County. As your board is aware, Supervisor Peiska and I regularly attend the quarterly California Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force meetings. Task Force members include representatives from the California Natural Resources Agency, Cal EPA, Cal Fire, the Governor's Office of Land Use and Innovation, U.S. Forest Service, the Bureau of Land Management, and the Indigenous Stewardship Network, as well as RCRC, Rural County Representatives of California, and CSAC, the California State Association of Counties. They make up the task force and then have subcommittees. And they adopted this because the goals and the key actions of the CalRec vision that align with the task force resilience action plan include strengthening our sustainable outdoor recreation system, forest health and resilience, advance inclusion and access for all Californians, promote the health and safety of all Californians, and support the local economies that enhance sustainable recreation. And so the strategy, again, healthy forests and sustainable recreation, key actions are listed under each one of these four pillars: access for all, healthy Californians, and then California Jobs First, which when this was adopted was just getting started in California, and MLTPA, who there is a representative online in Zoom that can help answer any of your questions, is a part of as well. And so when you tie or stack all these functions together, it can help make Lake County a safer location, as well as more recreational opportunities. And so how it may unlock funding for the county, this doesn't cost anything to adopt, but what it does do is it gives Lake County, when we apply for state grants or any of our partnering agencies, like the Clear Lake Environmental Research Center, TERRA, the Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance, or CLERC, the RCD, Lake County Resource Conservation District, when they're planning fuels reduction work on lands, by saying that the County of Lake has adopted this strategy, it can unlock other fundings through Prop 4, through the Regional Forest and Fire Capacity Program, which is open right now. CAL FIRE Forest Health grants are open right now, state parks recreation grants, and other federal infrastructure funds. By saying that we've adopted this joint strategy, tells the funders that we know recreation is important, but we also need to make sure that we're safe from wildfires. And so the final points, smart planning serves multiple purposes. Trails can become fuel breaks. So when our Public Works Department is working on updating trails plans or following their plan, maybe they're going to look at making those trails fuel breaks. Campgrounds can become staging areas. Recreation corridors can become evacuation routes. When communities across California adopt the joint strategy, a unified defense is created. And I'm hoping Mr. Wentworth from MLTPA can tell us how many counties have adopted this strategy. And so, any questions? Oh, I just also wanted to mention that included in your board packet and available online is the not only this presentation, but a document that is the full joint strategy. And then there's also the goals that were created by MLTPA, which I have accidentally stapled to the back of mine, so I can't find the title of it. The goals and key actions which were adopted in December 12th of 2022. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything from the board at this point? No, I think it's beneficial for us. I don't see any concerns. It's just going to help us in the future. Did he want to say something? Mm-hmm. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. Congratulations and thank you to Lake County, should you all choose to adopt this joint strategy published by the state of California. You will be the 10th jurisdiction. I'm looping in recreation districts, but a number of counties that are adopting this document. As your staff advised, it does open up doors for multiple benefit opportunities funding-wise. As we know in California right now, the first point, there is no published policy document from the state around outdoor recreation, even though California is, I think, the largest recreation state in the country. So this is how we connect what we're doing in our local jurisdictions, our local counties to the state. But it also provides an opportunity to connect to Prop 4 funding, which is in front of us somewhat immediately through climate resilience opportunities, and certainly wildfire is one of those items. We can't thank you enough for considering this item. We wish you all the luck in the world with the vote, but you will be the 10th jurisdiction to adopt it, and we will celebrate that accordingly.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Wentworth.
All right. If there's nothing further, I'll open it up to the public. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. No, looking at this and hearing about it today, it makes me think of there was a presentation that was given at one of my RCRC, one of those conventions they had, and it showed how, I think it was a group in Lassen County, they went through a fire and they actually put together an initiative where they would ride mountain bikes and clear trails, and it went from county to county. And I would talk to Calusa about how we need to make that connection as well. And with us working on our paper parcels, and especially, in the hills in the District 3, and I know in other hills, it would be a key to start to have this in place. It's coming at the perfect time, I think. That way we can build off of it when it comes to the work we'll be doing, Supervisor or Chair Rasmussen.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. It's great timing. And, like I mentioned before, it aligns really well because the work that Supervisor Owen and I were doing with the recreation agency, we've been working with Redwood Trail Alliance, we're bringing them in, and all the ways that we can really bring the funding in to do trail development and fuel breaks and forest health projects. Like, this is a win-win for all of us. So I'm really excited. And thanks, John, for joining us today. It's really great to see you. So if there's nothing else,
Okay. I think we have to open it up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you did.
I was getting there, but until I saw Supervisor Crandall. Anybody in the public? Yes, it looks like Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for bringing this forward. I just wanted to ask, are any of these joint strategies, can they assist Lake County in advocating for the importance of Scott Dam and Lake Pillsbury remaining in place? Lake Pillsbury supports a lot of, wildfire mitigation, outdoor recreation, the local economy, and community well-being. So if there's anything in here that can assist with that, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Anyone online?
Yes, they have. Yes, all of them respond.
Julia, if you could go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, I just wanted to express my support for this joint strategy. This is Julia Sullivan-Shaban, the Executive Director of the Lake County Resource Conservation District. And I'll just offer a brief, timely example of how this joint strategy, I think, really aligns very naturally with the way that we are already approaching a lot of our work in Lake County, both from the conservation and restoration angles. So both of the letters of support that were on the consent agenda today from the Lake County Resource Conservation District related to forest health grants, CAL FIRE forest health grants, one of which is focused on the Mendocino National Forest and private properties in the Lake Pillsbury area, and another which is focused on Six Sigma Ranch in Lower Lake, as well as 9 neighboring private properties. And in both of those instances, both on federal lands in the Mendocino and then on the private Six Sigma property, both properties have extensive trail networks catering to hikers, mountain bikers, other, people recreating on the weekends. And that trail infrastructure and public access was certainly something we took into consideration when we selected those sites, when we were building our prescriptions and proposed treatments. And so I think, this is something we're already doing and informs our approach to this work, but being able to reference Lake County's adoption of the joint strategy in those applications would make these funding proposals even more compelling and even stronger, just demonstrating that commitment to aligning both recreation and forest health and wildfire resilience objectives. So just wanted to offer those examples of projects that we're working to advance that are already very much in line with the purpose of this strategy. So thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone else, Carolyn? No? I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt California's joint strategy for sustainable outdoor recreation and wildfire resilience as published by the California Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force in March of 2023 as a guiding document for resource protection, community investment, economic development, and public safety.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
thank you all very much. Best of luck to all of us. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We have 2 minutes. Do we want to try something else before 5-minute break? Okay. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes. I'm going to call our meeting back to order, and we'll move on to our 6.5 10 a.m. item. This is consideration of a presentation and annual report from the Animal Care and Control Committee Advisory Board. And before the board starts, I just wanted to state that we haven't had one of these presentations in quite a number of years, but our bylaws do. The bylaws that the board created years ago for that committee expects that each year they would bring us a report in June of every year. And I just want to say I spent most of the year going to the meetings. I know Supervisor Owen has been to quite a few of the meetings, and they've been working hard for at least the past 12 months to get this ready. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Ryan, to give us the presentation.
Thank you. All right. I don't know if it's a microphone on.
Yeah, just make sure it's close enough to you.
Okay. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Ryan Peterson. I'm the District 2 Representative and Secretary of the Lake County Animal Control Advisory Board. On behalf of the Advisory Board, I am pleased to present our fiscal year 25-26 annual report. This report reflects the collaborative work of Advisory Board members and our review of animal care and control operations, adoption programs, public outreach efforts, facility needs, grant-funded initiatives, animal welfare concerns, and emergency preparedness capabilities throughout the reporting period. The Animal Control Advisory Board was established by the Lake County Board of Supervisors to provide citizen input and recommendations regarding matters affecting Lake County animal care and control. Our responsibilities include reviewing animal control needs, services, facilities, fees, adoption procedures, grant expenditures, hours of operation, public education and outreach efforts, and special problems affecting animal welfare. The board serves as a liaison between the community, animal care and control, and the Board of Supervisors. One of the primary ways we fulfill this responsibility is through this annual report. During our review, the advisory board evaluated a wide range of issues affecting animal care and control operations. Our findings and recommendations fall into 7 primary categories: adoption programs, public education and outreach, facilities and infrastructure, fees and fiscal sustainability, animal welfare and enforcement, grant funding and resource development, and emergency preparedness. These categories represent the major areas where the board believes continued attention and investment can improve both animal welfare outcomes and public service delivery. Throughout our review, several recurring challenges emerged across multiple areas of operation. These include limited access to veterinary services, ongoing animal overpopulation concerns, volunteer recruitment and retention challenges, limited public awareness and available services, infrastructure and facility needs, and the long-term sustainability of programs that rely heavily on grant funding and partnerships. These challenges directly informed the recommendations that follow and represent areas the board believes warrant continued attention. The board found that adoption programs represent one of the greatest opportunities for improving outcomes for animals while reducing shelter populations. We identified several opportunities to strengthen adoption efforts, including modernization of online adoption resources, expanding social media outreach, development of foster and volunteer programs, continued adoption events, and stronger partnerships with rescue organizations. The board also identified limited veterinary access as a factor affecting adoption timelines and recommends continued exploration of partnerships and funding opportunities that may improve access to veterinary services. The board believes public education is one of the most effective long-term strategies for improving animal welfare throughout Lake County. We recommend development of a year-round public education program focused on responsible pet ownership, vaccination compliance, licensing, spay and neuter services, disaster preparedness, and available community resources. The board also supports expanding youth engagement, participation in community events, enhanced digital communication, and continued collaboration with community organizations and educational partners. The board recognizes that the animal care and control facility serves as a critical component of Lake County's public safety and animal welfare infrastructure. While the facility continues to meet many operational needs, opportunities exist to improve animal housing, medical and isolation facilities, adoption areas, visitor accommodations, volunteer training space, and overall operational efficiency. The board also supports continued exploration of grant funding partnerships, and sustainability projects that may support future facility improvements. The board reviewed current fees and recognizes the importance of balancing affordability with fiscal sustainability. Fees influence adoption participation, licensing compliance, and access to services. We recommend periodic review of fee schedules, comparison with neighboring jurisdictions, consideration of responsible ownership incentives, and evaluation of targeted discounts with fiscally appropriate. The goal is to ensure fees remain effective, equitable, and supportive of both community needs and departmental operations. The board reviewed current animal welfare standards and enforcement practices and found that they remain an important component of animal care and control operations. We encourage continued evaluation of animal welfare standards, expansion of humane care education, enhanced collaboration among animal care and control, law enforcement, and prosecutors, and continued review of recognized best practice resources. The board believes education and collaboration remain among the most effective tools for improving animal welfare outcomes throughout the county. Grant funding has become an increasingly important resource supporting animal welfare initiatives in Lake County. The board reviewed successful grant-funded programs supporting spay and neuter services, veterinary access, community cat programs, and partnerships with nonprofit organizations. We encourage continued pursuit of state, federal, and nonprofit funding opportunities while maintaining strong accountability and reporting practices to ensure long-term success and sustainability. Emergency preparedness remains one of the most significant long-term issues affecting both animal welfare and public safety within Lake County. The board reviewed the history of LEAP, or lake evacuation and animal protection, and identified valuable lessons regarding volunteer coordination and disaster response. We recommend exploring development of a new animal disaster response program, strengthening regional partnerships, integrating animal evacuation planning into emergency management activities, and expanding public preparedness education. The board believes these efforts would significantly improve the county's ability to protect both animals and residents during future emergencies. One of the board's most important findings is that many of these issues are interconnected. Adoption outcomes, veterinary access, volunteer participation, facility needs, grant funding, and public education all influence one another. For that reason, we recommend development of a long-term strategic plan supported by measurable objectives, strong community partnerships, volunteer engagement, innovation, and data-driven decision-making. These efforts can help ensure sustainable progress over time. In closing, the advisory board recognizes the dedication and professionalism of animal care and control staff, volunteers, community partners, and residents who contribute to animal welfare throughout Lake County. Our recommendations focus on improving adoption outcomes, expanding public education, investing in facilities, strengthening animal welfare programs, pursuing grant funding opportunities, and enhancing emergency preparedness. On behalf of the advisory board, thank you for the opportunity to present this report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Do we have any comments or questions from board members at this point?
When we had brought forward the adding supervisors to that, is that coming forward soon?
I would need to check back in with county council. I know we had a meeting with you regarding a while back regarding updating the bylaws to add supervisors in, and I don't know if we have a status, but it's still on the radar.
Okay.
It's still.
I just felt it was an appropriate time to ask that.
No, I appreciate that, and I think that the intent, so the rest of the board knows, is that we're going to come back with a request to assign 1 or 2 supervisors to the animal advisory board to see if the board's in favor of that at some point, hopefully soon. When the board created it years ago, I think it was in the 70s, they didn't assign a supervisor like some of our committees that we have. And I think it was beneficial, at least that's the feedback I've gotten from the advisory board, is that it's been beneficial to have supervisors present at those meetings, because we just kind of took it upon ourselves to go and try to assist them. So, and I'll just say again, I appreciate the work. I know, like I said, you guys worked on this for a year, and you guys are committed to trying to help us, provide for the best animal service program that we can get. So it's appreciated. And with that, I'll open it up to the public. Do we have anybody in the public that wants to comment? No, not seeing any in the room. Do we have anyone online? Okay.
I would just like to add, I want to thank the volunteers and the people that have stepped forward to be on that committee. And I think you guys are doing a great job. And I think we've seen some progress. And so that makes me really happy, because I know that that's been a huge issue throughout the county, the number of feral cats and unhoused dogs. So I think you guys are making a difference, and there's been some solutions, I think, and there's still a long ways to go. So I want to say thank you to everybody that's been on serving on that committee.
Thank you. I would like to add, it was brought to my attention today that AB 478, the Found Act, was signed in by Governor Newsom in January. And what this act requires is that there be a program and policy put in place for emergency preparedness and things. So just to put it on the board's radar to make sure that animal care and control is in compliance with AB 478.
Supervisor Crandall.
Yeah, wanted to appreciate what you mentioned about first off, thank you for the presentation. Sorry. I was just commenting on the discussion and the mention that you made about having supervisors on the advisory board, because it's important. The folks that are on that committee were you commonly asking me to be present, or we had a lot of conflicts in all of that. So having that as someone on that standing committee might be beneficial. I think at one time it was a group of folks that weren't, they were appointed. And it just became one of those issues. So I think having a supervisor there is going to help with that dynamic.
Thank you. And I did want just two more things quickly. I think at this point, the idea will be, now that they've got the framework established, we would get an updated annual report every year, whether there's a presentation or not, but at least in the coming years, we'll be getting an annual report. And I also wanted to just mention our current director, Ray Smith, has been great about showing up of all these meetings, although there's nothing in our bylaws that require, she's not required to be there, but she is engaging. She's trying to build a relationship with the advisory board, which I think is also in our benefit. It helps out. And then lastly, I know that, the county is the holder of a pot of funding from that previous LEAP situation that I would like to see eventually we work out how that money can be brought back in to use for that specific purpose that it was raised for with the animal rescue. So I think at some point that's probably going to come back in front of the board too.
And I know the comments from the board during the meetings with Director Ray that she's a valuable asset, and we want to congratulate you on finding her.
Thank you. All right. We didn't have public comment, and we've discussed it. I think unless there's anything else, we're just going to receive and file the report. And thank you for being here.
Thank you, board.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ryan.
And we're 3 minutes from our 10:30.
Chair, Chair, I recommend that we try 7.2. That is the hiring freeze.
7.2. I will jump to that and read it out. This is consideration of A, declaring an informal hiring freeze and directing staff to implement an informal hiring freeze for all general fund positions effective July 1, 2026, and B, authorizing the county administrative officer to approve hiring freeze waiver requests where critical to the continuity of county operations or otherwise in the overwhelming county interest. And with that, I'll turn it over to the administrative office.
Thank you, Chair. As you may recall, last week during our budget hearings, we discussed proposing a hiring freeze and would come back this week. We've included the form that will be used and the standards within the form, and it's pursuant to Personnel Rule 502 that gives me that authority to do so. We do suggest it become effective July 1st, but I also recommend that any and all requests from different departments after the budget hearings, they'll still have to submit and be reviewed. That's all I have.
Okay. Do we have questions from board members or comments? Go ahead, Supervisor Owen.
I would like to see. I agree with it. I would like to see. It's really
Microphone.
sorry. I do agree with it. I know it's really unfortunate that we're in this position. I think that with those requests, I think that those requests should be brought before the board for the exceptions. I don't know how the other members feel about that, but we're going to have different departments with different needs. And so ultimately, I think it should probably come before us. There was, because of this, I would like to also, before the final budget, I'd like to take a look at our travel expenses with the county, because that does go into the budget. So I would like to take another look at that.
Okay. CAO, do you have any comments on what was stated?
I have a clarification. I just want to make sure that it's not bringing the denials before the board, but bringing the exceptions.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just clarifying.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that would mean that you would bring every exception to the board?
That's what I understand. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay. Do we have any other board comments before I open to the public? No? Okay, I'll go ahead and open it up to the public at this point. Go ahead.
Good morning, board. Tom Lasik. Back when I had a job, we went through hiring freezes almost every other year, every third year. What I would also respectfully recommend is to also have a freeze on contractors. One of the things that a lot of departments did in my old line of work is they couldn't hire people because that would hit one side of the books, but there was no control over replacing staff shortages with contractors. And that was actually more expensive, but it allowed them to, at least on paper, appear to be compliant. So I would respectfully suggest that the freeze be extended to contractors as well. But also allow for interdepartmental transfer. So if one department is short, but there is a qualified person in another department, that transfer could be filled internally without raising the overall head count for the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also like to request maybe considering a freeze on software purchases after the concerns that Supervisor Sabatier raised last week or the week before. And also, I agree with having for the board review any exceptions to the hiring freeze. It's more people looking at it, and departments do have different needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room? Not seeing any, I'll move online. No one online. I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. I'm good with the clarification on the exceptions coming back to the board for a final sign-off and approval. And at this point, I know there's been a couple of comments about other things, but we can't get into those today because we're just dealing with this specific...
I just wanted to throw...
No, I was talking about more of the two items that came up from the public.
Oh, okay.
That are outside of... they're different than this, so... With that, go ahead.
Do I just motion to declare an informal hiring freeze?
Does that cover it, County?
I can read it. I just want to make sure that I'm proper thing.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So it's two motions. Under A, it would be a motion to declare an informal hiring freeze and direct staff to implement an informal hiring freeze for all general fund positions effective July 1, 2026.
So moved.
I have a motion.
Okay.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 4-0. And we have a second part?
Yes.
Yes.
I may. So with the board discussion coming out of the board discussion today, the motion as revised would be to authorize the county administrative officer to present hiring freeze waiver request to your board for consideration.
Exceptions. Yeah, cannot.
For that would be the hiring freeze waiver requests for an exception to the hiring freeze.
Yeah, those exceptions.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 4-0. And that will conclude item 7.2. I'm going to go back to item or 1030 item 6.6, proposed findings of fact and decision in the appeal of Peter Lucchetti, PL 26-12. I'll turn it over to County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So pursuant to your board's statement of intended decision in this hearing that's outlined in the subject matter that took place on May 19, 2026, staff has presented the attached findings of fact and decision that was made part of this agenda item packet. Your board on May 19, 2026 determined by a vote of 4-1 to deny the appeal. And if the findings of fact are acceptable to you, staff is recommending that you take the following 2 actions as outlined in the board memo.
Okay. Questions from board members? Not seeing any. Open it to the public. Anybody in the room? Not seeing anyone online?
No.
Not seeing anyone in the room or online. I'll close public comment. Bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the findings of fact and decision and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 4-0. And we can't move on to our 6 points. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is one more motion.
Oh, there is? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move to deny the appeal.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
And that motion will carry 3-1. And that concludes that item. Suggestion?
7.3.
I'm going to move on to 7.3. This is a consideration of a presentation of Senate Bill SB 707 in relation to statutes under the Brown Act taking effect on July 1st, 2026. That was A, and B, consideration of adding Rule 16, County of Lake policy regarding remote access during Ralph M. Brown Act meetings to Section 2 of Chapter 1 of the County of Lakes Policies and Procedures, and I'll turn it over to County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I just have a few seconds here, I'm trying to share the screen.
Yes.
Think that works? Okay. So there's 2 parts to this agenda item. The first part is a presentation, and the second part is the consideration of adding Rule 16 in the County of Lakes Policies and Procedures, Section 2, Chapter 1 of the County of Lakes Policies and Procedures, because that's part of the mandate that was provided under Senate Bill 707 when it was passed back in 2025, is for each county to adopt such a policy, and that was made a part of the agenda packet. So under the first part of this, the presentation, this is a presentation on the updates on the new laws under the Brown Act, amendments to the Brown Act that will take into effect on July 1, 2026. And just by way of background, there were updates that were also going to cover, provide an overview that took into effect, updates to the Brown Act that took into effect on January 1, 2026, and we'll go over those as well on a general level. But since we're coming into July 1, 2026, more appropriate for your board to be apprised of these latest updates. to the Brown Act. So I'll start with just the general background of this. What is the Brown Act? It's authored by Ralph Milton Brown. Brown Act was passed in 1953 to safeguard the public's right to access and participate in government meetings within the state. And the Brown Act itself is found on California Government Code sections 54950 and 54963. The intent of the Brown Act is to, just on a general level, ensure meaningful public access to local government decisions. I skipped over a few there. So this takes us to Senate Bill 707, which was passed on, signed by Governor Newsom on October 3, 2025. It enacted significant amendments to the Brown Act, and there's two main changes to the updates to the Brown Act that will take into effect on July 1, 2026. First main update would be to SB 707 requires that members of the public be provided an opportunity to comment the Board of Supervisors meeting through a remote two-way participation. As you may be aware, we already have had that in place. This memorializes it in the Brown Act itself, clarifies it even further, and confirms it. The second main update would be under SB 707. It mandates the board to adopt a policy to address disruptions in remote participation services, and that's the draft policy that was made a part of this agenda item packet presented to your board under the under sub-item B of this, and that would be a part that will cover for your board's consideration and possible approval. So without going through each and every single bullet point, I'll highlight some of these. These materials, by the way, are available. Of course, they've been made a part of the agenda packet for your board's future reference and also for the public. But I'll just highlight a few of these bullet points. Effective July 1, 2026. The first two bullet points, actually, your board already has in place. I mentioned the remote two-way participation. We are a population. The county exceeds 30,000 in population, so that applies to us. We already have those in place. It also allows the limit on remote public comment period for both commenter and per item if consistent within in-person limits. Generally speaking, your board has implemented a practice pursuant to its own policy, county policy, to limit public comments to 3 minutes with certain exceptions at the discretion of the chair. So we also have that already in place, and that's just further memorialized as part of the updates to this Brown Act. It did outline at the last bullet point there certain exemptions to these new rules. Some of these exemptions are judicial or administrative proceedings for your board, inspections of property, meetings with state or federal officials to discuss legislative or regulatory issues, or certain emergency situations. Much of these are already in place in the Brown Act. I think it further clarifies what these exceptions are. What I would suggest for any of these updates, including this last bullet point, if any members of your board has any questions on whether or not a certain exception will apply, we encourage your board, of course, to contact our office. This is what part of my office's job is, to look into these exceptions, see what applies, to see what can be, what is allowed what is permissible under the Brown. Then this takes us to the main update regarding remote meeting disruptions. And this would be reflected under the draft policy that's presented to your board today. Effective July 1, 2026, it does, the counties are allowed to cease a remote meeting if technology fails. We've encountered that a few times in the course of the year. So now the state legislature is now addressing that issue by memorializing it, putting it in writing as an update to the Brown Act. It requires, it allows the cessation of the meeting if staff and through your board is unable to fix the technological issue after 1 hour. But it also allows for closed session to occur during the technology failure.
One quick question. So, as of today, we wouldn't have to wait an hour, but under this, we're going to be required to wait an hour.
Correct. So currently until July 1, it's not unique to our county. It has occurred in a few of our meetings. The counties have just taken the incorporated a standard of reasonable time, a reasonable effort, due diligence to try to fix the remote technological issue prior to taking further steps. Here it now memorializes it in the Brown Act, part of the Brown Act update, effective July 1. There has to be 1 hour. There has to be an attempt to fix it within 1 hour of the tech failure.
Quick question too. Is this going to apply to our town halls, our math meetings?
For Brown Act bodies, correct. Yeah. And there's other updates applicable to the Brown Act regarding remote appearance for advisory bodies that I'll get into as well. But as it relates to remote meeting disruptions, yes. If it's a Brown Act body, if it's a legislative or an entity that's subject to the Brown Act, then yes, these standards for remote meeting disruptions would also apply.
Thank you.
As part of this update, it requires a good faith effort to restore services during a break and an adoption via roll call vote. That good faith effort was attempted and public interest in continuing the meeting outweighs postponement. So this applies to a situation where after 1 hour, due diligence was made, there's still a technological concern, issue or failure. And so the board then reconvenes and puts it on the record. Obviously, with the technological failure, it won't be on video or there won't be any video access or remote access. But your board would still do a roll call vote making these findings after 1 hour, after an attempt to fix the issue.
Okay, we have a question.
Yeah, so with the municipal advisory committees, they don't have closed session per se, so what would be their...
In that case, I'm not aware off the top of my head of other exceptions to proceed with certain items. Without closed session items, I think what's left for that council or committee would be to try to fix the problem, take recess, try to resolve the technological failure, and if it's resolved, the meeting can come back. If it's not resolved within that 1 hour period, or after that 1 hour period, the committee or council reconvenes and puts these findings on the record that good faith efforts was made, and then that the meeting, that the public interest in continuing the meeting outweighs postponement, and upon making those findings on a roll call vote, then the meeting can proceed without the video remote access.
So you said something about putting it into their bylaw? I don't know.
And that would be the third bullet point. It requires the Board of Supervisors, and I have to confirm this further, and so I'll take that offline. Certainly, your county Board of Supervisors would be required to adopt such a policy on disruptions, and I think it could be expanded to committees and councils that your board appoints for members of Brown Act bodies that provides advice to your board. So that policy can also apply to those entities as well.
Could that be more lenient than the 1 hour? I know quite often a lot of these town halls only go about an hour and a half.
As far as I can tell, they're sticking with 1 hour.
Well, I mean, that's what I was going to say. If we're going to ask volunteers to hang out for an hour at night, I think that's unreasonable. So
I do too.
We have to, is there a way that if they have to take that hour time, that they have the option to just call the meeting?
Correct.
They can't.
That is always an option. With a remote disruption type of event, one option is to try to resolve it in an hour and follow these procedures. The other option is to just adjourn the meeting.
Supervisor Crandall.
So, well, and maybe it's because of the new SB 707, but I know that one of the other things to consider, I know with the municipal advisory committees, is that they record the meeting, so there's always a chance for someone to go on YouTube and PEG TV to watch what happened. That's if they can't fix it as of now. So I don't know. Would that be breaking this new initiative? And I'm trying to see if there's another way, because I just don't see some of the town halls closing for another hour. Some of them start at 5 or 6, and so you're pushing them into 9 o'clock or something. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think at least in part, and I could dig into this further, but at least the intent behind these new updates, it specifically addresses or pertains to the remote participation aspect of it. So if there is a remote disruption of that, because I'm aware with your board, as far as just viewing the meetings itself, there's multiple sources of that, so that if one fails, if there's another method or another option in real time to view that meeting in any way, then it wouldn't necessarily count as a remote disruption. However, if there is a remote meeting disruption or technological failure that inhibits or prevents a member of the public, remote member of the public to participate, then these rules would apply. The 1 hour due diligence to try to resolve the issue, or just adjourning the meeting. And the intent behind that is to provide an opportunity for members of the public, when remote participation is provided, and there's a technological failure, then that member of the public will then not be able to participate in that meeting.
So this is going to also require remote participation. Currently, that is not being offered at the mouth.
And I think there's eligibility requirements as to who would be required. Your board certainly is, because as I mentioned, on one of the criteria here would be a population for your board of supervisors in a county with a jurisdiction of over 30,000 persons in population. Now, for these districts, they may be subject to certain exceptions to that main rule on who is required to have a two-way audio visual.
Yeah, because if you break it down by committees, then none of them in the county will qualify.
Right. And so I think there are exceptions to this. Now, this presentation is primarily for your board, like as far as it applies. But those are the types of questions that my office can look into as to whether or not a specific category, certain committee would be subject to the two-way audio visual requirement as a result of these new updates that's set to take into effect July 1, 2026. And I'll also go over advisory bodies to your board as to what the remote participation requirements are. It's kind of related, but not directly related to what we're talking about here.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
The other updates, additional updates under SB 701, set to take into effect July 1, 2026. It just adds new grounds for just cause for a board member's remote appearance. There's already provisions in place. Some of you may be aware already on the ability of a board member to do a remote appearance, to appear remotely and vote remotely in a board meeting. Immunocompromised family members, physical or family medical emergency, military service obligations among them. It just further fleshes out those exceptions and clarifies those exceptions that would allow a member of the board to participate in a meeting. Of course, I think it's already in place in the rules. In the meeting minutes, it must disclose the just cause used for the remote meeting, but must not disclose medical or disability diagnosis information. Getting to advisory bodies now, and these are the entities that provide advice to your board, committees, councils, right? Effective July 1, 2026, the Brown Act now allows non-decision-making advisory bodies to meet entirely remotely. It allows them, so it's permissive, with some qualifications and requirements. So there's some checklist of requirements that need to occur to satisfy that for an advisory body to meet remotely, entirely remotely. It does give your board of supervisors the power to authorize or revoke the remote meeting option. must be considered at least twice a year, and it may be placed on the consent agenda. So on this issue of whether or not your board would allow an entirely remote meeting by an advisory body, must be your board has the power to authorize or revoke that. Must be revisited at least twice a year. And it does require still for these advisory bodies one in-person location for the public participation with staff present. Not necessarily the members of the advisory committee, but staff, presumably to manage the remote audiovisual component of that. So that's part of staff's duties. And other updates to this, you see there in the bullet point, I'll highlight a few of them. For elected members who are members of the advisory bodies, they cannot use flexibility beyond what is already existing, what already exists as part of remote participation options. So that basically what that means is they are still subject. For elected members, they can't go beyond what's already being allowed for remote participation. It exempts certain bodies with primary subject matter jurisdictions over elections, budgets, police oversight, privacy, taxes or tax spending, or library circulation. That's what the legislature has outlined as being exempt from this entirely remote option for advisory bodies. SB 707 also provides updates to the Brown Act regarding an outreach to underrepresented and non-English speaking communities. But it does add language as part of the update that legislative bodies have broad discretion. Your board has broad discretion to decide what would be reasonable for outreach and holds them to a standard of just reasonableness. And then the outreach would consist of essentially providing them with information about the meetings, about your board meetings. And just a few more updates that takes into effect on July 1, 2026, much of which we already have in place. It requires city councils and boards of supervisors to maintain a webpage dedicated to public meetings with a prominent link on the homepage, and clarifies the method to receive regular notice of these board meetings. Much of that we already have in place, and I think IT is also in the process of incorporating some of those features in the county's website. We get into now the other updates from SB 707 when it comes to remote meetings and participation. You see a lot of those updates. These updates are already in place. These are not updates that are set to take into effect on July 1, because they already took into effect on January 1, 2026. On the first bullet point there, it clarifies that of your board's existing authority to remove or limit participation for individuals for actual disruption. It also applies to members of the public participating remotely, so it provides that further clarification. It's actually consistent with the county's policies and procedures for public disruptions to the board meeting. Also confirms the California Attorney General opinion holding that remote participation is actually a reasonable accommodation under the Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA. So other updates, general updates to coming from SB 707. It does impose a new restriction on calling of a special meeting regarding salary schedules, or compensation for members of a legislative body. There's a lot of provisions that are built in here that have been fleshed out under the Brown Act as part of this update. So my general suggestion would be if there's any questions regarding certain actions related to these topics, please contact my office. We can flesh out those requirements, go through those checklists to see what can be done procedurally to address these items in a board meeting. And that's the end of that part of the presentation. Of course, the second part is as part of the agenda item packet. We have the draft really it's an addition of Rule 16 to Chapter 1, Section 2 of the County of Lakes Policies and Procedures that address the remote access. And this is part of the requirement under SB 707 for each county to adopt such a policy. And it's there, it's provided there for your board's consideration and approval. And staff is recommending that your board approve the amendments to Chapter 1, Section 2 of the policies and procedures by adding this Rule 16.
Thank you, Supervisor Crandall.
Yes. Disruptive commentator. I know that was brought up right during this presentation. What defines that? There's times when, there might be annoying commentators, or there might be commentators that are talking about, like sometimes someone will bring up like a nuclear reactor when we don't have that, or something, something that, data centers, they may not be prevalent as of now, but they could be. There's specific things at times that aren't germane to what the meeting is. My policy has always been, even as the chair, is I just let them have their 3 minutes. But is it the chair's discretion to say, look, you know what I mean? Like, I just want to make sure. So there's a lot of times this happens in some of my municipal advisory committees. And so I want to make sure and be clear on that, what disruptive is and what leeway when it comes to the Brown Act that the chair has. That's becoming a big conflict at times in my municipal advisory committees. So I want to make sure and have that delineated if possible.
And for just generally speaking, I think our policies and procedures, particularly Rule 1 of Section 3 of Chapter 1 of the County of Lakes Policies and Procedures, it does address, at least on a general level, what would constitute as disruptive behavior. Certainly behavior that's to the extent conveyed in a manner that would disrupt the meeting, such that the meeting cannot it would be very difficult for the meeting to proceed. That would be considered as disruptive. And it gets even disruptive behavior, and it gets even into more specifics under our policy, which I think is consistent with what the Brown Act is contemplating as well. Under that Rule 1, it says all members shall it would also apply for public comment or for members of the public, shall refrain from the use of profanity, emotional outbursts, personal attacks, or any speech or conduct which tends to bring the organization into disrepute. And the chair may determine when orderly conduct of the meeting is not feasible owing to the disruptive behavior by the persons in attendance. It provides measures for addressing such a disruptive behavior. The chair may order the removal of the persons disrupting the meeting. The chair may also, and I've seen this in the past, may order recess to try to see if the disruptive behavior can be resolved. If order cannot be restored by removal of such persons, the chair may order the meeting room cleared and continue in session. So you have these specific measures in place, but I think much of it is based on a reasonable person standard of what one would consider as disruptive behavior, to the extent that it conveyed in a manner that would inhibit the continuation of the meeting itself with all the other items to be discussed.
I think too, it comes down to when we're having our meetings and a constituent comes up and wants to kind of go back and forth and banter. I know that there's times where we have to say, okay, just have your 3 minutes. This is very difficult to control in a municipal advisory capacity, because sometimes we're not there to even help with that. And a lot of times, even if we're there, it's still going to be pushed back and contested. So I just want to make sure that there's a way to provide tools to anyone that is leading one of those meetings. And I'm glad that you mentioned take a break or something along those lines. Because it's just key. I've had to actually dissolve, or the board helped me dissolve an actual municipal advisory committee because it was very disruptive and there was really no actual business taking place. It was just an initiative or something, or an agenda outside of what was needed for the community. So I don't think we have that as of now. I just think that sometimes these trainings are very important, and so I want to be able to refer some folks to it, especially for the fact that it's a new Senate bill that's encouraging a lot of changes. So that's why I'm kind of throwing some of this stuff in there for you. If that makes sense. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I just, for the first part of it, I think it's going to be imperative that we have a concise fact sheet or training document that we can all share. I think there's going to be a lot of incumbent on supervisors to train the town halls, but we've got over 65 committees, and all of us are part of many of those that are Brown Act committees. So I think some kind of a training document that we can start using for all of those Brown Act ones would be beneficial for us.
Would the sharing of this item with our Brown Act committees probably be able to handle a lot of that, because it has the same information we're getting?
Yes, absolutely. So the materials here are available for members of the public, members of committees itself, advisory committees to your board. They're certainly available for their reference. In addition, my office is available to conduct training sessions, agendized training sessions for each committee, council. We've done that in the past as well, in relation to these Brown Act updates, as well as tailoring the trainings to be more advisory specific, more tailored for advisory committees as far as these updates are concerned. It's a good training tool as well. I always encourage for anything, not just to your board, but also on these advisory committees who are reaching out to your board. If they do have any questions, that's part of my office's job, is to try to answer and resolve those issues or questions that they may have related to these updates, or just in the Brown Act in general, procedural questions regarding the Brown Act.
Could we perhaps ask staff to just send an email with these attachments to the list of committees that would require the Brown Act? So it wouldn't be the ad hoc, but it'd be the others that we are on. There's how many committees? A lot.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, County Council, I do recommend that we in admin help County Council basically develop a cheat sheet that can accompany the training, that can be sent to all the committees, or you can hand them out to your committee members or whichever, and then we could also post it and include it in our protocols.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, because this is great, but there's some things in here that I don't know that they need to get sidetracked on.
I'll just have to say, there's, a lot of times that people don't accept. You can say, this is the Brown Act, this is this. In this day and age with ChatGPT and Grok, these AI, tools help people with their, with bringing stuff to the meetings and whatnot. And so what it does is it never contests what you're saying, because you're telling it what you want to say. A lot of times it pushes back against what we're trying to tell them. And so no matter what, and this happened in my Lucerne town hall, I can tell them anything and I'm going to push back. I'm not going to, and a lot of people already have a distrust with government as it is. So they think there's a conspiracy or something taking place, when it's really just trying to hold a meeting and ensure that things move forward. So I just want to make sure that we're cognizant of that. And I want to make sure too that when people that are chosen to volunteer, or they're volunteering for these committees, that they have the support, because why do it if they're not going to be, if they're not going to be able to conduct a meeting, and the people that are coming aren't going to be able to concentrate on what's on the agenda, as opposed to having other things kind of force fed to them. So it happens. Again, I had to deal with it with my Lucerne town hall. That's why it's now Central Town Hall.
What I was referring to primarily is, for instance, the recreation agency, those that are on our list of assignments, getting them out to those that are required.
And I didn't see anything in here, because we do have numerous committees that don't do anything remote. It's all in person. But there's no new requirement that they all do remote, correct?
I believe so.
Oh, we did. So every
check, but the ones that are currently in place right now, there's a two-way audio visual component that makes reference to jurisdictions, entities whose jurisdictions cover an area that's 30,000 or more. That's the starting point. There are other requirements there, but I think with what's in place right now, I think for the ones who don't do two-way audio visual remote, I'll double check, but I believe that's...
Go ahead.
I was thinking the same thing, and I wasn't sure which ones would apply and which ones wouldn't. There's going to be some, like our town halls, that they're not going to be representing 30,000, but you've got others, like for instance the Recreation Committee, or that's going to be representing more, over 30,000. So I was assuming those would, and that's what I needed the help. That's why I was passing this on to admin to make sure that it gets in the right hands.
And that can be a part of the fact sheet that staff will develop as well.
Right.
Yes, thank you.
As far as the criteria.
Yeah, because like the Animal Advisory Committee, would that be viewed as representing more than 30,000 people?
Yeah.
That's why I brought that up, because it's a countywide, but there's other committees that don't represent countywide.
Yeah.
All right. Is there anything else from the board at this point? Then we'll open it up to the public. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm going to speak first as a board member for PEG TV. I think I do have some questions that are hope are answered. I think you touched on them about the technological disruption for those of us that attend these advisory councils. As you've already pointed out, that the Zoom isn't working and things like that. So we on PEG and Thomas specifically, we need to work together to figure out what to do if it's not working, how we would inform that advisory council, for example, that we're having an issue and what the triggers are. That's one thing. The other thing around technological disruptions is the actual building itself. We consistently and repeatedly hear that people can't hear because of the ambient noise, the echo, and things like that. So we would need some guidance on that. And also, as a PEG member, I would mention that if we're going to have to expand audiovisual to other areas, that feel free to contact PEG TV to see if there's any way we might be able to help. As an individual, I would, wearing that hat, I really strongly encourage someone like Mr. Quintavano attending these advisory council meetings along with the cheat sheet and the guide sheets, because every advisory council has different bylaws and different understanding and different questions. And I don't think you as board members, although you're very skilled at it, would be able to answer all the questions that'll come up. And eventually they'll have to get back to Lloyd. So there are already a lot of questions. We already have very different practices on PEG TV with these various advisory councils on how they operate. Some of them are bi-directional, some of them are not. And so I think there's going to be a lot of really good questions. And then the last question I have is, it mentions disabilities, but for someone that, say, is homebound and is part of, say, a senior committee or in-home support services or something like that, I'm curious as to how they would be able to participate, because in the past it appeared that they were not able to participate. So it sounds like there's openings for that now, but I'd like to get that clarified. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Board, and County Council Quintavano. Thank you for this presentation and providing these updates and offering assistance to the town halls. You've been very instrumental in helping us navigate the system. I would like to find out on the 1 hour to fix before cessation, is a requirement that recording continue despite a technological failure? such as if the Board of Supervisors continues with no Zoom option, are they still required to maintain the recording so that can be published later on? I think that would be beneficial. Also, defining a technological failure. If it's being streamed live on Zoom and on YouTube at the same time, both have chat features open and available, and one of them fails, can the meeting continue as long as there is one still available to the public? And my last question was, which Supervisor Crandall asked and got a response about disruption and what would be that qualification. And yeah, I would just like to know if because at Earth, we do use Zoom and YouTube. So if we just had the YouTube, which seems to never fail, so we just had that chat open and people can use that one and the Zoom does fail, I'd like to be able to explore that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room?
Hi, yes, Daniel Sinram. I just have concerns about being able to shut down a meeting. To continue a meeting without it being available to the public, especially in one of the poorest counties in the state, where you do have cell service is negligent in many areas. There's no high-speed internet except for Starlink, which many people can't afford, and transportation. So I do understand trying to move things along with some of these meetings, but this isn't a one-size-fits-all for the state of California. And in our particular case, it's important to maintain the availability for people to attend those meetings. And if the technology fails, I don't necessarily think that the meetings, and maybe the smaller meetings, okay, but certainly Board of Supervisors meetings for sure shouldn't be able to go on just because your technology failed. So that's just my concerns.
Thank you. Next in the room.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Margot Kambara. The municipal area councils showcase democracy in action. Supervisor Crandall demonstrates an enlightened view of public comment at the max. Allowing the speaker his or her 3 minutes of public comment, especially if the speaker's conduct is not disruptive, is ideal. As we approach the nation's 250th anniversary, celebrating freedom of speech by allowing public comment is very worthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone online? No. So I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Crandall?
I just want to make sure that what I was saying, I don't want to limit anybody to what they're saying. If it's up to the chair or whoever, they have the discretion. That's what I was asking Lloyd, what discretion and what would consist of that. As anyone's noticed, when I'm chair, I let them speak, and I even make my colleagues upset because they're like telling me, hey, they're not talking about something. I'm like, just let them have the 3 minutes so we can be finished, and we'll talk about it if it's germane. So just wanted to make sure people knew that I'm not trying to limit anyone's voice.
Thank you. Were you wanted to say something, County Council, or go ahead?
I think the number of the comments were pertaining primarily to the advisories, and it looks like that the advisories are kind of going to be exempt because they're not representing over 30,000. My concern is more like with the Farm Bureau. Are your meetings, I don't know if they're currently being streamed, but no? Okay. So those are the entities that were... Oh, you're not?
It's not a Brown Act.
Okay. I'm more concerned about entities that might be bound by Brown Act and not having the ability. So, thank you.
All right. So anything further from the board at this point, or are we ready for action?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve amending Chapter 1, Section 2 of the County of Lakes Policy and Procedures by adding Rule 16, County of Lake Policy regarding remote access during Ralph M. Brown Act meetings.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 4-0. Thank you.
Can we?
We need to take a few minutes break.
Yeah, this is going to be.
Yeah, before we start the next item. Good, Sam? We'll call our meeting back to order and we'll move on to our 6.711 a.m. item, which is public hearing, consideration of ordinance to amend Chapter 21, Article 27 of the Lake County Code regarding commercial cannabis regulations, continued from March 10th, April 7th, and June 2nd, 2026. And I'll turn it over to Community Development Department.
Thank you. Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. This is the fourth opportunity the board has had to consider this draft ordinance. Just wanted to point out one change in the staff report that was done was to itemize the different parts or different aspects that were within the previous three discussions of the board to add items to consider for Article 73. So those are itemized there for the board's convenience now. Additionally, the option to pause the permitting process based on an active warrant has been pulled out of this draft ordinance and added to the Article 73 list just for further review. I was thankful to Holly Harris, who sent in a couple typographical errors she noted, most of which were on the red line to Article 27, but there is one change on page 12, line 24, that said I would like to change from all cannabis permittees shall submit a performance review report on an annual basis on June 1st to by June 1st. So that was one change that I don't think is substantive. I have a request for another change, which Mary took my copy.
Which page was that?
That is on the draft ordinance, page 12, line 24. I didn't change the ones on the red line, Article 27, because that's not, the ordinance is the mechanism or the instrument that really matters in this item. Additionally, I would request to add a little more supporting text into Section 6 regarding the CEQA analysis. Senior Planner Mary Claiborne, who's here with me today, just went and got that scanned and emailed so that we can place it up on the screen. But that was my copy. So if I could borrow somebody's copy, I'll read it into the record. Thank you. Got it? Section 7 covers the environmental analysis of the ordinance. And just for additional clarification and supporting text, I would like to add a couple sentences, and I will read them. The amendments modify the ordinance to increase restrictions. They do not propose, approve, or fund any specific physical construction or ground disturbing activities. The revisions simply align the local municipal code with existing state law and policy without changing the intensity of use. This analysis also notes that any subsequent approvals facilitated by the ordinance will remain subject to full project-level CEQA review. I am hopeful that this additional detail and verbiage will be deemed non-substantive by County Council so that we can proceed with a first reading of this ordinance hopefully today. That concludes my presentation.
County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the proposed amendments can be considered substantive, but your board can still proceed with the first reading of the ordinance, and it would just approve the first reading of the ordinance as amended. The criteria for substantive or versus non-substantive amendments typically would come into play if there are any amendments made at the second reading.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have anything, Supervisor on?
Yeah. Actually,
I should have probably called you yesterday, and I had my hands full because some of this is kind of minor and some of it is a little bigger. I'm going to go ahead and go through a list of concerns and things that I'd caught, if I can get back to my page. Okay. The first thing I wanted to know is I'd like to see that this document has some teeth. One of the issues that I have had complaints on is abandoned, like old hoop houses and stuff where projects have been abandoned and it's an eyesore. So I don't know. I think that there's a $5,000 bond basically for that, but they're not being cleaned up. So I'd like to see something in here where where it's high enough where we can actually abate those. And you know more about it than I do. I just know that I've had complaints. The next thing, actually, one of them I believe that somebody had mentioned was Kindness Farms. It has been shut down, but it hasn't been cleaned up, and that's over, I think, in EJ's district. And then there's been a few others in other districts that people have called me about. Kindness Farm is what I was told it was. Kindness, I might have that wrong. Okay, let me see. The Farm Bureau I found out yesterday when I was talking with the Farm Bureau, they've been taken off, where you get your little, at the bottom of your boxes where they have to go to the different departments to sign off with the fire department. And Farm Bureau has been removed from that.
I'm sorry. Which form you're talking about?
It's in the application forms.
For a major use permit?
Yes. And they have been removed from that, so they're not being notified, and they would like to be notified. So that's a simple little ask.
If I understand you correctly, that is when we receive an application for a major use permit and send it out for request for review. Is that correct?
Yes.
No problem. We'll make note of it.
Okay. So we'd like to have that put back on. I know that somebody that was here prior to, I've heard rumor, that they had actually had, and we're probably not going to go that way, but just food for thought, cannabis overlay zone, which might have been easier, to say that this is the areas that it would work best in. But just food for thought, I wanted to throw that out. I thought it was kind of a cool idea, and might kind of, we'd have a little more control.
So you're saying that you'd like the board to reconsider allowed zoning districts and actually create some sort of overlay zone where cannabis is allowed to be cultivated?
That was a thought, and I wanted to bring it up for the board to just hear that and see what, and it's not obviously for discussion much today, but it's something to think about, and I don't know if that'd make your job easier. I don't know if it would, if we'd be able to control the effects on neighbors a little more. So that, and also knowing which areas have the enough water, for instance. So that was just a thought. Let me see. How are we dealing with the property owners? I know that they have to be listed on the applications now, but when they're LLCs, did we get that resolved?
Yes, that is in great detail in Article 27, but as the treasurer tax collector did speak to this board, we have made amendments to assist him that he is satisfied with, so that the gaps that existed previously are now getting addressed, regardless of what type of entity the applicant is.
Yeah, I had read the entire thing. I just didn't see the clarification referring to LLCs and some of the issues we were having. So okay, perfect.
We worked with that office specifically to address that concern.
Okay. The next thing I seen in there throughout it was full-time employees are subject to the background checks, where it used to be all employees, which I'm fine with that, but there's no definition of full-time employees as somebody that works less than 35 hours a week, so because there's ways to get around that then. So that was just a little bit of a concern. There's no definition for that.
Thank you.
The 2 consecutive years, I know for non-cultivation, I know I'd had speaking to some of the cultivators. I guess that's fine. I'm going to leave that where it is. They were wanting to expand that a little bit.
I'd like to address that you bring up a good point. Currently in our zoning code, for any use permit, if there is no activity for 2 years, it expires.
On the second year?
At the end of that second year.
Okay, the way I'd read it, it was 2 consecutive years, so after the second year, it was expired rather than on the third week.
And that was the purpose for making it clear that we're not going to grant opt-outs for 2 consecutive years.
Okay.
However, one thing I did add in this staff report, thank you for reminding me, is that the zoning code already also covers a way for it not to expire prior to those first 2 years.
Okay.
And that is what we call vesting. So I did add the code citation in there showing they have to come in and demonstrate through receipts and that they have accomplished or invested a certain amount of a percentage of the overall project cost, and then we would consider them vested and they would not expire. So for those cannabis projects or any other use permit project, so long as they are investing towards getting started, they're covered in the existing code. Should they do nothing and not do any investing in those first 2 years, then we do not cover that. That expires.
Okay. There is not a definition for farm preserve zone.
Farmland protection zone?
Yes, farmland protection zones. So we were wondering, we wanted to see what, we need a definition defining what qualifies for farmland protection, and we couldn't find anything in there. And I know that was written primarily for the cannabis industry coming in.
Right, and it was established by, I think, Ordinance 3101 and 03, and it was attached a map showing those boundaries.
We saw the maps, but the written definition of what qualifies to be a farmland protection is not in there. The map is, but not an actual definition of what it is.
Okay. I will note that.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, draft ordinance, page 12. Evidence of enrollment with the applicable regional water quality control board or state water resource control board for water quality protection programs or written verification from the applicant board that enrolls is not necessary. So we've changed it from where it was required to not being necessary. So we're taking out that requirement on page 12. And that's page 12 and 12, number 12, 12. And I didn't feel comfortable with taking out that.
Page 12, line what?
It's Roman numeral 12.
Oh, thank you.
And it looks all good all the way down to the not necessary.
Yeah.
So it looks like we are no longer requiring that.
If we could just pause for a moment, I want to check the context of that section. Because I think this section is really long, so I made one little change and had to add in a whole bunch of the existing language. I'd like to take a moment to be able to address that concern.
Okay. Do you want me to hold or do you want me to go on?
There was a letter before.
Well, if you see in Article 27, I actually highlighted in yellow the portion that talked about the notice of applicability, which is required. So if we could just have a moment, actually, I'll have Mary take a look at that section so that we can come back. And
there's a number of inconsistencies we just wanted to clean up. So
it could be that this is not for cultivation. It could be that it's for something else, because the notice of applicability only deals with something that's going to be using water. And so that has been, like, you wouldn't get a notice of applicability for your storefront if you're in retail.
Yeah, it just doesn't.
I'm thinking that might be it, but we'll take a look at it so we can confirm. Go ahead, please keep going.
Okay, page 13. Okay. So in page 13, there's B, pursuant to section, and then 5I. Above, the premises shall be inspected by the department on an annual or biannual basis, or less frequently if approved by the director. And I don't recall ever having any type of conversation on less frequently. I do recall talking about possibly biannually if they hadn't had any late fees or violations within the past 5 years, I believe is what we had mentioned. But this looks like it can be less frequent than even.
So biannual means twice a year, and that applies to any permittee that applies for reduced canopy or opt-out. So that means twice a year. It can be done less frequently in that it could be reduced to every other year after 5 years of no problems with their annual inspections by the discretion of the director.
But that's not what it states. So that needs to be clarified.
Okay.
That it would be if under these situations, under these circumstances, we could go to every other year. But
that is clarified elsewhere in the ordinance, but I can repeat it here if you prefer.
Yes.
Okay.
Page 16.
Did you make note of that one? Page 16.
Yes. The premises shall be inspected by the department on an annual basis and less frequently above the director. Approved by the director. So unless less frequently, again, it's the same thing.
That's the same wording that existed in 27. Yeah, and it does go on to report. Let's see, where is it clarified? One moment. This is for the performance review, requiring the annual performance review.
Page 17, section 27.13 shall be removed entirely in its entirety, but I don't remember what that was. Was that in there?
Are you talking about the draft ordinance for my?
Yes, I'm still on draft ordinance.
EQA and section 7.
No, page 17.
Okay. So section 27.13 AU, section 34, I'm guessing, and I can double check on the redlined article 27, AU is for processing or manufacturing, but let me find out for you. Also, I did write these citations on a separate table as well, so that it would be of assistance to the board. Yep. Let me just see what I removed in its entirety. One moment. Guessing it's the reapplication.
Yeah, it just didn't have the follow-up on what.
Sure. Yeah, in the ordinance where it says it shall be removed in its entirety, that is the section that is required for permit renewals, which is going away since the 10-year permit time limit is going away.
Now, did we make a decision on that?
Yes.
Okay, I don't recall making the decision.
It was 1 or 2 meetings ago.
What I thought that was if there had not been any violations, that it could be.
That is in respect to annual compliance monitoring visits. That was going to go less than frequently. The term limit for the use permit was 10 years, and it was supported by this board at least once that be removed. And then that, if you're removing the 10-year term limit, then you also remove the need for a renewal of the use permit.
Can we look into that? Because I recall mentioning that if they were if there had been no violations or
we don't have a mechanism to only remove term limits for certain permits. That would have led to a very different ordinance verbiage.
So, yeah, I disagree with that. I think that if they have been good players and haven't had any violations, etc., I can see not having them come up for renewal. If they have been somebody we're struggling with, not putting their tags on their plants, etc., etc., for those people, I think that they need to be scrutinized a little more.
It will not stop the annual performance review reports, nor would it stop the annual site monitoring visits. So all of that overseeing would still be done on a very consistent basis.
I just don't recall voting for that.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
As soon as you're done, then I wanted to go back to the first couple things, if I could address those as well.
Okay, I've got a few things here. On the CEQA, taking out the CEQA guidelines, I know right now, I don't know that we are in a place that we don't know that it isn't significant. I understand the planting, but what I'm more concerned about is water.
I'm not certain what you're talking about removing
the CEQA guidelines from it. It was page 18. General rules that CEQA applies only to projects which have the potential for causing a significant effect on the environment. I would think loss of water might be a significant effect.
That was referring to the common sense exemption, which is actually your concern is why the additional verbiage that I'm requesting to add is going to be very helpful, because it does specify that each project goes through its entire CEQA review that is project specific.
Okay.
So there is no way we're going to remove any of the CEQA analysis.
The way I had read this, it looked like it was being removed.
It's got a whole bunch of legalese sentences in front, so I don't blame you at all.
Okay. Article 18, is there any allowed? No. That one I think we're pretty good on. Article 19, page 2, reserved. Do you have the word reserved on page 2? And I don't know what the word reserved.
That is this totally cool trick that county council taught me, because if you just strike something, then you have to renumber everything in the ordinance. It's a formatting thing. And so if you're going to remove something, like removing in its entirety is one, you'll see that I only mentioned that once because that was at the very end and it wouldn't have prompted renumbering, so I wouldn't have to add the entire section in the ordinance. So instead, we just take out the text that we're removing and we put in the word reserved, so I don't have to renumber everything that comes after it.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't understand. It was actually in there a couple times. But
I was super thankful that county council showed me that trick, because it saved this from being maybe a 34-page ordinance.
Oh, okay. So then on Article 27, I also had the item I had just mentioned about the reapplying, which I'd asked that we look into it. Over here, just some housekeeping items on your, let's see, what is this?
That's the table.
Okay. So on the first page, we have it where it's not allowed in SR, the cannabis, to be cultivated.
It was a board decision to remove that at the last.
I remember that one.
Yeah.
But yet you still have it in here on maximum canopy. In several places you had removed the SRs.
That's totally my bad. I'm sorry. That's a typo, but luckily it is removed in the ordinance.
Okay. Yeah, because it's just throughout here in a few
I appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you.
So if you wanted to, and then of course, I also have on here the $5,000 bond. Is it enough? And what can we do to be able to make sure we can clean up those abandoned grows?
We do have a 6-month remediation process requirement in the conditions of approval. We also do have remediation site visits, and we did conduct one with the farm that you were just mentioning earlier.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yes,
good.
absolutely. We're on it. We're not just going to leave them.
Perfect. Okay.
Though if somebody notices out in the community, notices a farm that has closed down, we'd appreciate it if they let us know, because it's possible maybe that we haven't not become aware of it yet, and we're happy to follow it up directly so that these closed farms don't linger.
That people have mentioned. So
Awesome. Yeah, anytime, let me know.
So, okay, that's it. Thank you.
Super. If we could go back, the 6-month remediation, good. We just covered that. We are adding the Farm Bureau back into the request for a review list. Cannabis overlay zone, I'm just going to leave that for the board to direct me if there's consensus on completely revamping the zoning districts and creating an overlay zone. Dealing with property owners if they're LLCs, yep, we got that one. Definition of a full-time employee, no problem. We can probably pull something from labor code. And a definition for FPZ you'd like added. If it's okay, I'd like to make that an Article 73 item, because so far we've been operating just fine based on the maps, which have become an overlay on our GIS system. So we're not adding any that aren't supposed to be in it, and we're not removing any that are included.
We're also, I know that there's some desire to add some more FPZ. And I know that we don't have any in District 1, and I know that there are some people down in District 1 that would like to look at adding FPZ.
And that is, I think that's the basis for at the last hearing, there was a request for us to, in Article 73, to revamp the FPZ wording so that should additional FPZ areas be added, the deadlines and the years for transitioning would then not be set on a calendar, but would be more timeless. So it would just move forward, and it would impact the future ones should additional FPZ territories be added.
Yeah, I met with the Farm Bureau yesterday and went over that, and I know that there's definitely some interest.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else from the board right now?
I'll just add this because I received an email about a letter, and I don't even know if I want to know how this is germane, but I also want to just be cognizant that it may not be something that's coming into the what we're proposing. But there was an email alluding to a letter back in 2016 about exclusionary zones, and one of those being Double Eagle Ranch, and a letter. And that was my first month as a planning commissioner. I remember I remember this now because my date appointed was in September of 2016. But there was a letter from somebody to Robert Mazzarelli back then about exclusionary zones, and that how Double Eagle subdivision seemed unnecessary. Now, back then, I wish I would have known now, did the community have a chance to respond to that? And my whole point of bringing this up is when we look at these in the future or anything like this, to make sure that one person's say doesn't avoid or keep from having the community represented or something like that. So I'm just bringing it up because I got the email as well. So and to admit my naivety back then.
Yeah, the exclusionary zones as they exist now are for things like the lake or public lands or city limits, things like that. If the board wanted to address actually now adding community by community as an exclusion zone, you're free to do so. But at the time that Mr. Massarelli was presenting the original ordinance, the board did not take it up at that time.
Right.
I've worked with the Double Eagle Ranch representative since I came back in 2022, and so far we haven't found a consistent, fair way to exclude a single community or to just make that as an exclusion zone. We've gone through a number of different possible options, but we always kind of hit a wall. So we thought about making it a residential design overlay because that would not allow for it, or we could add it in there. But the community did not want that overlay.
The other thing is that it was already an exclusion zone, and then because
it was never an exclusion zone.
Okay.
I never saw a draft ordinance that had Double Eagle as an exclusion zone that came before this board. Okay. But if I'm missing something, I apologize. But I was the one reviewing those draft ordinances.
Okay. And I was one that should have caught it back then.
Well, if the board would like to add a discussion of community-specific exclusion zones, which there wouldn't be that many because most of the communities that we have are in R1, R2, R3, and there is no cultivation in that. But let's add it to Article 73, if we could.
Yeah. What is the zoning for double eagle?
They're a combination. Some is rural lands and some is rural residential. They're sort of a special community in that they don't have the residential design overlay, and two, their properties are not zoned residential. They're zoned rural lands or rural residential.
Okay, so and that would be something to bring up in Article 73.
It might be. Let me talk to County Council, and I'll add it to the bullet point list of things to consider for Article 73 for sure. Yeah, it's just that community has issues specifically because by doing it by zoning district, it is allowed. It is a permitted use in rural lands and rural residential, and that's where the conflict has arisen.
There was one thing I forgot.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know we had mentioned it. Limiting the number of retail.
That is on the Article 73 list.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I won't forget.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm in favor of looking at that situation we just talked about, but we can look at it in 73.
Yep.
All right. So it doesn't look like we have anything else from the board. I think we're going to try to push through if the board's okay. I don't know how much public comment we have. How many people in the room do we have that are going to speak? 4, 5, and what do we have online?
1.
Okay. We'll go ahead and open public comment. We'll start in the room, and the first person can come up and state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, again, Daniel Sinram, Lake County Farm Bureau. I have a few things I'd like to see. I don't think I'll get through everything, but first of all, I'd like to make clear on the use permit review, Maria. We would be interested. We used to be on the review of anything that had to do with agriculture. We're not looking at just cannabis on this. Anything that has to do with any of our agricultural properties or rural lands or any of that, we would like to.
Does that include grading permits?
We used to be on those as well. This is like 20 years ago or 15 years ago. We used to get all that stuff, and so we would.
Yeah, no problem. We'd be
put in our
add you on.
Yeah, thank you.
That's great.
So as far as one of the big things I'd like to mention here is talking about the FPZ, and I'd like to go to our Farm Bureau land use policy. One of the things that we promote is we look at the need for food will increase with an anticipated worldwide growth of population. So therefore, the recognition of farmland as an important resource should be a high priority. And so we have always advocated for protecting any farmland that we possibly can. And as it pertains to the farmland protection zone, one note on that, I did actually find, so you have in the zoning ordinance, Article 3, you have all the zones, different grading or different zoning definitions are given there. There is no FPZ zone described there, but I did find it in Article 68 under F. It's line 17 or number 17. And then also in Article 68, it goes A, B, C, D, E, F, G, B, C, D, E, F. So your lettering is off in that article as well. So as far as the expansion, we obviously would love to see the expansion of FPZ. One of our biggest concerns with protecting the Big Valley area was not just traditional agriculture, but also keeping the cannabis, helping protect the cannabis as well. Because, you look at pears get sprayed, grapes get sprayed, and when you're looking at contamination and drift, that may not be compatible with a product that is getting ingested or burned, smoked. And so as far as that goes, we'd like to certainly welcome the expansion if that is all on the table. I did note, is this on?
Yeah.
Okay. I did notice that there was, in part of the documentation I was looking at, there was removal the removal of the setback from off-site residences, but then I also saw in another section it is still there, so I'm not sure on that.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you for your time. Also, I will just want to really commend the Cannabis Ordinance Review Committee. I know that was quite a process for those that spent time on that, and I do appreciate the time that they spent on that.
Thank you.
If I could address just one aspect there for clarification.
Go ahead.
Thanks. The removal of setbacks was actually just on that table because it switched from being 100 per license type or permit type. It switched to being based on zoning district. And so that's why I was taken out of one section but added to another section.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Supervisor Crandall. I won't fault you. You're only there for about a month, so you're good there. And I agree that overlay maps may be beneficial in the day and age that we're in, where we're having all of these different entities that are trying to come into our community. So maybe overlay maps are a better option than exclusion zones, so that they can just see exactly where they are permissible and ideal. I won't go into the email with the letter. I think you guys got the gist of it, but that was in 2016. It was the county did create a draft exclusionary zone map, and the letter did come after that draft, and it was removed. I can speak with you more about that, Director Turner, if you'd like. But I think right now we are running into, in Double Eagle, just to give you a heads up, we are running into an issue with other commercial activities. Now we're looking at short-term camping, short-term rentals, geothermal, energy, that kind of stuff. Those are all commercial uses to us out there. So maybe we do need to specify where commercial overlays should be. Maybe that's a discussion that we need to have. And people that live in an area, I know I moved out there for the CCNRs. They protected me. I'm not asking you guys to uphold them, but I'm also asking not to push stuff out there. We can't support it. So, and then changing hats into a different thing, because unfortunately Holly couldn't be here today. I just wanted to point out that there appears to be that CDD has had roughly requests for roughly 1,500 temporary hoop houses. I don't know if that's accurate, but I don't know how many have been approved. And then the water board enrollment on page 12, line 6, is that something we're taking out? Or is that Article 73 and not being discussed today? I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the room.
Good afternoon, Chair Rasmussen and Supervisors. Margot Kambara. On March 10th, April 7th, and June 2nd of this year, your board continued this agenda item. Attorneys for Tom Lasik and Margot Kambara submitted public comment on their behalf in a letter dated March 6, 2026, and addressed your board. In this letter, the attorneys explained that the cannabis ordinance amendments are not exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act review as the county claims. Environmental review is required. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the room.
Good morning, Board. Tom Lasik. Just a few things. One is, I do have a question on the addition of the vesting as an exception. What constitutes a sufficient amount of vesting for the 2-year opt-out to not be triggered? So it seems to me that without some defined criteria around that, you run into the same thing that Treasurer Sullivan had pointed out of people potentially gaming the system. If I put up a few fence posts, am I now sufficiently vested and don't have to, I can kick the can down a couple of more years. So I think that needs to be clarified. I'd also, on the conversation of rural lands, similar to Double Eagle, where I live, it is actually a subdivision, and it's also zoned rural. The overlays don't seem to keep up with the times, but it was approved and zoned as a subdivision back in 1983. and it was never really intended to have the amount of commercial activity that's currently going there at this moment. I also would respectfully point out that the language that was entered in about CEQA, that is not necessary because we're not reducing restrictions. I would respectfully disagree with that. Just in this last conversation, you've added the vesting exception. You've eliminated and reduced language regarding background checks, reduced inspections, eliminated the 10-year permit timeline, removed CEQA analysis, potentially removing the water board enrollment. You've exempted odor control from outdoor grows and changed stepbacks from its current state regarding zoning types. So those are all material changes that are not additional restrictions. It's a lowering of the chains, as they say. I would also say, as the language of biennial and biannual, that be clarified very specifically to either twice a year or once every other year, because biennial, biannual, semi-annual do get confused. And very often, as you pointed out, biannual can mean to some people every other year, and to others it means twice a year. So I think that deserves some specificity. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next in the room.
Hi, Charles Morris. Water. We've got to know there's water there before we do these projects. It's just insane, and it's not just cannabis. It's everything. Okay, and it's how you use the water. I know in the basin where I live, there's a whole set of rules set down by the state of California in Sacramento. The courts have already ruled on it, and if you have some type of privilege, if you have a key to a gate, you can't go in and check and see how much water that guy's using. There's no monitoring of the creeks to make sure that the flow of the creeks are not being disused. We're just ignoring this stuff, and we're doing it, in my opinion, just for money. So it's something I would like to see more of when we talk about environment. Background checks. When I was a kid, we left high school, we went out, we worked in the vineyards, we went out and worked everywhere else. Having background checks of anybody that goes and works with cannabis, especially kids, it's only a good thing. I don't see any downside to that, especially since most of my family was in the cannabis business and they were involved in a lot of crime. And they can tell you that they were basically pushed out the door because they were more expensive than somebody else. And setbacks on odor. I mean, I'd just like to say, the setbacks are not enough. You're going to have a lot more meetings about that kind of stuff unless you start investing in technology, something similar to what Calpine has done with rotten egg gas. Basically take the smell of sulfur out of the air. Cannabis produces sulfur also. That's all I got.
Thank you. I believe that was everybody in the room. Let's go online.
We have phone user 1.
Phone user 1, please identify yourself. You'll have 3 minutes.
Kylie Long, Pillsbury Family Farms. And as a reminder, public comment is intended for the public to address this board, not for a back and forth. I want to speak about something that none of the supervisors or Director Turner in the Sheriff's Department want in the cannabis ordinance: applicant rights. We spend a great deal of time listening and seeing the board discuss what authority it has, yet there is little time spent discussing what rights the applicant has when the government says no. One topic of discussion that has been avoided both by staff and this board: what happens when a live scan results in a disqualification? What happens when someone obtains an expungement? What happens when court records change? What happens when an application believes the sheriff's determination is wrong? Today, I cannot find those answers anywhere in the ordinance. In an email dated on February 7, 2025, sent at 4:07 p.m., Community Development Director Maria Turner sent an email that says, response for external clarification on license revocation process, where Director Turner wrote in that email, the zoning ordinance does not address the option to petition the sheriff's office for reconsideration of a disqualification on a background check. Yet in that same email, she advised the applicant to petition the sheriff's office and stated that if they did not pursue that process, she would move forward with a relocation request. Honestly, think about what that means. The county was directing an applicant towards a process that it admits it is not written anywhere in the ordinance. Later, the county pointed to the ordinance stating that the sheriffs may evaluate the evidence of the rehabilitation and determine whether an applicant is suitable. But nowhere in the ordinance explain how applicants submit evidence, how the review is initiated, and what weight is given to an expungement, and what findings must be made, or how an applicant appeals unfavorable determination. That is the gap in your ordinance. And I believe it reflects a larger problem in how the government views the public. Too often, the public is treated as the bad player. The cannabis applicant is presumed to be hiding something. The permit holder is presumed to be the problem. And the citizen who is here requesting the questions and asking for things to be removed as the obstacle is the problem. Meanwhile, the government is treated as a good player whose decisions should simply be accepted without explanation. Accountability works both ways. If applicants are expected to disclose information, comply with regulations, and follow procedures, the government should be able to disclose its standards, explain its decisions, and have a meaningful avenue for appeal. If petitioning the sheriff is the process, put it in the ordinance. If rehabilitation evidence can be submitted, explain how. If expungements can be recognized, explain how. If they will not be recognized, explain why. If an applicant is denied, identify what appeal rights exist for them. Because right now, our ordinance tells us that a review can occur, but nowhere does it tell them how they have access to that review, how the decisions are reached, or how that can even be challenged. It's not transparency, and it's not due process. A permit holder's livelihood should not be spent on unwritten procedures, informal guidance, or whether they happen to know the right person to call. The ordinance should clearly establish required notice requirements, rehabilitation standards, expungement procedures, and written findings and appeal rights for every applicant. Right now, the government
Okay, that was your 30 seconds.
Should have rules against the government.
Thank you. Is there anybody else online?
Yeah.
Okay, Director Turner.
Thank you. We are able to supply clarification regarding Supervisor Owen's concern about written verification from the State Water Resources Control Board. This is text that is already in Article 27. I did not make any change to it, but I want to explain it just so people aren't concerned. Evidence of enrollment with the applicable Regional Water Quality Control Board, which is what we call our NOA, the Notice of Applicability, is required when you're going to be using water or when cannabis or cultivation is your main activity. If it's not required, then the Water Board does provide a statement that we take into the application that says these people are not using water as their main use. So like retail, processing, things like that don't use water, manufacturing, I don't know, but so if they don't use the water, then they don't need a notice of applicability, but they do need a written statement that NOA is not required.
Could that be addressed more clearly on page 12, item number 12? That's the Roman numeral. Just because of the language in it right now.
Since we have not had a problem in the years that we've been taking it in, I'd like to put that as an Article 73 item, but then I'd be happy to explain it.
Okay.
I'll add more detail so nobody's confused.
We just need we just need it not to be ambiguous. And,
noted.
Written verification from the appropriate board that enrollment is not necessary makes it.
We'll explain why further. Okay. Sure. And also, if the board is amenable, I really liked the request that we go to every 2 years or twice a year. I think that Mr. Lasik recommended that instead of biannual.
Definition.
I totally agree. Biannual is confusing, so we'll skip that word.
Yeah, I had read it.
Yeah, we'll make it clear, like twice a year or every other year or something like that.
Yeah, because it looked like, to me, I read it as every other year, and you're stating that it's twice a year.
Exactly.
So that was a bit ambiguous, of course. And then also removing the or, where it states or, I don't have the exact language right in front of me right now, but or less frequently at the director's decision. So at every other year, that looked like it could be every 5 years.
Well, it's already existing in Article 27. And we haven't really hit any. I think we just reached our first one that has completed 5 years of no problems in their inspections. So I'll add additional clarification to that in Article 73 if it's okay with this board. I really want a first reading if it's possible.
Yeah, I don't know. There was a lot of issues, and maybe, I don't know if we can get together. I just want to see this in writing.
I'm happy to meet with you anytime.
Okay.
Yeah.
that you still have? We're next. Yeah. Okay.
And I know a lot of issues have been coming up that we've been talking about that are in the next article. But I think today we're okay with this. I think it's everything that we've been talking about for almost 4 years now. So I'm ready to move forward with this today, knowing that there are additional items to clean up in Article 73 than some of the issues that have been brought up today.
I may bring an item back to the board just for board direction on a few of these topics before drafting the ordinance, because it would be so different depending on which way the board wants to go.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I feel like there's definitely needs to be some language cleanup in this. So if we can do that, I just don't want, for instance, when we had stated, as I recall, the statement was that they wouldn't have to come back up for a reapplication if they hadn't had any late pays or violations. And what's in here is that automatically it's a forever permit.
My understanding is that the 10-year term limit removal was board direction. So that's what I've been moving on. If I was incorrect, please feel free to let me know, because I will have to take this back and do some revisions, significant revisions.
Yeah, and I don't recall that. So that's why I said I'd like to see where we agreed.
I mean, I recall that it was board consensus and direction for the 10-year removal, and just checking with the chair.
That's what I recall.
Do you remember that?
Don't.
That's why I drafted the ordinance in the way that I did. Yeah, so the last 3 times you've seen this term limit be removed, and also the renewal process removed. However, we did have discussion about how the annual compliance monitoring site visits, the annual performance review reports, all of that would stand. Also the exercising of revocation should there be continual violations, all of that remains in place.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes it more like every other use permit, which does not usually have time limits.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't recall that. So I would like to have proof of that if we're going to move with that.
Maybe we could trail it and pull the minutes over lunch and bring it back.
Can we do that, County Council?
I don't know if the minutes would capture that, since we have action minutes. I'd have to go watch the videos and show you the point of the video time.
I mean, I know we've had this in...
Yes, this is the 4th time that I've presented.
Yeah, but you know what? To be honest, I didn't go through it with a fine-tooth comb, because I found out before that you had pulled it and we had a lot of stuff on their agenda. So I just
been on every bullet-pointed list and part of every presentation.
That doesn't mean when we know ahead of time that it's going to be pulled that we took the time to go through it. I did not, because there was a lot of stuff on our agenda, so I focused on other items.
I would be happy to review the videos if you would like to continue this item to later in the day and come back.
Yeah, I know when we had this on June 3rd? 2nd. We talked about it then and continued with that.
I'm happy to bring back citations. I wouldn't want to do something that was not the will of the board.
Okay, so we can trail this until later in the afternoon. County Council, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the matter of procedure, your board has 3 main options, one of which you already touched on, trailing the matter to see if further clarification can be made as to any possible amendments to be made today to the ordinance. The suggestion from my office would be, if there are going to be any amendments, substantive or otherwise, for purposes of first reading of the ordinance, that those amendments be placed on record, meaning verbatim language, word for word, on in which section of the ordinance would be proposed to be an amendment if your board chooses to move forward with the first reading. Absent that, then you have these 2 other options. The one option would be to continue this public hearing to a date and time certain. It would still be a first reading to obtain to hammer out during that period of time prior to this continuance hearing date, the amendments themselves, revisions to the draft that's being presented to your board today, and come back at a date and time certain for first reading of the revised version of the ordinance. the third option really is in line with the first option, which is, still moving forward with the first reading of the ordinance with amendments stated, without having to trail the matter. But again, the suggestion from my office would be to lay out specifically what those amendments are and where those amendments would take place in the draft ordinance that's before your board.
If I might request from the board to continue this item to July 7th, time certain, that would give Supervisor Owen and I time to sort of talk about all of her concerns without having to...
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
My pleasure. Anyway. I don't want it to look like we're rushing this.
Sure. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Certainly.
So we'll just need action to continue at this point. Do I need to open to the public again?
At this point, just for purposes of covering all our bases here, just on the continuance now, because that's now before your board.
So I'm going to open it to the public just related to our discussion about continuing this to July 7th, not the details of the ordinance itself.
Again, Tom Lasik, I would support a continuance. I think there's still a few outstanding questions. I'm glad that the board has taken more time to take a look at it. I also want to thank CDD for prevailing and soldiering on. I think we're July 7th at 1:30 will probably be the 4-year anniversary of this size. So we can maybe have a cake and celebrate. So yeah, I think a continuance is necessary since you're getting closer, but there's still some outstanding issues.
Thank you. Anybody else regarding the continuance?
Sure. I'd like to say thanks, Miriam. You've worked really hard. I've watched the play-by-play, and I learned that you got the hardest job in the room. So this is, I say continuance is great, but I was really hoping for the big enchilada, and this will all be over with, and we have something we can work with. But yeah, I guess if we can't finish it, we gotta keep going.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Not seeing any online? I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Well, I just want to, make sure that we're all on the same page. So we're looking at the consensus on the 10-year permit expiration and change the language from biannual to semi-annual or twice a year. Is that language?
I would be happy to make that list. Yeah, they're presented in my staff report. I was thinking I would do that sort of wordsmithing on Article 73, but if we're doing changes anyway, may as well do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else?
Well, I had a whole list of things that I think I had brought up that I'd like to go over with her. And I think there's one thing that I left off here, and I can't remember for the life of me what it was.
Okay.
But you will have time.
I will.
Okay. Anything? Go ahead, CAO.
Yes. Do we have a time certain?
Yes, we do.
1:30.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, we do. So we just need a motion if there's nothing further.
I move that we continue this on July 7th at 1:30.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That carries 4-0.
Thank you.
And at this point, we're going to take a lunch break until 1:25.
Thanks, yes.
All right, I'm going to call our meeting back to order, and we're going to start off with our 6.8. This is a 1 p.m. item. Consideration of an agreement with Matrix Consulting for Community Development Department operational review, organizational assessment, development fee, and cost recovery analysis in the amount not to exceed $133,640. Mr. Rothstein, I'll turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Matthew Rothstein, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer. As you are aware, the County of Lake issued RFP 261763 seeking a consultant to perform the study that's before you today. Throughout our process, Matrix Consulting Group Limited demonstrated a strong balance of understanding of community development operations and capacity to deliver an effective fee analysis. Staff are very pleased to present this agreement for the consideration of your board and eager to commence work on this much-needed analysis. Aaron Baggerly and Kushbu Ingle of Matrix are in Zoom and prepared to make a brief presentation and respond to questions.
Thank you. Who's up first? Can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Aaron Baggerly at Matrix Consulting Group. Excited to share a little bit more about our study. And let me pull up the presentation here, and we'll get going. So, good afternoon. As I said, Aaron Baggerly at Matrix Consulting Group. I'll serve as a project manager and lead analyst on this engagement. And I'm joined by my colleague, Kushbu Ingle, who will be the lead analyst on the cost recovery and fee study component with this. Just really a quick overview of our approach. We're a fact-based, analytical-based firm that includes a combination of former planning and development, community development, and finance department staff members in local government who've now transitioned to Matrix Consulting Group and consulting for local governments. That's the core business line that we have. We've conducted over 200 community development studies and 400 user fee studies across the United States, with a very heavy emphasis in California over the last 20 plus years as a company, but certainly most recently, we're working on several different counties doing fee and cost recovery studies, as well as community development, process improvement, technology, organizational assessment, staffing assessment, etc. The hallmark of the Matrix Consulting Group's approach is extensive engagement with both staff within the respective departments in the development review process, as well as county leadership as well, but also the customers that they have worked with and engaged with over the last couple of years. This includes focus group surveys, components of both staff, but also with those prior customers that have engaged with the county and the county's development review, permitting, and inspection process, with the ultimate goal of identifying and providing solutions to the county to make it a more predictable and timely and efficient development review, permitting, and inspection practice, but also to align fees at the end of the day to ensure that your cost recovery goals that the county board of supervisors and county officials have adopted to ensure that those fees are relevant and meet your cost recovery goals with that. We'll provide a much detailed implementation plan and strategy to the county at the end of this project to accompanying a pretty extensive report and analysis and findings to give you an action plan that will be outline priorities and timeline for implementation of these recommendations that come as part of this study. Just a quick overview of the organizational operational task plan. We also have this for the fee study, and we'll go over that as well. But we really break down our effort into three buckets. The first bucket is to understand and get to know Lake County, how you operate, what your culture is, what your service level expectation, what type of work you have, how the departments and teams are organized within a community development department and others involved in the county's development process, etc. We do this through a combination of both interviews, one-on-one interviews with leadership, but also some focus groups with staff as well to understand roles of responsibility, how they're leveraging technology, what are some choke points and pain points that they see from their perspective to understand them. We hold process diagramming workshops to really map out and visualize many of the county's processes to understand them and to ultimately identify where there might be some improvement opportunities in that development review, permitting, and inspection process. We do a deep dive into how is technology used, how is that permitting software system used, how is tablets in the field used, understanding how technology is both an opportunity for greater efficiency and productivity, but also where there might be some improvements in customer service as well. We'll document this in multiple interim deliverables, such as a current state profile, which shows our understanding of roles and responsibilities, workload, etc., technology review, process diagrams, etc. As I mentioned earlier, we will also have an opportunity, two input opportunities to meet with past customers. This will be through an online survey that is distributed to customers over the last couple of years to understand their perspective and how it went when engaging with county staff to provide opportunities for improvement, but also identify those key strengths that we should build upon as part of this. We'll also conduct focus group conversations to facilitate conversations with those customers to understand their perspectives in a little bit more detail, and we'll randomly select individuals to invite to focus groups and some one-on-one conversations with us. That'll really wrap up that first bucket of really getting to know the county, understanding your processes, understanding your approaches, and to really do our complete due diligence to understand Lake County as best we can. The second bucket is analysis phase, where we're going to identify and just really dive in deep into your operations, your processes, and how the county works. We'll do this through a couple of different methods. We'll do a best practices checklist comparison to identify where the county meets or does not meet or partially meets a list of about 75 to 85 best practices we developed throughout our experience in California, but also across the U.S. We'll also do a comparative jurisdiction diagnostic assessments with some peer communities to see how they're organized, their workload, their service levels, et cetera, as part of that. We're going to do a deep dive into your operations, your processes, your technology utilization, understanding your workloads, looking at those service levels that you have. Should they be altered, improved, or maybe altered to be a little bit slower in some cases if that warrants to provide the right level of service to the community. We're also going to look at organizational structure. This RFP asks us to look at the housing and economic development functions that are in the CAO's office and to identify where those functions will be. So we'll do that in addition to looking at the community development department and the development review processes as a whole to analyze this, write these analysis findings up, and to develop draft recommendations. Then we'll work with the county to review the draft recommendations, finalize those, and develop that implementation roadmap, which will identify a priority level, a timeline for implementation and completion, and assign the staff member or role that is responsible for shepherding those recommendations through implementation, and develop a draft and final report that will include all of our interim deliverables for previous tasks that I mentioned, but also the final report and recommendation and implementation plan. And we'll present these findings and recommendations back to the Board of Supervisors so you're well aware of the outcomes of this study. We'll turn it over to Khushbu to share a little bit more about the cost recovery and fee study component.
Great, thanks, Aaron. So for the fee and cost recovery plan, we start with getting an understanding of what is your current fee structure. So meeting with the different divisions and service groups and making sure that all appropriate fees are reflected on there, things that are missing, making sure you're in alignment with industry standards for how things are currently being charged. So we start there. We then dive into a deeper analysis of what does it take to truly provide these services. So our approach is a bottom-up approach where for each individual fee line item on the county's fee schedule, we go through, we identify who all is involved in the process, how much time does it take, and when we're talking about that time, we're not talking about the most complicated projects they've ever come across or the simplest projects, but what are the typical types of projects that they're coming across. We then calculate fully burdened rates, which is not necessarily someone's take-home pay, but it's really the cost of what it takes the county to have them as an employee. So taking into account their salaries, their benefits, their productive working hours, overhead costs, both from an internal departmental standpoint as well as from a countywide standpoint. We take those components, we multiply them together, and we come up with the full cost of the service. We share that full cost information back with the different service areas, make sure all of our assumptions are appropriate and relevant. Once everybody kind of signs off on those, on the back, we'll be building our comparative survey. So similar to the operation side of things, we take a look at what other counties or other jurisdictions around you are charging for similar types of services. One caveat is that similar to you all, there's a lot of times agencies haven't done these types of analyses in several years, 10, 15 years. And so we're appropriate. We want to provide that contextual information. We then put all of this information together into a draft report, shared that with the department as well as county management, and then we finalize that information and bring it back to the board. One of the key components of this is taking a look at the cost recovery aspect of things. So when we're looking at this, we're calculating what's the true cost to the county of providing these services. That doesn't mean that ultimately the fee that gets assessed, because you as the board have that policy decision making power where you can take a look at it and understand that this is beyond just recovering costs, that there's certain policy and implication factors of who this is going to affect, and taking a look at what does that mean in the grander scheme of things. If we continue to subsidize this service, does it make sense for these types of services to be subsidized? Or are there other types of services that should be subsidized? So we'll be able to provide those recommendations and those guidance to you as well as to the staff on, what are the typical cost recovery ranges that we see for these types of services, what are more traditionally subsidized services, which compared to which services are typically higher cost recovery. So all of that information would come back to you all. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Aaron to wrap up the presentation.
Thank you, Kush Booth. Really quick, simple project schedule. A project like this typically takes 6 months. We propose if this is approved today, we will get started fairly quickly. Next couple of days, sending some data collection lists, but the draft and final reports would come in around the Thanksgiving for draft reports and December for the final reports for both the organization operational assessment and then the development fee and cost recovery study. The cost recovery study is a little bit delayed from a start because we've got to get going on the operational organizational assessment to finalize what those process improvements, efficiencies might be and how they could impact the ultimate fee costs related on. So with that, I will stop sharing and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Matthew, do you have anything further?
Nothing further to add.
Okay, well, we'll start with Vice Chair Pyska.
It's higher cost than what we had originally anticipated, but it is going to cover what we need it to do. So I think that's appropriate. But where is the funding coming from?
And Casey Moreno is here to speak to that.
So we currently have it budgeted in special projects 1781.
Okay, thank you.
General fund.
Supervisor Owen.
Finding it, I lost my place. I'm sorry.
And while you're looking, so with that currently budgeted in this current fiscal year, whatever we don't spend, or it's next year. Okay. So we don't expect any bills until the start of the fiscal year. Okay.
Yeah, that was general fund. Fund 1781. Okay. I have just a couple questions. When we're paying for this, are we doing it on work completed? So on benchmarks monthly, or how is that being billed out?
The contract calls for monthly invoices.
Monthly, okay. When you're doing this for, you had mentioned the cost of, say, permitting. Are we going to be comparing to like counties as in size and income levels? So that, because, we're kind of on the lower end of income here.
So typically we start with asking you all if there are specific counties or jurisdictions that you traditionally compare yourselves to. That's the first step. If that list doesn't seem fully complete, then what we'll do is work with you on the factors that make the most sense. So traditionally for development-related fee studies, we try to look for counties or jurisdictions that are experiencing similar types of development or development issues or circumstances that your county is experiencing. So not necessarily just purely based off of population or income, because really this is more specific to the types of land use and permitting activities that are happening. So we want to try and find similar type of activity so that we can look at, what those nuances are of the types of development that's being done and what they're charging for those similar types of development. So that's typically the approach we take for kind of from the fee study side of comparison.
Perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we're still able to encourage development. Now, when we were talking about it a couple weeks ago, we had mentioned that it was going to take about 7 months once you're hired. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. It's about a 6-month process to get to a final report, and then sometimes a couple extra weeks or a month to get on the board's agenda. But
okay, because I had seen something in there where it stated a year. So next year, July, I think, in the readings. So I just wanted to make sure it wasn't going to take a whole year. Is this going to provide breakdowns by departments such as building? I know that the reason I ask this primarily is there has been scuttle in the community and they want to know what the cannabis program is doing as far as costs versus income, that it's not being subsidized.
Yes, we'll be looking at it at an individual fee level. So you'll be able to see for each individual fee line item, not only just at the department or division level, So for even those individual cannabis line items, you'd be able to see right now you're charging X, it's costing you Y. And this is what the difference is. So, and then we can aggregate that up as, at a programmatic, divisional, and department level. So we can kind of continue to sum that up. But per California law, what you want to do is look at everything at that individual fee level.
Perfect. Thank you. That's I think is going to be important. So.
Anything else?
Nope.
Anything else from the board? Or I'll open it up to the public. Let's start in the room.
Good afternoon, board. I have a few questions. The first question is, and it's good that it looks like we're going to have a contract. My main question is, who do they report to ensure objectivity and transparency and avoid improper influence? I would recommend that it be CIO or the auditor's office or the controller's office, and not, say, for example, a director or assistant director or something like that. The other thing is on the fee schedule discussion, it was mentioned that they're going to analyze the fee based on the cost. And I may have misheard this, but it sounds like it's based on the current cost of what it takes to do the job, not necessarily best practice cost. And I think that needs to be assessed. So, for example, if there is inefficiencies identified, say overstaffing or the wrong type of staff or something of that nature, structuring a fee schedule based on those inefficiencies does not make sense. It would makes better sense to structure it on what is the best practice. So if it turns out that if they did it and did the process improvements and the things that this firm recommends, how that might lower the cost, the fee schedule should be based on that and not the existing current state, which we already realize is not sustainable. And it would not be fair to the county citizens to pay for that inefficiency. Those are basically my two other questions. The last one is for the firm, Matrix, what kind of auditing certification do they have and what kind of methodology that is that they'll be using that's recognized by the industry? Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a couple things, and for the fee and cost recovery program, and I believe that perhaps this is an appropriate opportunity to conduct a full analysis of the county's cannabis program to review the expense and revenue, including staff time, to make sure that it is operating efficiently and not at a loss to the county overall. It might not be directly subsidized, but it could be potentially being subsidized in other areas. My question is, the consultant selection committee comprised of department heads, admin staff, public representatives convened on April 13th. Can anyone provide who was the public representative on that committee and how were they selected? Thank you.
Yes, the public representative on the committee was Kevin Ingram, and he was selected because of his extensive planning experience and as well as experience as a city manager with his own community development department.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Margot Kambara. This is a great opportunity for process improvement. So thank you, County Admin and Board, for taking this step. Continuous improvement is always a good thing. I have a few questions and a comment. First is the process for this project calls for a stakeholder selection. So my question is, what is the criteria for that? And then one would be a caution, as you know, we as a county are strapped for revenue. We should resist the temptation to look for income by citing our residents looking for violations. So that's just a caution. My other comment is there is one task that the community really values, at least one, and that is the updated planning division project report, and that has not been maintained for several or produced for several months. But that is one of the few ways that the community can get a heads up on what's planned in our areas before it goes to the Planning Commission. So that would be something. It itself is not a revenue generating activity, but it is very important to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room? Not seeing any, I'll go online.
Yeah.
Betsy, go ahead and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Betsy Klein from Upper Lake. I have a couple of questions. First of all, the big question is, it seems to me that Matrix has had past experience working with Lake County in previous contractual relationships. I'm just racking my brain to remember who did the analysis in 2021. Supervisor Pyska, you might remember. I'm just wondering if it was Matrix. And do you have other relationships as, for example, with the cities, in the same vein? Secondly, of course, I'm hoping that you'll provide reports and make it possible for the public to participate in this process when you describe stakeholders or current customers or people who have interacted with the agency for the last 2 years. There are a number of participants, for example, in our General Plan Advisory Council committee who might be valuable to discuss these issues with you, and I think that'd be very important. Last thing is, we also include the analysis of the final step in permitting processes, which is the approval by the Planning Commission, and the way that the documentation process, the staff report construction, and the management of the approval discussions during Planning Commission meetings impacts the ability for appropriate adjustment of mitigations. For example, lack of water thresholds being established so that both ends of the system can effectively define what needs to be done. These are crucial issues, not just, how much it costs to get a roof repair permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Betsy. Do we have anybody else online? And I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board. Mr. Rothstein, is there anything you want to comment on regarding some of the things that came up?
I don't have anything particularly to comment on. The criteria for selection were based on experience conducting similar projects. The 2021 analysis, I don't know, Susan, if you remember who conducted that.
It wasn't Matrix.
It was not Matrix for sure.
Okay. Vice Chair.
Yeah, one of the comments was who's overseeing the contract in that will be admin. Correct.
Administration, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you. Anything else from board members?
No.
Seeing none, are you ready for proposed action?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agreement with Matrix Consulting Limited for Community Development Department operational review, organizational assessment, development fee, and cost recovery analysis in the not to exceed amount of $133,640 and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 4-0. And next, I'm going to move on to item 5.2, or move back to item 5.23. This was an item that was pulled from consent by Supervisor Owen, so I'll go ahead and start out with you.
Let me go back. What number was it?
5.23, and I'll read off the item.
Oh, okay.
This is approve the use of small unmanned aerial systems, SUAS, by the Lake County Sheriff's Office. Approve the purchase and acquisition of SUAS from adventure in the amount not to exceed $9,000.
Mm-hmm.
And did you want to come?
Yep,
first?
absolutely. Hello, Mr. Bigham. Hey, the reason this was pulled is I had something brought to my attention. The ACLU currently is suing Sonoma County, it's code enforcement primarily, because of lack of search warrants. And so I just wanted your intake on, because they're alleging warrantless drone programs, violations of U.S. Constitution, protections against unreasonable searches, and guarantees for personal privacy. In 1985, California Supreme Court ruling that prohibits warrantless aerial surveillance of homes. Now, I know that you had those down too for search and rescue, which I'm all for, obviously. I didn't feel it was right, since it was brought to my attention, that I didn't bring that up and have that discussion. So do we need 3 or what's your input on all that?
So currently we have a drone program that was approved by the board last year. We currently have 3 Matrice drones, which we use for investigative purposes, search and rescue, and et cetera. At that time, we intended to buy an additional 3 drones, these drones that we're talking about today. These are very small drones. They're probably 8 inches in width by maybe 4 or 5 inches total length. We classify those as interior drones.
Right.
They're used for interior searches of residences. And I'll give you an example of a situation that just occurred last week. We had a shooting over in Nice where the subject potentially barricaded himself in an apartment. We did not have the capability of knowing if he was in the apartment without sending deputies into that apartment, which is extremely dangerous for the deputies and could result in a confrontation that could lead to lethal force or some other type of use of force. We had to call our partners over at Mendocino County and request their interior drones to come over. There was a delay in time. It delayed us. He wasn't in the apartment, but we couldn't leave the apartment, and it delayed us in doing a further search of the surrounding area to locate him and take him into custody. So having those drones would increase our availability, our safety of our officers, and our response to these incidents. Going back to what you're talking about, Fourth Amendment, there are several exemptions to the Fourth Amendment. One of them is exigency. So typically when we fly drones for situations like that, we're operating under the exigency exemption of the Fourth Amendment. There's a public safety risk. We need to deal with this moment. And so we use those drones under that exception to the Fourth Amendment. They are used specifically for public safety and officer safety. And I'll use the example of last week. We would not be using that drone to conduct a search of the apartment per se. We'd be using the drone to send the drone in there and determine whether the suspect was in there or not and whether they are armed or not, so we can best respond to that in a safe manner. We would not be sending the drone in there looking for evidence of a crime in and of itself. If we were going to do that, then yes, we would write a search warrant. It's the same in an open field search or over the top of a residence. And I'll use a search and rescue example. If we have Mendocino just had in Fort Bragg, over the weekend they had a 10-year-old child that was had ran away from home they were looking for. It took them, I believe, 2 days to locate him. In that situation, we would use drones over residences because, again, that is an exigency circumstance. We're looking for a lost child. And we would, yes, unfortunately be looking into people's backyards, but we're not doing it out of an evidence search or trying to find evidence of a crime or doing it to find a lost child. If we were to fly drones over a residence to search for evidence, then we would absolutely have a search warrant, and that is part of our policy for that.
Okay. So you do need the 3 to be...
Interior drones, yes. We have the 3 larger drones.
I knew that.
Aerial searches, and then the interior drones will be used by our tactical team and then our deputies in situations where our only other option is to wait 45 minutes to an hour and a half for Mendocino to respond, to assist us, or send a deputy or a canine into a residence. So
no, and I'm all about officer safety, absolutely. I just, because this was brought up, I wanted to just bring it up.
Yes.
So thank you.
And the reality of it is, just to expand on that a little more, if we were to use a drone without a search warrant over somebody's residence to search for evidence and we located evidence, that evidence would be thrown out of court as fruits of a poisonous tree because it was unlawfully seized in violation of the Fourth Amendment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, that was just it.
Okay. I need to open this to the public. Is there anybody in the room who wishes to comment? I see two coming. Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since it got pulled, I'll take advantage of asking Sheriff Bingham a couple of questions. Are the drones equipped with GPS trackers for transparency to the public on where they're being used, and if there is an issue down the road, for say somebody need to file a PRA on where it was used, and are they marked with any identification? Thank you.
Thank you.
They do have trackers as to where they're flown, and as far as any identification, no.
Okay. Next in the room.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and supervisors. Thank you, Supervisor Owen, for your attention to civil liberties and looking at the county's liability. And thank you, Sheriff Bingham, for looking out for our public safety and keeping your officers safe. I have just a couple of questions, and that has to do with data retention and access. Who has access to the data? Like what agencies? And are there agencies outside of Lake County who have access to that data? And if so, which ones? Thank you.
Thank you.
So if we conduct an aerial search of an evidence search, then we would retain that as part of our criminal investigation. If we're just conducting a search and rescue type search, we're typically not recording that and retaining that data for any length of time. The only people that have access to that video is internal within the sheriff's office, or we would share it with another law enforcement agency if we were conducting a joint investigation.
Thank you. Do we have anyone online?
We have some user.
Phone user one, please identify yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Sky Lewa. I just had a couple of comments about the drone use in general. Thank you, Supervisor Owen, for mentioning the ACLU, because that was an issue that we had a concern with CDD wanting to use that for the same reasons for investigative purposes. But the real issue is that it is a concern over the amendments. And I would also like to highlight that the county already has the aerial imaging and satellite maps and GIS, but the question isn't whether it can be used, it's whether the county is going to spend more money on the tools that it already has. There are legal limitations to the UAV use, and to follow those limitations, respect the constitutional protections. But I would also like to highlight that CDD also has access to this technology, and instead of waiting for half an hour, I'm pretty sure you could utilize the existing resources efficiently instead of asking taxpayers and permit holders to fund the additional contract in the cities. We spend years and todays hearing about budgets and shortfalls and fee increases and reserve problems. The answer shouldn't always be more spending. It should be more management of the county resources already has. So I do urge that if CDD does have that and you guys are already operating through probation, you guys should be able to use those instead of spending more money to get them. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else online? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Okay.
Ahead, Sheriff.
I would like to respond to that really quickly, and I understand the point that she just made, but all of that information that she's talking about, satellites and mapping, is not real time. It is all hours and days old. So as far as evidence search, a crime scene, photography, search and rescue search, or something where we're searching for an armed subject, these drones provide us real-time information as it occurs.
And I absolutely appreciate that. And this was mostly pulled for the community's benefit.
And the money that is being used for this is coming out of the Rural Sheriff's Fund, which is specific for equipment and these sorts of things. It's not coming out of the general budget.
Thank you.
I'd like to, are we ready to offer it?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to approve the use of the Small Unmanned Aerial Systems, SUAS, by the Lake County Sheriff's Office. Approve the purchase and acquisition of SUAS from Advertex in
an amount not to exceed $9,000.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 4-0. We're going to move on to our 5.24 item, which is A, waive the competitive bidding process requirements of the Lake County Code, Article X, pursuant to Section 2-38.4, cooperative purchases, and B, authorized purchase of 7 Motorola V700 body-worn cameras through Sourcewell contract number 101223-MOT. Again, this is a sheriff's item. It was requested to be pulled by a member of the public. Do you want to give any brief comments about this item, or you don't have to? I mean, it's a purchase of 7 body cameras.
Yeah, we're running short on body cameras. We've increased our body-worn camera program in the sheriff's office. Now all correctional deputies are issued and required to carry a body-worn camera while they're on duty, along with all patrol deputies, detectives, and even some of our command staff are wearing them if they go out in the field. It's a great product. We've been running body-worn cameras in car cameras for well over 16 years now. And it's industry standard. Just about every law enforcement agency are using them now.
Thank you, Sheriff. You have a question?
No. Didn't you pull it?
No, public.
Oh, the public.
Public pulled it. So,
Layla.
yeah, so I'm just going to open it up to the public. And do we have anybody? I'll start online because that's where I was pulled. Phone user 1, identify yourself, please.
Sky Layla, Hills Bay Family Farms, and my concern is not with the sheriff's department obtaining the body cameras. My concern is whether you guys are selecting the best system available to ensure that the evidence is captured, preserved, and accessible when needed. Motorola may offer a lower cost solution, but there have been documented concerns within the law enforcement community regarding the video uploads, synchronization issues, and evidence management challenges. When the record fails to upload properly to the cloud, when footage is missing, and when the system doesn't seamlessly integrate evidence management, the public trust suffers. I would encourage the sheriffs to look into the Axon, because Axon body cameras have become the industry golden standard for the body-worn cameras across the country. One reason is the highly integrated evidence management ecosystem, from recording to the storage to the retrieval of it. And the system is designed to reduce the human error and provide a reliable chain of custody for the digital evidence. Many agencies do favor Axon because of its ease of use and automated workflows and the reputation for reliability. And I would suggest that maybe you guys should look at raising the cost, because it does cost between $26,000 and $30,000 for a small department like Lake County. But it certainly isn't about the money. It's just about the transparency and the accountability. And I would encourage you to fully evaluate whether choosing the less expensive option could create a larger cost for you guys tomorrow. Because the public deserves confidence that every interaction to be recorded, every recording to be preserved, and every piece of evidence to be available when there's questions arise. Accountability is not simply about having the cameras. It is about having a system that the public can trust.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online? Do we have anyone in the room who wishes to comment? Not seeing any, so I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board.
Do you have any comment on Skyla's comment?
Yeah, we've been running WatchGuard systems since we got in-car cameras and body-worn cameras, I believe in, and don't quote me on this, somewhere around 2012, we've been with WatchGuard. WatchGuard was recently purchased by Motorola, I believe, 3 to 4 years ago, and WatchGuard is now a Motorola product. We recently, within the last 2 years, have switched over to the cloud-based system where we used to have an internal server system. At this point, we have found no issues with the cloud-based system with the uploading or the retention of the video evidence. We have not lost any videos that I'm aware of, or have we had any corruption of our data that we've uploaded.
Thank you, Sheriff. Okay. If there's nothing further, be ready for
this the motion for exemption.
Go ahead, County Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, so it could be in one motion, and I have the motion language prepared. I just wanted to clarify for the sheriff if there's an amount that's being proposed as part of the motion approval for the 7 Motorola body-worn cameras, because it sounds like there's the purchase itself and then maybe an additional subscription? Or
I believe it's just the purchase. The subscription goes with the body-worn cameras as part of the purchase price. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I don't have the item in front of me right now without pulling it up on my tablet. It was not to exceed, I think, $9,000 also. So I'm right in that area.
So when your board is ready, I think
yeah,
we're ready.
So the motion would be a motion to approve the purchase of 7 Motorola V700 body-worn cameras through Sourcewell contract number 101223-MOT for the amount stated in said contract, and also to, along with that motion, find that this is exempt from competitive bidding requirements under Lake County Code Section 2-38.4.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 4-0. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
And next, I'm going to move on to our 6.9 item. It's a 1:30 p.m. item. Consideration of the Microgrid Incentive Program Agreement and Flash's Reimbursement Agreement. And this is going to be handled by our Administrative Office, Ben Rickelman. And you've got trained staff here. And I'll turn it over to you, Ben, to start.
Good afternoon, Board. Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer with the county, and I'm joined by Michael Day, a lead on the Flashes project. What is for consideration today is grant agreements for the pre-development of the project. We are not bringing the project itself for approval. This would just fund pre-development work. So first, the program that would fund this, it's known as the Microgrid Incentive Program. Its acronyms MIP, was established through state law, and the CPUC oversees it, and it's for investor-owned utilities, which PG&E is one of 3 in California, and it's funded through ratepayers. The idea is for certain communities providing 24-hour at least microgrids, and there's a range of projects that have been selected for MIP funding, and Flashes is one of them. So what is Flashes? Known as the Fire Main Linked Auxiliary Supply Hydraulic Energy Storage. So if this project was to come to fruition, it would be 2 projects co-located, the Hartley and the Lucerne projects, primarily on Special District's property, a little north of Lakeport, by Poe Mountain. It would provide several assets to the community. One of them, as mentioned before, was the microgrid. So there would be 2 separate microgrids. They would provide power for at least 24 hours. And so if there's a PSPS, that would be an advantage to the community. It would provide a water source that could be a point of access during wildfires. And that could be accessed a few different ways, including from the air. It would generate energy. So how the system at a very high level would work is there would be 2 large tanks, one up in the hills and then one close to SR-29. And the water flowing down would generate energy going through the turbines. And there would be a solar array that would provide the energy to send the water back up. So it's a closed loop system, and the energy would power the microgrid, but it would also be available to sell to the larger grid. So these would generate revenue, and as we are well aware, energy is expensive in California, so that's how it pencils out. This is a very high-level map, but just to give a kind of a broad overview of where the project would be located, where the solar array field would be, and where the tank locations would be. This is to give a feeling of the size of the tanks. So the tanks would be large. Part of it would be below ground and part would be above ground, be 3/4 inch steel, because this is a very large amount of liquid. It would be accessing water from a contained aquifer, and so that's part of the pre-development process, is analyzing the hydrology, making sure you're not accessing water that the rest of the community utilizes. So in order to do that, the drilling would go pretty deep, around 700 feet, and it would take a while to fill the tanks. But once they were filled, it would be a closed loop system of moving that water up and down to generate electricity. So to reiterate again, this is grant funds that are available right now. It's actually been delayed a decent amount, not due to the county, but there was back and forth with the CPUC and the broader program with the language with several participants. So if this were to happen, the pre-development work would start pretty quickly. We anticipate the time frame for the pre-development would be about 2 years. And so when thinking this through, being a big project, if the pre-development were to occur and we get through the process, the project itself would cost north of $150 million. So kind of the county's financial position, I mean, maybe the county has ownership in it because of the revenue, or it goes completely to a third-party off-taker. But that's a decision for in the future, if we get to that point. When Train has been working on this project, they have had third parties inquire about it because of the revenue potential. But because of the pre-development risks, no one has come forward and committed to developing the project. So that's what this grant funding enables, is the de-risking of the project. And just to emphasize again, grant funding for pre-development, not project approval. If we got to that point, it would still have to go through the entire planning process with the county to get its entitlements. So since there's 2 projects under this, Hartley and Lucerne, there's 4 agreements. The 2, the MIP agreements, are between PG&E and the county. So that enables the flow of funds from the MIP program to the county. and there's a 10% milestone reimbursement rate structure with this program. And then between the county and the contractor, Train, are the reimbursement rates. So if the board decided to proceed, we would approve the MIP agreements, and then we would approve the reimbursement agreements. And then because there is this reimbursement factor, so the county is never cash behind in the process, RCRC, who is excited about this project, offers the county a $200,000 loan at 0% interest. So the county is always cash ahead. So there's 9 parts of the scope of work for the pre-development. There's real estate, there's civil and electrical engineering feasibilities, hydrology, FERC. So with the federal energy regulatory apparatus, with the state CEQA process, the environmental and draft EIR, with our ISO, with the grid, interconnection assistance, application itself, and then administration. And as I mentioned before, if this was to proceed, the estimated time frame would be roughly from now until June of 2028. So the 2 MIP agreements combined would provide up to $3.7 million approximately. It is broken down between the county and the contractor. So the county would be provided $254,401. And so that is for the ISO work to supplement the CEQA work, and then also staff administration time. I did double check with PG&E. Let's say the CEQA budget is larger than what is in the agreement, we could use the staff augmentation amount for that. I think it's also important to note, and PG&E has confirmed this, let's say we get like 70% through this process and some part of the budget grows significantly over this amount. There's no clawback provisions with these agreements. The county's in a tight fiscal position, so we can terminate the agreement and PG&E isn't going to come after the county, understanding the county's financial position. So if the board wants to proceed, the sequencing, as I mentioned before, the MIP and then the reimbursement agreements. That's all I have at the moment. I'll turn it over to Michael to speak a little more to the project itself.
Thank you, Ben. Michael Day with Train, our energy services arm. This day has been a long time coming. We've been looking at something like this for several years. Those who've been around for a while will remember that several years ago, we were looking at outside investors to potentially cover these pre-development activities because it was millions of dollars. And there's some risk that we'll find something during this feasibility study which shows that it's not feasible. That's why you do a feasibility study. We did go through a solicitation and a selection process for an outside investor on these. At that time, a couple of years ago, we chose Brookfield Renewables. And they were interested in it. That was when they were sending staff out from New York to take a look at it. The finances on the project then looked pretty good for an investor. They'd put money up. They'd get a lot of that money that they put up back in the form of tax equity, and they could sell the electricity, the power, the energy, the ancillary services out enough so that they made a pretty good return on the money that they invested. But the nature of this, not having interconnection, not having a boundary survey done, not having site control, made it a little bit too risky for them. And that's where we started to look for another source of funding to go through this. One of the biggest parts of this is FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. FERC has jurisdiction over pumped storage hydro facilities. And typical FERC permitting, if you look at it on average, is measured in decades. 15, 20, 25 years is not uncommon for FERC permitting. But several years ago, FERC came out with what was called the Bison Peak decision. And the Bison Peaks decision laid out a number of tests that that had to be met. But if you met all of those tests, then what FERC said was that if you do all these things, if you're within the subset that is all these items, then you're not jurisdictional to FERC. The biggest item so it can't be on federal land, can't be on tribal land, electricity can't be going across state lines, all these things. But probably the biggest had to do with water. So you couldn't have a reservoir like Potter Valley is a hydro facility. If you were pumping the water back and forth to Potter Valley, that would be a pumped storage hydro facility, and it would be under FERC's jurisdiction. But in this case, we're using tanks, not reservoirs, tanks that have roofs on them. And that was one of the big things that got us within the coverage of Bison Peak that allows it to be permitted in 25 weeks instead of 25 years. The other one is the water that's used to fill it. Under the Bison Peak decision, to get that protection, we have to do a hydrology study, which is over $500,000. We're going to be drilling down. GHD is an engineering firm, a global engineering firm. Their hydrogeologists will be managing the process, and they'll be drilling down and doing testing. And part of that is to show where the surface water lenses that serve municipal wells, ag wells, domestic wells in the area, where that surface water terminates, and where are these bands of impermeable rock, where are these confinement layers. Under Bison Peak, we have to show that we are drawing water from outside of the hydrosphere, as it's called in the literature. So one of the first parts on this is setting up that drilling plan and those tests so that they can drill down and show that they're taking this deep water. This is water that you typically would not want to drink. It's usually pretty high in hexavalent chromium, selenium, arsenic, other things that make it's not drinking water standards. But that's actually kind of a good thing because it shows that it's not in communication with the surface waters. So we start on a lot of things looking at feasibility, but it's that hydrologic survey that really kicks off everything else. The FERC work has to have that hydrologic study done first. The CEQA work has to come after that hydrologic study. So sort of the start of the process is that. In parallel, we're doing all the other things that we were talking about. We're doing geotechnical studies. We've looked at the mapped strata that's available here, but it's different when you get out and you actually do a core bore and show what rocks are there. At any time, we might end up finding something that threatens the viability of this, the economic viability. And what we've worked out with PG&E over the last year and the Public Utilities Commission is a process by which if we run into something that looks like it threatens the economic viability of this, we're going to be stopping the work. We're going to be letting everybody know. And ultimately, that's a policy decision by this board to stop. If that is the thing that kills these projects, whether it's we discover a new species of newt or we find something that drives the price up to where it's no longer cash flow positive, we're going to be coming back and saying, hey, we found something. Right now it looks pretty good, but that's why you do the math. In that case, if we did find something that was holding it up, what we'd be doing is stopping work, documenting everything that we did, putting it into archives so that if conditions changed in the future, another party could pick up where we left off. But this covers the problem that we ran into with Brookfield 2.5, 3 years ago. You get somebody else to pay for all the different feasibility studies that are needed to bring this project up and show whether it's viable or not. And personally, I'd like to give a lot of thanks to the people who've stuck with this for a long time. Supervisor Sabatier isn't here, but he was the guy when we were having this project was provisionally given approval. Hartley and Lucerne were the two top-ranked applications out of 55 applications into that MIP program, and it wasn't even close. Number one got over 1,100 points. Number two got just under 1,100 points. Number four got 138. And Hidden Valley Lake was number three. So that was great stuff. But again, it took some work. Supervisor Sabatier going to the governor's office and asking for help was a big deal. Senator McGuire's office was really helpful in getting these issues raised for consideration at the Public Utilities Commission. The State Building and Construction Trades Council, who have some people here today, they were very helpful in getting these issues raised at the PUC and getting people to just stop and think about what the impact of this, what the impact of the language that they'd laid out was. County Council Guintivano has been through the wars on this, and we got to a place where we were able to do things pretty well. If this works, we're looking at something that has the potential to keep the lights on when they'd otherwise go out, to provide a really increased amount of firefighting capability that would be at no first cost to the county, that could generate a lot of revenue for the county. It could be used to plug other holes in the budget, and could provide a lot of jobs for local folks, not just during construction and not just in operation, but use this as a way to transform people's lives. And it's exciting. We got work to do. We've got homework to do. Nothing's certain, but we're excited to get started with the process of looking into it.
All right. Just questions from the board at this point.
I'm just glad you mentioned Hidden Valley, so because did it get to completion?
Supervisor Crandall, Hidden Valley Lake executed their MIP agreement with PG&E last month, and we've gotten started with the analysis process. To be honest, it's taken a few weeks to get all the contracts with the subcontractors in place. Lucky you with Lake County, it's the same set of subcontractors, so things will move a little bit faster for you than it did getting them going. But they're underway on their analysis process.
Go ahead, Supervisor Hahn.
Well, this is exciting. I do have a few pertinent questions. So has Train built a project on this scale previously?
So, look, there are a couple parts to that. We've done very large projects as the contractor before, but we're not necessarily going to be the contractor that builds this.
But you have built these.
We have not built this. We have not built this design. This design started to meet the needs of Lake County. But what we have done is when we were doing our work up till now, is we've worked with developers and providers that have built every part of it. So we've talked with tank manufacturers. We've talked with civil engineering companies that have done foundations. We've talked with pipeline contractors that handle the pipes coming down, the generators. So all the different components are standard components that have been built many, many times that have existing codes and standards for how they're built in seismic areas and the things like this. But this system was designed to meet the needs of Lake County.
So this system has never been built before.
This specific system has never been built. This was designed for you guys. It was custom.
Okay. So that was, and I was going to ask where it was built so we could check it out. I think I seen in the information, one of them would be producing around 10 megawatts and the other one around 20.
Yes, ma'am.
Megawatts of electricity. Okay. Let me scroll down. Revenue, creating, of course, we're a business.
Yep.
So what kind of revenue are we looking at that the county, this should be an investment for the county. Who will own this, first of all?
Okay. At the end of the feasibility, well, actually, to be honest, about a year from now, this is about a 2-year process overall to get through feasibility. The tail end of that, the last 12 to 15 months, is going to consist likely of 2 portions that drag out a while. One is CEQA, and the other one is the capacity sales, probably through the California Independent System Operator, CAISO. Those 2 parts will drag on for a while, but most of the feasibility work will be done 9 to 12 months from now. That'll give us a pretty good idea on the cost. We'll also in parallel be working with load-serving entities to look at how much we can sell it for and doing the same kind of pro forma development that we did the last time around when we were working with Brookfield. Broadly speaking, there are 2 different ways that the county would be able to go at that point. One is to go back to the previous model that you choose a Brookfield, KKR, BlackRock, any of the large institutional investors that build, own, operate, maintain, and sell these, that they would be the people who build it, own it, operate it, and take the lion's share of the revenue coming from it, but they would be paying a leasing fee to the county for the use of county land. That's one model. That was a model we were looking at 3 years ago, and it made a lot of sense at that time because they would take the risk for doing the things that we're talking about right now, doing the hydrology study, doing the interconnection, and doing that work. Now that that risk is being taken on essentially by the ratepayers of California, the calculus might change on that, on which way to go. The other way to go would be for and this was the original way that we were thinking about it when we started this project several years ago, was that the county might own it. In that sense, an arm of RCRC, the Golden State Finance Authority, came out and said, if there was a utility that was buying the output, they could issue a revenue bond against that. In that case, and this is purely speculative, but the numbers were on the order of about $5 million a year of revenue to the county above debt service, operations, and maintenance if the county owned it itself. There's a lot of work that we have to do, and that number's highly uncertain, and we're not going to know till we do this work to check things out. But those are really the 2 big ways. I can say that in talking with folks at Hidden Valley Lake, they've floated the idea of forming a joint powers authority. If they're going to move forward with theirs, is there a way for both local governments to get together to form a JPA that there's some economies of scale of building both of these facilities at the same time, marketing their electricity together and stuff like that, and sharing in the benefits. So there are going to be options for the county if this does prove to be viable. Again, personally, I think it does, but you got to do the math to figure it out. But that'll be a decision that really the county will start to look at roughly a year from now to figure out how it would like to go forward.
And it's currently expected to be about a $250,000 commitment from the county. Is that right?
So that is MIP funds. So there's no fiscal commitment from the county.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood that.
Yeah, they just haven't structured the grant amount. So there's money directly going to contractor tasks and then to supplement the work of the county.
Okay, so I misunderstood that portion of it. I thought it was a commitment from the county for that amount. So approximately hiring would be hiring locals you mentioned already. And how many will it take? How many will be employed? Not during construction, of course, but to operate and maintain.
That part on the operations and maintenance, too soon to tell. But what I would say is that there's somebody here on the construction side who can talk about something. There's another part of this, which is a community workforce development agreement. The State Building Construction Trades Council helped us get this over the line, but they're also offering some things that I think are pretty interesting. If you look at a project like this, if it gets built, it's kind of born union. Just because the skilled tradespeople that you need they're not non-union certified welders and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But what the Building Construction Trades Union is saying, okay, this is going to be hundreds of thousands of hours, man hours on the construction side. That generates apprenticeship opportunities. Mm-hmm. And what they're saying is, in a community workforce development agreement, they can direct that a good chunk of those apprenticeship opportunities are open to Lake County residents, and they can get started on that in advance so that when construction comes up, it's local residents whose lives are being transformed, not just for the purposes of that construction period of the flashes system, but then they're on the apprenticeship and journeyman track to improve their life going forward outside of Lake County. So that's an important part, what we'd like to see get started with this, and is really helpful.
Sure. So it will all be union workers then, not just in the construction, but in the operations.
So we'll rewind on this too.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. A big part of the finances of this have to do with federal tax incentives. Mm-hmm. Under Section 48E of the tax code that came in place with the Inflation Reduction Act. The way those incentives work, they would pay automatically 40% of the cost of this, and probably more. And we say 40%, but it's not really 40%. They offer 6% for energy storage, but that 6% gets multiplied by 5 if you're using union labor with apprenticeship. They give 2% for domestic content using U.S. steel. That gets multiplied by 5 to 10% if you're using union labor and following the apprenticeship rules. So a big chunk of the money that would make this project work is directly tied to using union labor. But again, because of the nature of this project, it was going to be union labor anyway. Mm-hmm. So that's on the construction side. On how it is operated afterwards, that's going to be tied to sort of how you guys want to work with it, right? If you end up forming a JPA or forming a new division of the county to operate it yourself, then they'd be county employees or JPA employees. They'd be public servants. If you sold it off to a Brookfield, KKR, whomever the investor is, then that would be up to them, but probably subject to the negotiation of whomever you're selling it to.
Perfect. Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope. That was awesome.
And just follow up on that. So the community development agreement isn't part of this board item, but it's something the ad hoc energy policy committee could work on. So that could be back and forth if this were to proceed, and then we could bring it back to the board for consideration.
You said community. Are we talking about the workforce?
Correct.
Okay. There's a lot of, again, we're just making a decision today on whether or not we're going to do this feasibility. Whether the project gets built is down the road. Yes, sir. One of my big concerns right now is so regarding the money that's in here for the county portion of the EIR, Train's going to handle some of the major EIR work to include this $500,000 hydrology study, correct?
That's correct.
And then all we're guaranteed right now is a total of $70,000 for county EIR work. That's under the $47,000 and the $23,000. It's broken down by the two projects. And we could potentially rearrange the other $51,000 that would go to admin towards environmental.
Correct.
So that would give us a total of $131,000 potentially.
121.
121. Okay. That's right. 121 I'd like to hear if we think that's going to be enough money to do our portion of the environmental work. I know these numbers they're not fresh from today. They're a while ago, and costs go up. And by the time we get 9-10 months down the road, is it going to go up again? So I'm not sure if our staff or anyone is able to give me a better idea on. I'm just trying to ensure that we have enough money for our environmental work, because we've got a tight budget this year. That's going to continue a couple years down the road potentially. So I just wanted to try to explore that a little more.
Is this 2 years old, the study?
Yes. So the application was originally prepared in April of 2024. And so that's when we were putting it together. It was originally supposed to be submitted in April 2024. PG&E pushed the application date out to the 3rd of July, 2024. So that's when we were, so let me rewind. The scope in here is for Train and our subcontractors to do all the work that's necessary to produce a draft EIR. So we take it through public meetings, incorporate comments, and submit the draft EIR. From that point, the county's own staff, augmented by outside vendors, would carry it forward the remainder of the way. The original budget was done with community development input back in April of 2024. One of the unfortunate parts is that we put that budget together then, expecting it to be awarded in October of that year. It was, but the contract language stuff drug it out until today. Mm-hmm. But there is one other part that I think is pertinent here, Chair Rasmussen. As I mentioned, most of the economic viability work on this is done in the first 9 months. That's also true for the pre-work on the draft EIR that would be going into this. So we would be finishing up the pre-work and getting to the county's part of the EIR process first. So if we found something which was a new golden newt that was going to stop the process, if we found something that was a new fault line that nobody knew, or steel prices go through the roof, or whatever the many things are that could make this project not viable, that would happen before the county's scope of work starts. All those other things are before. So we really have two solutions. Either A, something comes up in the feasibility study in the first 9 to 12 months, which kills it, at which point any future increases in EIR costs are moot because the project stops. Or we bring forward a project that looks really valuable to the county on a lot of different metrics, and there's a chance that some of those costs could go up in the future, at which point you'd have more information to make a decision at that point.
Okay. Is our community development director able to give me any further information on?
Thank you. I do appreciate the board's concerns because costs are rising so quickly on pretty much everything. That estimate was done a couple years ago, but we would be happy to get an updated, more detailed estimate. The project has sort of morphed over time, so it would be a good idea. We'll get on that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I think the project that's listed in here was June of 2023. Is the date on it from Ben with your signature?
So I just have June 23rd, 2026. 2023 would be refreshed.
Now, the original application date per MIP was in April of 2024, and it slipped to March.
Oh, okay. Maybe I need to put my glasses on. I'm sorry.
No problem. Okay. Do we have any further questions right now? No, then I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the public. Go ahead and if you could state your name, please, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Board of Supervisors, staff. It's an honor to be here. This has been a minute. We've scheduled and rescheduled, I think, a half a dozen times. We got here today. I just want to real quick give you an overview. I'm Mark Mulliner. I'm with the California State Building and Construction Trades Council. I represent an organization that has 500,000 members in it and 65 to 68,000 apprentices on any given day. About 92% of the apprentices in the state of California are under our umbrella. We do direct hire, helmets to hard hats. We do tribal direct entry. We work with the communities. That's who we are. That's our brand. That's how we base ourselves. I want to just real quick say that after I get done speaking here as a state building trades representative, there is a local building trades council representatives here today that will actually be the boots on the ground doing the MC3 trainings and doing the local organizing for the local communities. And I just want to take a real quick step back. So I worked at the Geysers. I'm a 34-year UA steam fitter welder, started out pipelining, worked at the Geysers many years. The Geysers is a facility that has been there, and it is a very, very well-paying job, and it is a blessing to have it here in Lake County. I can go back to 2007 when I was first out there. We have averaged in the last 2 years, we reinvigorated our project labor agreement with them up there, Calpine up at the Geysers, and we've in the last 2 years had up to 40 people working up there on these pipelines and helping reconstitute and reinitiate steam for different areas up there on the Geysers. And over the next 10 years, the Geysers is projected to do a lot of work and invest a lot of money. Okay, so what's really neat and exciting about this is that at the same time that we can talk about the Geysers, we can talk about Lake County and Flashes and what Flashes is going to bring to Lake County. If it works out, if it all pencils out, if everything comes back with the hydrology and the CEQA and everything looks good, this is going to be a good project. At the State Building Trades, we recommend always to work with the skilled trade local unions. We represent 15 unions. We represent the highest skilled, the highest trained journeymen and apprentices in the area. And what we would really want to encourage is if you could please tie this project, if it's going to go forward, if it pans out and goes forward, it's not too early to start entering and negotiating into a community workforce training agreement. And in that agreement, you're going to guarantee that you get whatever percentage of local hire, whether it's tribal, whether it's local residents, and the local can be whatever you decide. It can be from the northern upper lake to the southern lower lake, out to Hidden Valley and across to Lutheran. It can be anywhere you want it to be for direct hire and or percentages of apprentices. So, we want to work with you. The local building trades wants to work with you. The state will take the lead for initiating and working with the local building trades and anybody that you ask us to work with. So I heard my buzzer go off. I know my 3 minutes are up, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next in the room.
Board, thank you for your time today. My name is Michael Smith. I represent UA Local 38 Plumbers and Steam Fitters Union. This is part of my area. I'm here today to ask for your support and moving forward with I hate following Mark. He's such a good speaker. Look, I want to work with you guys. We're here. We're part of your community. We want to help educate and bring great jobs to your community. Please move forward with this. It'd be great for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
First, I want to say this has been an exciting project to follow since Mr. Day and Train began discussions about it several years ago, even though North Shore wasn't selected as a site for the first round. But thank you, Mr. Day, for your hard work. And for those that don't understand, you can tell them it is a closed loop system, right? So the water does not need to be replenished unless there's an emergency and it needs to be withdrawn. Can you explain what areas this program will serve? The agreement states at the 20 megawatt Lucerne facility, but the address is located on Lakeshore Boulevard in Lakeport. So will this provide backup power to the Lucerne area? And I agree with the community workforce training agreement. It sounds like a great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to cover that? Yes, go ahead.
So for the geography of the microgrids, it's a great question. So the base level requirement is it serves the area for at least 24 hours, but then above that, it's a policy question. You can have a wider geography, but serve for less hours, but above 24, or you could have a smaller geography for more hours served. So the idea would be, if this proceeds, is to come back to the board and have that discussion with a few different proposals. Because I think that needs to involve the community and the board to make that determination.
Thank you. Next, or go ahead, Michael.
Thank you. Yeah, that is something that we'll be working on. PG&E is interested in seeing it. Part of how you form the microgrid boundaries is just the existing way that the electric grid is set up. And so really what we're looking at is something from the Lucerne substation goes from the Siago Vineyard all the way. It covers all the way. The Lucerne substation covers from Glen Haven, and it actually even covers some area on Buckingham Point. It goes under the lake, and that's fed by the Lucerne substation, right? And it goes from there all the way up to Upper Lake and then down to about where Sutter Lakeside Hospital is. That's too much for this system to carry. So the part that would be covered is either a smaller area over that would go from about where the wastewater treatment plant is up across the cutoff and up towards about where the roundabout is, or a larger system that would go all the way down to just about where the Siago Vineyard is, there between Nice and Lucerne. There's a lot that goes into making that decision. It's not a train decision or a staff decision. It's a policy decision, but we've got to bring you some information to help you guys look at the different sides of that. And as to the question about Lakeshore Drive, the area served electrically is off the Lucerne substation, but the hydro turbines and the lower tank are located at the wastewater treatment plant, which has an address on Lakeshore Drive.
Thank you. Next in the room.
Good afternoon, board, Mr. Winkleman, Mr. Day. It is an exciting project. I am a big fan of solar and big fan of pump storage. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of that in not only our community, but across the nation as well. I do have some concerns that I think eventually can be addressed, but I do think they should be at least transparent. One is that there has been somewhat of a lack of transparency. I don't think anybody, say in the Scotts Valley area, Lucerne area, fully understand what this is about. I think that needs to be shared with them, just like we did a year ago with Sonoma Clean Power, making sure the community was there. It does seem, as Mr. Rasmussen mentioned, that some of the financial information is a bit dated. I believe you're really talking about essentially two EIRs, because two facilities that are geographically separate from each other that could essentially be somewhere between 1.5 and 2 EIRs. So I do believe that the cost seems low that was quoted. I don't know if any EIRs have been able to be done fully for that amount. The revenue is something that I am very passionate about. We have in the state of California, we have the lowest wholesale rates, but the highest retail rates. There's a huge gap there. And I would like to see through our policy, our ad hoc committee for energy policy, to address these things before we go too much further down this road. That power through a JPA or something like that would be a good way to not only generate revenue, but to allow a real savings to our community through significantly reduced energy bills. So for example, wholesale power is like 5 cents a watt and peak power is like 45 cents a watt. We should be able to have the ability to have right of first refusal to that power coming right back to us. And we don't have yet within this county the legal and financial framework for that. I do like the fact that we will be bringing in jobs for trade. I think that's an excellent idea. But with all due respect, I think there's been some evasiveness in what that's going to look like operationally. That is great for construction, but most of these facilities are practically lights out. You don't need much in the way of maintenance. The environmental impact, I think you'll be able to pencil that out, but you've already mentioned that the water you will be drawing will be high in heavy metals and things that make it not suitable to drink. Part of these tanks will be partially submerged. Part of the risk is what's going to happen if there is a leak and you contaminate the groundwater we do use. Who has that liability? Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the room.
Good afternoon, board and all participants. My name is Joe Tremaine. I'm with the IBEW Local 551 right over the hill in Santa Rosa. For the purposes of feasibility studies and pre-development, that's fabulous. Those are the things it takes to get these kinds of things going. For the purposes of a community workforce development agreement, there are a few good points that I'd like to make about that type of thing and exactly what it brings to a community. So local hire, we've spoken about that. Mr. Day spoke about that. Really important to the local community here. As far as our local, we have workers that live in this area. They don't have necessarily the luxury of work taking place here in this area on a consistent basis. However, stuff like this is what it takes to get us there, community as well as the union trades. Carbon footprint, again, we want to keep our people local, the workers local, so that we're not polluting the environment, getting people coming in from Modesto or wherever the heck they be coming in from. And, having a project built by your local residents is paramount because those people care about their own area, and so they do good work. Apprenticeship programs, the electrical program has a 5-year program, no college tuition debt when you come out the other end, and a great paying job. That's something that the local people coming up, the young people that are going to get into the trades, would appreciate and admire. Then, of course, comes the skilled and trained workforce, which is essential to taking off any project and making it a successful project from beginning to end. And these people that are going to get into this program, get into the apprenticeship program, work on this project, not only will they have, their skilled and trained workforce certifications by the time they finish the apprenticeship program, but they'll come out of the program with a family health plan, a pension plan, something that enables them to retire with dignity, but also take care of their families while they're working in the trades. So I definitely agree with the project, would suggest the forward movement of the project and any community workforce development agreement that would take place because of it. Thank you.
Which union were you with?
Local 551, Santa.
551.
Thank you. Next in the room.
Good afternoon, supervisors and everyone in the room, actually. My name is Frank Cuneo. I'm currently the director of the North Bay Trades Introduction Program. This is a state-registered apprenticeship readiness program, one of approximately 20 like that around the state of California. And I also need to say that California is huge on apprenticeship. They have more than twice the number of apprentices as any other state in the nation. I myself was very fortunate to find out about apprenticeship. I came up as a not so wealthy person from a big family, had to struggle for a little bit. Once I found apprenticeship, I was ready to go. I couldn't believe what it offered. It turned out to be true. I worked in the trade for a while, became an instructor. While I continued to work in the trade, I taught at night. Eventually, I became what they call a training coordinator, which is the manager of the apprenticeship. Did that for about 20 years, and before I retired, I became the director of training for the Sheet Metal Workers Apprenticeship, covering 17 counties and about 850 apprentices in 4 facilities. I was also elected as the president of the California Apprenticeship Coordinators Association, indirectly overseeing about 50,000 apprentices in the state of California, and that was quite a few years ago. Now it's 90,000. Tell you that also along the way, I became involved in workforce development boards, and many times I've had the opportunity to say that from my point of view, looking at the work that those boards do to try to connect employers and workers, I've said many times that I would rather get one person in a good career than 10 people in dead-end jobs. And believe me, apprenticeship means a good career. With that in mind, also I was involved in the meetings for the Hidden Valley Project late last year. At that time, I was passing out flyers for our program, and I do have a few flyers for each of you supervisors, if you'd like, for our upcoming classes. And since that meeting, we ran a class in Lake County, in the town of Clear Lake. We were limited by the college to take in 30, although we had about 60 people apply. I saw from our application process that there's a lot of people in Lake County that could benefit from something like apprenticeship, I got to tell you. And the 22 women and men that we graduated are now out applying for apprenticeships. It's only been a few months. One is definitely an ironworker apprentice. Another is becoming a sheet metal worker apprentice next month, and hopefully many more on from there.
That was your timer, just be aware.
Okay, thank you. So I am very, very much in favor of this project because what it could mean for your community. It's an exciting design, but for me, it's mostly about the people. So this would be good for your citizens.
Thank you. We have somebody else in the room.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. My name is Sal Flores. I'm with Operating Engineers Local 3. I'm one of the business agents here out of the Roanoke Park office. We have members working up here in this area. We definitely support, delegate with the North Bay Building Trades as well. So we support this project and hope, you guys can look into the benefits of the community as well as for working close to home. We have, I myself know of 10, 15 apprentices that are working down in Santa Rosa to Marin County and so on. So a project like this, the scope of it is going to give them the opportunity to work close to home and be able to benefit from all the benefits that the union has to offer. And not just here, but every craft too that's involved. We have one of the best apprenticeship programs these individuals can learn from and take those skills and go anywhere they go. These are skills they're going to take with them wherever they go. No one's going to take that away from them. So hopefully you can look into all that, consider all that, and as I'm stuttering my words, but in support of this project, and hope we can count on you guys to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in the room?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Supervisors, Margot Kambara. What is driving the timeline for the Flashes project? It sounds very exciting what we're learning about here today, and it sounds like we're talking about real jobs. That's terrific. I'm asking about the timing because ideally we would have a comprehensive energy policy that would inform any kind of development project that comes before your board. And so as Mr. Chair, you had pointed out, why don't we have more recent data from the vendor on this project? What was available to the public was a response to a proposal dated February 2020. Oh my gosh, that's 6 years ago. And so it also included estimates and hourly rates, et cetera. I doubt those apply. It identified project personnel. I don't know if they're still on board with the vendor. But let's go back to the big picture. Again, ideally, the county would have its comprehensive energy policy in place before entertaining energy development projects. And a comprehensive energy policy can offer the county protections financially, environmentally, and to the county infrastructure. In addition, a comprehensive energy policy would explore energy sovereignty fund potential and energy sovereignty for the county. This would allow the county to generate income from its energy resources and development efforts, as well as provide lower energy costs to county residents. And development agreements defined by county comprehensive energy policy could set county expectations on access and rates, such as wholesale versus retail, to energy generated. It could also set local employment, like we were talking about, and subcontractor hiring goals for the project. Now, one question that comes to mind is if there are jobs that are earmarked for Lake County residents, what if there's a skill gap? How is that going to be addressed? It's nice to have these jobs set aside, but if we have people who don't have the skills to fill those jobs, what's going to be done? And again, that workforce development agreement discussion that we've had today, that is promising, and that sounds very exciting. So hooray for that. So I go back to what benefit or advantage does a county enjoy if it pursues a project now, as opposed to waiting for the development of a county comprehensive energy policy? And based on the information posted by the county to the public, it seems like there are gaps in the total cost of the project. Specifically, county operations and maintenance costs are not known. A major factor is the knowledge and experience of county staff with the new equipment and facility, and that needs to be factored into the general fund as an ongoing expense, if that's the route we're going to go. Ran out of time. My written comments have my full...
And we did receive that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else in the room? Not seeing any. Do we have anyone online?
Yes, we do. We have Sterling.
Sterling, you're up.
Yes. I want to first say thank you for the presentation, but there is one word that was repeated multiple times and on any other word, including the people doing the presentation. The word is policy. They said they would do with what the county's policy is. We have 3 of the Energy Ad Hoc Committee members sitting here. We have came to this board multiple times expressing how important an energy policy is. I understand this is just the beginning of the project. I do agree with Tom and Margot. We need to figure out how much is going to be coming out of this general fund to fund this project. Old numbers are old numbers. We need the new numbers, especially when we just did the budgets. And we are looking at a $4 million deficit or $7 million deficit in 5 years. And then the gentleman presented stating that, other companies can come in and buy, say like BlackRock. That is one company we do not want in our county. BlackRock is not a good company. Another screaming thing of policy. We need to protect our county before we go any further. Now, the labor unions coming in here and supporting this, I appreciate them bringing in this apprenticeship. I think it's very important. But why can't we bring these apprenticeships in before we have anything like this done? Then we already have our residents already trained and ready to run these facilities, because once they get trained, they're not going to have their apprenticeship done on time to be able to run these. So no matter what, we're still going to bring out-of-county people to run these facilities. There's a lot of out-of-county people that work at the geysers. And then also a couple of these people that came up and made their comment, they're from Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. And my dear question is if we are going to be selling these off, we've already said no to Sonoma Clean Power. What is this going to open up if we do not put that key word that's been said in here, a policy together? Today is the day that you guys could say, no, let's get our energy policy together and let's preserve and protect our county for our residents and our land and our water. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else online?
No.
Okay. I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. One thing I think what's driving this is the money's available today to do the feasibility.
Doesn't matter.
We don't know when it's going to be available again. That's my understanding.
That's absolutely correct, Chair Rasmussen. We've been working at this for a couple of years. If you trace this back to the original legislation that led to the microgrid incentive program, that was 8 years ago. So it was 2018 when that legislation was passed.
Just going to say all that, but keep going.
Thanks, Supervisor Crandall. Yeah, we got started on this 8 years ago, and so the window is open now to get the funds to pay for the feasibility study. And so, again, it's going to take a couple of years. I understand that you have an energy policy committee. Personally, not speaking for Train or anybody else, I would think that these are exactly the types of things that should be running in parallel. I think that the information we get from this will help make the work of the Energy Policy Committee better because it'll give you more options if it turns out that this is viable. Supervisor Sabatier, when we came on one of our previous visits, said, hey, if we have this and it covers peak power, which is the most expensive power that goes into the mix of providing something, that would give the county more options than if it didn't have a peaking plant that it owned. All that's true, but again, that's down the road. First, we have to see whether or not it's physically feasible, whether it's economically feasible. And yeah, we know that the numbers are dated, but that's sort of what the purpose is of this, is to update these and get a better idea and reduce uncertainty.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sue.
Yeah, I was glad you mentioned that, Michael. I wanted to thank you. I know that when I first got on as a supervisor, the 2018 project that was proposed for Hidden Valley was already being talked about. And then Supervisor Sabatier and myself met with you initially, I think it was 2019, and that's when we started. And we met because we were having the PSPS. We just had the 2018 Mendocino Complex fire. And so we were looking at other ways to not only control those or mitigate some of the PG&E costs, but also fire mitigation. So it was an ideal thing to look at. We kept each year basically meeting about it. I think COVID kind of killed part of that whole year, but each year we met about it and talked about this, even to the extent of Lucerne. I remember the North Shore Fire was looking at trying to put this together. So there was meetings in Lucerne. So there was transparency. So there was all sorts of talk, and this has been going for quite some time. I think it's a really good thing to have in parallel with the energy policy group. This will be something we can do together. Like, it can work simultaneously, and I don't think it's going to hurt. It's not moving too fast. It's actually moved longer, and I think there's a lot of questions that do need to be answered. But at the same time, I know how long this has been. I know how far it's come, and so I just wanted to kind of give that insight so that folks know, because this started in 2019. We even met with we had that meeting out, or that press release out in Middletown when the funding came available during then, and we were looking at that potential. So there's been quite a bit going on with this. There has been meetings, and I think it's important that if we do move forward, that we'll make sure that there's more out there so that there's a lot of transparency about it.
Supervisor Hahn.
Yeah. I want to push back a little bit on the comments that have been made about the energy ad hoc committee in the essence that this is a new committee that just took place this year, and we're working on it. And I know that we've expressed, and Ben Recommend has been part of that, as well as Jessica, and we've been expressed that, and we're doing our due diligence trying to put something together. This, I do not want to wait on this. I believe that we missed the moat because Lake County was slow and difficult to deal with the geothermal geysers. Do you know that Sonoma County gets 25% revenue because we did not want to cooperate and they put it just over the line? Well, that was foolish looking back, isn't it? And what we're doing, we're not approving the build. What we're doing is approving the exploration. And I think it's pretty silly since the funding's available. I know I had questions, which I need to ask those questions. But I think we'd be foolish to drag our feet. And so that's where I'm standing on it.
And I appreciate that. And I feel confident. Can't speak for our energy policy because I'm not on it. But I'm confident that they're going to be back to us with a policy significantly before we start talking about whether or not to build this project. Yes. I believe that.
That's the intention. So the rough time frame for this analysis is about 2 years, and we plan to be back as the policy committee back in front of the board well before then. But this analysis will help inform our work.
Right. And thank you. The reason I brought up I'm in favor of this. There's a lot of positives to it. I just had to bring up the CEQA cost for us because I think we need to be aware that that's probably going to cost more, and we're going to have to find that money somewhere. Yeah. So that's what I wanted to.
Yeah, and a lot of what we're asking is for the public's benefit more than anything, right? So that we're forthcoming to them and we have done our due diligence and asked those questions. I do want to add a couple of things during the speaking on the microgrids to be able to keep people online and serve the service during emergencies. I would like, when that's being laid out, that the hospitals be included. I think they're number one that we need to keep lit up. I know they have generators generally, but they should come first, emergency services. The other thing, as far as if we were to keep it here, I know somebody had mentioned, and I've been all about that as well, but in the research I've done so far, servicing, doing like a JPA or something and servicing our county, one of the big issues is we don't own the transportation lines. So it's not going to be quite as big a savings as we might have thought because the cost to PG&E for transportation. So that's it.
All right. And did you want to say something?
So one of the things on the supervisor one is, in addition to having the main trunk lines, what are called express feeds, that take the power in normal circumstances from the generators to the substations, the design also includes a hardened secondary supply system. It would be supplying the Northwest Wastewater Treatment Plant, the County Emergency Operations Center, the jail. It would be taking it over to Sutter Lakeside Hospital. Okay. It would be undergrounded. It would be armored. It would have automatic transfer switches. So in the case of, let's say that it was a really big thing and there were landslides and the county was cut off for an extended period of time, those facilities could go on 100% renewable local generation for an indefinite period of time, even during the winter. So there's sort of a fallback emergency super system for emergency resilience that just covers critical facilities.
Perfect. And that's to me, of course, good, perfect, amazing.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up. We've been having this conversation as long as I've been on the board when I used to sit and watch these meetings. So it is an exciting day that we're taking the next step to feasibility, to really understand what exactly this looks like, because we don't exactly know right now. And this is an important next step to figure that out, ground truth it, and make it shovel ready. So, I'm really excited to see all of our union partners here, because you have so many of your members that live in our county, like you've been speaking about, that have to commute out of the county. And just the construction alone is going to keep a lot of those members here. So thanks for coming today. And it is just interesting, as Supervisor Crandall talked about, how much has changed since these initial conversations started. It was about PSPS. We don't have those events anymore, but we still need to focus on resilience because we don't know what's coming, and to have our critical infrastructure safe so that we can provide emergency services is absolutely top of mind. So I'm excited to take the next step.
Supervisor Crandall.
And also to mention, you meant the freeze. There was a time when we had freezing conditions where we couldn't even trip the grid that we agreed with PG&E because of a specific policy. So there's also, just because there's not a PSPS, there's also these events that happen where this can help with the microgrid. So I don't know. All of those things took place. It put us in modes to be power off, going to the senior centers, going to these different places for power and getting people meals and things like that. I don't want them to come back, but I want to be ready for them. So this is something that can help for that. And I just wanted to mention that once you said the PSPS.
Yes.
And then before we take action, can we discuss if we're going to give consensus to direct the Energy Policy Committee to also work on the Community Workforce Development Agreement?
So I believe that we're bringing an update to the board next month, right? I think it's in July. And
the 14th, yes.
Of July. We had missed the last meeting, right? Should we push it out a month? Question.
So the update was just going to be on one specific thing. It wasn't going to be kind of the broad policy.
Oh, okay.
And I can resend the email, but we could also discuss this too.
So you want to put that on for that item and discuss it again at that point?
I think there's going to be a lot to discuss at that item. There's been, we're just, like Supervisor Owen said, we're just at the very beginning of this.
That's fine.
A lot of work to do. So it'll be an update, and we can talk about a lot then.
I'm happy to just wait and discuss it then. So then I think we're ready for action, unless you have something else.
Nope, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the microgrid incentive program agreements between PG&E and the county.
Go ahead, County Council.
So that would be, it's actually two motions. So that's the first motion.
Right.
And authorize the chair to sign each of these agreements.
All right. And authorize the chair to sign. Are they separate motions? Because that's what I was doing.
Yeah.
So yes. So you mentioned the first part, which is the should be the first motion. Again, to motion to approve the microgrid incentive program agreements, plural, between the PG&E and the county, and authorize the chair to sign each of these agreements, which is two agreements.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 4-0.
And then the second motion now pertains to the reimbursement services agreements, which is the motion to approve the reimbursement services agreements between Train and the county, and authorize the chair to sign each of those agreements.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 4-0. And we're going to go on a break for a few minutes. All right, call our meeting back to order, and we're going to go to our 2 p.m. item, 6:10 item, consideration or presentation of Lake County Behavioral Health Services Act Integrated Plan for fiscal years 26-27, 27-28, and 28-29. And I'll turn it over to our director.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This represents the final stage of approval for our Integrated Behavioral Health Services Plan. I'm going to make a very, very brief just background. Most of you are probably, hopefully already really well aware. Proposition 1 was passed some years ago. And one of the key features of that was to modernize the Mental Health Services Act into the Behavioral Health Services Act, which means that it encompasses SUD services as well as a lot of other changes, with a very specific focus for county behavioral health plans to serve the most vulnerable individuals at risk of homelessness, justice involved, and a big focus on housing also, which was the outgoing governor's kind of his key platform was housing. This also contained a bond act. The board may recall that the County of Lake was awarded 2 bond grants, one for the renovation of our South Shore Clinic in Clear Lake, the other for the development of the county's first ever 16-bed mental health rehabilitation facility that will hopefully also be certified as an ASAM, which is a SUD level of care. Very exciting. Senate Bill 326 is actually, in my humble opinion, more impactful to behavioral health plans than even the revised BHSA plan. It expands significantly the accountability reporting, transparency metrics, mandates for behavioral health plans, and really reflects the state's vision for how behavioral health should deliver services, and notably reduces dramatically the level of local control that counties may exercise with regard to the provision of behavioral health services. As always, though, it requires a robust community planning process to engage and develop services that are responsive to the community's needs where that is possible. So the new buckets, one moment, my thing is in the way, of the BHSA, the allocation has changed significantly, and we spent some time talking about that in the past. But right now we have 35% of the BHSA dedicated towards something called full service partnerships. This is the motto of the program is whatever it takes. So literally, I mean, let's say you move into an apartment and you don't have a couch or you don't have a bed or things that people need to live. Theoretically, we could help you with that, or anything, other kinds of supports that are kind of outside of that, with the goal of stabilizing people at the lowest level of care, preventing hospitalizations. We also have some great data about our existing, this is not a new program, by the way. Our FSP program historically has shown dramatic reductions in psychiatric hospitalizations and incarcerations for those enrolled, which is a great outcome data. We also have a 35% in our behavioral health services and supports. And so this is like everything else. Notably, it will include support for things like assertive community treatment, forensic assertive community treatment. And this is the only bucket in which there is some local latitude for planning. And then we are required to allocate 30% towards housing. I want to note, though, that the department has always supported housing through our FSP program. And in fact, if you do the math, what we had spent in our FSP program to support housing is actually less than this allocation. But nevertheless, we continue to support housing as a key element of the BHSA. Why is it being weird? Okay. This is how we developed this integrated plan and how we made the transition from the MHSA to the BHSA. This is just an overview. I will not go into it extensively. But it requires extensive reporting, so enhanced and expanded reporting, such as the Behavioral Health Outcomes Accountability and Transparency Report. Big focus at the state for seeing service level data of behavioral health plans. Also, we are still required to engage in community planning. We continue to do that as a core foundation of the planning process, and hopefully you have had the opportunity to participate in at least one of our community planning sessions leading up to this meeting. Instead of the previous plan, which was like a Word document that was kind of like a big 300-page book narrative, it's now a portal where you go in and you enter data. And I do, of course, attached to the item, have a PDF printout of the data that was entered, but that in itself really narrows down the latitude that counties have to develop the plan. The draft plan was due March 31st. We met that. And then, of course, the final plan approved by the Board of Supervisors is due very shortly here at the end of the month. So this is also just a brief overview of the MHSA plan components, and then a crosswalk of what is expanded under BHSA, which, as you can see just visually, is a lot more. we did not request an exemption from housing that was available to counties, but given the fact that we provide housing and we need to continue doing that, it didn't make sense. And obviously we have housing needs in this community. We're required to report on statewide behavioral health goals. And actually, I have some data about some statewide reporting and behavioral health goals that if time allows, I'd love to be able to show you. A community planning process. We're required to provide a very specified prescribed treatments and levels of care within the BHSA. We're required to do extensive monitoring of our providers and contractor oversight. We're required to address our county workforce. Continuing to do that, we had been very successfully addressing that through the MHSA, actually. Many successes of growing our own clinicians. As most of you know, this is a healthcare workforce shortage area, and so the MHSA had programs that helped us get people, like my colleague here, Ms. April Gambra, Deputy Director of Clinical Services, all the way into her doctoral program now, and she did that through the help of this funding source. And many other clinicians. We have graduation celebrations all the time. Let's see. So this is just a crosswalk, again, of the old allocation methodology and how it may align or not to the BHSA allocation. As you are all, I'm sure, well aware, the planning necessitated the elimination of services that could not fit within the boxes of the new BHSA. Notably, those included the peer-run wellness centers, as well as some other programs that simply could not find a home because they did not fall within the required service buckets. And so there is some latitude, and yet you must do these mandated programs that the state asks. Okay.
I have a quick question on that. So it looks like the county allocation, does that mean the county is supposed to be pitching in 95% and 90%?
No. Thank you for asking that question, because it actually points to something that I wanted to say. So that's the funding from the state. So just as a level set, the MHSA and the BHSA is a 1% tax on Californians making over $1 million a year. It's a special tax-based fund. And so each county has its own allocation of that MHSA funding source. In the old MHSA, the county would receive 95% of that MHSA, and the state had historically retained 5% for administration. In the new allocation, counties get 90% and the state retains 10%. Yet, as you can see, we are being asked to do more with less.
So what's Lake County's cost?
We will be getting to that shortly. Of the allocation.
I'm jumping it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So this is just an overview of the development timeline. We began planning at the beginning of last fiscal year. We did a needs assessment. I should note here that we've contracted as we have for many years with a consulting firm called Resource Development Associates to help us do this planning process. And so they would host our community meetings, get surveys, conduct focus groups, and so forth. We started really drafting the plan at the beginning of this year. And we're, of course, marching towards that March 31st draft submission deadline. And we had a public comment and a public hearing that was hosted by our Behavioral Health Services Advisory Board, I believe last month. And then now it is before your board. And so for those services within the plan that the county is not able to provide, we will develop a request for proposals for those services. At this time, it's not known. We are still assessing our capacity and bandwidth, but obviously we will follow the county purchasing ordinance as regards that need. Okay, this is just another way of breaking down the funding allocations. It's already been repeated, but so this is looking at the totality of the budget. So it's kind of mapping all of the programs that we had been funding under MHSA and aligning them with the new funding bucket. So essentially, in funding that was not housing or FSP or other types of allowable services, we were about $3.49 million of that in our budget, but now we had to fit it down into $2 million. And so again, that's what necessitated the closure of the peer-run wellness centers and a variety of other programming that was not aligned with the new BHSA program methodology.
I have a quick question on that. Sorry, but I don't want to try to remember. The peer centers that are closed, leases on those buildings, what's going on with the leases on the buildings? How many were closed?
Oh, so all of the county-run peer centers were closed?
All of them? How many buildings is that, though?
Yeah, so that is 1, 2, 3. So the one Circle of Native Minds, that lease terms in August. The other facility, which was the Big Oak Peer Support Center, we're working on transitioning that into a new program hub. It's presently the home of our mobile crisis department, and we're using it as a, I don't know if, as a 23-hour outpatient, I don't want to say stabilization because that's like a clinical term, but basically a place for people to decompress. And also through community input, we heard a lot from our community and how important that center was. And so we've agreed to maintain continuity to continue to provide a place for the food truck to touch down, as well as the shower trailer for a period of time.
Okay, and what's the lease on that?
I don't have that, but I'm happy to get back to you about that.
Okay, and do you know off the top of your head what the leases are per month?
No, I don't. I'd have to get back to you about that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so these again are the expenditures and our total allocation. This is the budget question that you asked earlier, Supervisor Owen. So our total allocation is $7.7 million. Of that, we have allocated 1.9 to full service partnership services, the most to behavioral health services and supports, a little over $4 million, and then 1.8 to housing interventions. We did initiate a transfer, which was allowable, of full service partnership to the behavioral health services and supports bucket because we analyzed our utilization data of FSP and determined that we had a greater need for those programs that would fall within the BHSS bucket, and that the 1.9 was actually more than enough to meet our FSP programmatic needs. This continues to estimate it. You will note, though, look, we're getting our biggest allocation this year because it's all dependent on the tax base of those highest earning Californians. And so based on tax projections, 26-27 is looking pretty good at 7.7, but this is an incredibly volatile revenue source, which also makes planning for programs difficult because you cannot accurately predict revenue. And so the best estimates ongoing, you can see we take a pretty dramatic dip for estimated tax base in the following year, 27-28, coming in just shy of 6. So that's about $1 million reduction. And then from there, we kind of maintain stable at about $6 million as our allocation. This is just a summary of the different kinds of programs that are included in our integrated plan in terms of what we will be funding. A lot of them, especially in the behavioral health services and supports bucket, are going to support programs we are required now to implement that are high fidelity programs, which will be monitored by the state. And we hope to meet fidelity benchmarks for those programs. And so we will use a large portion of this funding bucket to stand up those very intensive high cost services, with the goal, of course, of making them sustainable through Medi-Cal reimbursement. It's important to note also that MHSA, BHSA is one of the local funding sources we can use as our non-federal match to draw down Medi-Cal claims. So to the extent that we are able, we are also leveraging BHSS funds as our local match for those Medi-Cal claims for those programs. We have covered the significant program modifications. I want to reiterate that even though we have closed our peer-run wellness centers, peer support remains a core Medi-Cal billable service, and peers are integrated now into all of our teams, including our drug Medi-Cal programs and our mental health programs in all levels of care. Peers are an indispensable component of behavioral health services, even if they aren't delivered in a wellness center milieu. As I said, we are now required to implement a variety of evidence-based programs to fidelity. We've been meeting with what the state has deemed centers of excellence, who are subject matter experts to help us with technical assistance to build this programming, including assertive community treatment, supported employment, high-fidelity wraparound, coordinated specialty care for first episode psychosis, just to name a few. Unfortunately, some programs did have to sunset as they no longer fell under the model. We've covered that. This is also some more information about full service partnerships, prioritization of individuals who are most vulnerable with the most serious behavioral health needs is a key theme and key component of Proposition 1, which is a change from how we've been doing, where we do general stigma awareness and awareness campaigns and things like that. And so those things are no longer clearly allowable within the BHSA framework. Housing, as I said, a big component. We rely, and we are in a unique, and I guess I would say fortunate position in the fact that we are the lead administrative entity for the Lake County Continuum of Care. So that puts us in an advantage for leveraging things like homeless management information system, data entry, and coordinated entry. We are presently still working on trying to figure out how to implement transitional rent, community supports, and other managed care plan benefits. But these housing supports are for individuals with, again, the most serious illnesses who are the most vulnerable. Okay, so definitely heard community needs. Big themes here were access, outreach, and awareness. That will continue, but more focused. So now we want to build awareness about the specific programs that we have. For example, I want every family in Lake County to know that we have a first episode psychosis program. Data shows that a lot of families don't even know how to recognize the signs and symptoms of early psychosis. And the longer people go untreated, the worse the outcomes, right? And so it's not that we're going to stop doing outreach and awareness, but it needs to be more targeted to our programs and our services. Of course, we always want to coordinate and strengthen our partnerships. We've identified specific populations, or rather through the community needs assessment. Of course, Native Americans are one of the most highly prioritized populations, youth, families, older adults, and justice-involved individuals. So our programming will, to the extent possible, focus on and prioritize individuals in those populations. And as I stated, integrating peer support into the full continuum of care. Of course, workforce and technology continue to remain important. Can't do the work without it. And so those are the main themes that came up. All right, of course, we have a website. Should any member of the public or your board be interested in going to seeing any of the documentation, including all of the previous MHSA plans, this is where they live. And that concludes my presentation on the BHSA.
Thank you, Director. Do we have any questions from board members at this point?
I think I asked mine. I think I asked mine. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. If there's nothing else, then I'll open it up to the public. Do we have anybody in the room? I see Angela coming up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Director Jones, I asked this question at Earth, and then Supervisor Owen just asked it again. But it's been 3 weeks since then, and I had asked the question regarding the closure of the Big Oak Peer Center, and if there was a lease agreement, and you said it was being worked on internally. So if we can find out like when that lease agreement ends, and if there's an opportunity for the county to repurpose it for something else if you guys aren't going to use it, and maybe a different department can use it for temporary usage. Another concern is, what is behavioral health doing to prevent harvesting of client information by third parties? Or what can clients do to protect their information? I'll not get into specific details here, but forms are being presented to clients with county logos on them, and this is a problem. One last thing is that another concern is that there are some clients that are waiting extensive wait times for caseworkers, sometimes more than a year. So we need help. But one of the big things right now is finding out about this harvesting of client information, and I'd like to find out how it can be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room? No. Do we have anyone online?
We do. Sabrina Andrews.
Sabrina will unmute you, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Sabrina Andrus, and I have a question regarding the prevention and early intervention services that are being cut as part of this implementation. And I will start by saying I completely understand that difficult decisions have to be made, and I don't envy folks. And my understanding, based on both BHSA and the behavioral health materials, is that prevention and early intervention services remain allowable uses of funding and are, in fact, the first priority identified within the new behavioral health services and supports framework. So that's on slide 5 of the presentation we just saw. What I have not seen is a clear plan for how critical services like perinatal screenings, outreach, education, and peer support will continue to be delivered. Is this work being brought in-house, or is another model being considered? And I ask, of course, because the organization I lead, Motherwise, conducts perinatal depression and anxiety screenings for hundreds of Lake County moms each year. And those screenings really quite often serve as the first step in identifying concerns, connecting families to resources, and preventing more serious behavioral health challenges from developing. And I also want to clarify a point that was raised during a previous public hearing on May 14th of this year. Director of Behavioral Health indicated that our work may actually be duplicative of the maternal, child, and adolescent health work done within public health. Screenings and peer support for perinatal mood and anxiety disorders are not, I believe, within the scope of that program's work for at least the next three years. And even if it is, they don't have the staffing to do so. So if these services are eliminated, there's not another existing program positioned to provide them in the tried and true manner that we do. And that distinction is important because in a rural county like ours, non-clinical screenings and peer support are often the most accessible forms of behavioral health support available to new parents. And the director herself acknowledged just how important peer support is, right? Provider shortages remain significant, and many mothers are understandably hesitant to discuss mental health struggles in a clinical setting, particularly if they're not met with trauma-informed or culturally competent care. Peer-based services, non-clinical-based peer-based services create a trusted and accessible entry point for families who might otherwise never seek support. I'm also a little bit concerned because this approach appears inconsistent with the integrated plan, which states that to provide access to care for populations with lower penetration rates, including Hispanic and Spanish-speaking populations and individuals living in rural communities, the county will, quote, expand outreach and engagement efforts through partnerships with community-based organizations. So nearly half of the mothers that we serve are Hispanic, and every family we serve obviously lives in a rural community. Motherwise is exactly the type of community-based organization described in that plan. The screenings, outreach, education, and peer support we provide are not separate from the county's stated strategy. They're actually a direct example of that strategy in action. So my question is this: if prevention and early intervention remain a priority under BHSA, I understand they are, and that's great, and community-based partnerships remain part of the county's strategy for reaching underserved populations, how does eliminating existing community-based PEI services advance those goals, and what is the plan to ensure those services remain available? You know, we all know maternal mental health issues are the #1 complication of pregnancy in the postpartum period, and Lake County moms and families deserve early intervention service regardless of which agency engages in said services, and that's what we care about at the end of the day. Thanks.
Thank you, Sabrina. Do we have anyone else online? Director, do you have any information you want to offer at this time?
Yes, April will.
I'm sorry. So,
is your mic on?
April Gambra, Clinical Deputy Director for Behavioral Health. I just wanted to acknowledge that first, regarding the lease agreements, some of those things I think that our hands are kind of tied with some legal circumstances. And so as soon as we're able to release some of that information, we would be happy to do so. Related to the early intervention services and perinatal. So outreach is strategically mapped out as we are to come from behind our seats and out into the community and offer education and access to the services that we provide specifically within our core set of services. Early intervention, yes. However, they have kind of limited and how we can push early intervention out. As far as the harvesting of information, I'm sorry, I'm going back and forth. That was a lot.
we have continuously made reports to Department of Healthcare Services related to information that we find. And I encourage anyone who has information to please send those documents to us, because we do follow up on them very swiftly and very frequently. And so that was the first time I had heard about a county logo being used, and that does bring a lot of concerns. And then to the maternal child perinatal outreach questions, I would really like to sit down and try and figure out how, with our public health department, what resources are available. Because unfortunately, that does not fall within some of our call outs specifically. So I want to know more. That was Sabrina Andrus, right?
Yes. And on slide 22, when we, from the aggregate community surveys, focus groups, the priority populations identified again were Native American communities, youth, TAY families, older adults, justice-involved individuals, and people experiencing homelessness. So perinatal population did not specifically rise up to the top of the specific populations of focus for our community surveys.
Thank you. Hey, if there's nothing for our Supervisor Crandall.
Earlier, this was before we opened up the public. Thank you. That you were going to keep specific not peer support centers, but services. I want to say for I think it's the Live Oaks.
Big Oak.
Yeah. Big Oak. Why do I call it Live Oak? I think that's the senior center. But so that's still going to be utilized in a certain capacity. Okay, and so that helps. I know it's a very devastating thing for all of the peer support centers that are going to be affected by this, and I think you've explained why. And I know it's on a couple slides. It's a mandate, right? That's not funded anymore, and there is also limitations within the department, right, to do all this work. I would think, and so in the meantime, considering that and the new initiative and the new direction, with regard, because as we look around, we know that there's folks in our communities with mental health and issues and behavioral health issues. Who do you depend on to cover that, what you cannot cover? Does that make sense?
So the needs that exist beyond the scope of behavioral health, well, that requires ongoing and extension collaboration with Partnership Health Plan, who's our managed care plan, with our local federally qualified health centers, also with our singular Tribal 638 clinic, as well as community partners. Those have been ongoing discussions. And so for the Big Oak Center example, while we're figuring out where the shower trailer and the food giveaways from Redwood Empire Food Bank, like where those can transition, we're still holding that and doing that targeted outreach with our mobile crisis team to link those individuals to services. In fact, I think that has already been incredibly successful. Some of the people who've been regular visitors of the Big Oak Center have since been connected, like for example, to residential treatment services with our drug Medi-Cal plan. And so that is our goal, is to link and connect those individuals into services. April, you have more to say. Yes.
I do, because I get really nervous when I speak, so I apologize. My mind goes right past some of the information that I wanted to share. But part of what we're going to do going forward is partner with, we're exploring options to work with public health to do community street outreach, right? To take and kind of collaborate together and go throughout the community. So it actually makes us come out from behind the desks and in the community to identify those that are previously not coming into our services, who may have frequented our peer support centers. So we now have this responsibility to perform street outreach on multiple levels for various things. And we'll be held accountable for that data on the number of individuals that we go out and seek, how many contacts we make, how many people we get into services. And there's always room for us to grow, right? So there's always room for us to grow collaboratively, partner with other partners through enhanced community services supports, other providers who are already doing the work out there. There's a way for us to partner with them to kind of, once that outreach occurs, link them into more stable housing or stable services or additional resources. But our work has just begun when it comes from identifying that population that did frequent our centers. Our peers are now employed in part of our clinical team. So that means that we're taking those peers with that lived experience, giving them, brushing up on their skills, and assigning them with targeted populations. So it may be that they go out and seek families who are have adolescents who are experiencing first episode psychosis, or substance use, or mental health justice involved, youth probation. So now we're going out and we're helping to identify. They're deploying in the community around the county and trying to engage and link them to resources. So we're not just focused in the center or in one of our clinics. We literally have got to branch out as part of our requirements.
Thank you.
All right, anything else from the board? Are we be ready for action?
I'll offer the resolution.
Resolution's been offered.
Supervisor Owen.
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall.
Yes.
Supervisor Pike.
Yes.
Supervisor Huff.
Aye.
Thank you.
And I believe there was some further action, or was it just the reso?
Authorized.
I guess I handled everything.
Right.
Authorize submission of the integrated plan and required supporting documents to the state of California, and authorize the chair of the Board of Supervisors to execute the required Board of Supervisors certification form and any related non-substantive submission documents.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may clarify, because the resolution already addressed those authorizations and directions as it relates to the certification form, the non-substantive amendments, I believe for our purposes here, the adoption of the resolution would suffice.
Perfect. Thank you. Then that concludes that item. We're going to move on to our 611-230 item, consideration of the Behavioral Health General Fund loan, repayment options, and fiscal stabilization update. Again, turn it over to our director, Elise Jones.
Thank you again. Up on your screen, following the board's direction last time, we understand that a repayment plan rather than forgiveness is the preferred route forward. I want to also provide what I think is quite a positive development. Things have changed so much since CalAIM and payment reform, but we finally were able to push through claims totaling a little over $1 million for what's called administrative and QR work. We're going to be doing that in perpetuity. The reason why it was delayed was largely because the Department of Healthcare Services was not fully calibrated. That said, we just hit submit on those, I believe, yesterday. We will not be seeing those payments touch down until probably late August after the full adoption of the state's budget. They shut all of the billing down between the budget draft till adoption. So that's a challenge for us every year. But we anticipate about $1 million or more annually in federal revenue from that. So that's a nice unencumbered funding source. And so I wanted to offer a few different repayment scenarios. So obviously we have the remaining balance, and then we have a repayment scenario for 7 years, and then of course 5 years. And then we will have the option to make lump sum payments applied to that loan balance from those admin claims. And I know there's been talk about the required local share of funds. That money cannot be used towards the local match because it's federal dollars. So we have to use it for something else. And so because we were expecting it, but it was unanticipated, unencumbered revenue for budget purposes. So these are also just like if we were to apply the maximum what we received, that would drive down the remaining balance quite substantially, and therefore reduce our repayment schedule. So I also noted that there was some consideration of interest, and our recommendation is if the board does decide to move forward with applying interest, that the interest is prospective, it's simple interest, not compound, and it would be a rate reviewed by the county auditor controller. Obviously, with repayment, we are trying to maintain the very fresh stability that we've achieved in our behavioral health finance program. And so looking, of course, not to destabilize our fiscal stabilization progress thus far. Thank you.
Supervisor Owen?
Yeah, those documents and the repayment was not included, or at least I didn't receive it.
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay. And I know that we were interested in some interest, as we are losing about 80,000 a year, I believe, on that.
We are. I think this would be a good time to bring up the maintenance of effort funds and how those could be potentially considered. Amber, is that something you're prepared to discuss?
It's great.
This is Amber Luch, our fiscal program manager.
So every month we get a transfer of roughly $5,000. It's a maintenance of effort that comes from the general fund to behavioral health, and it totals about, I want to say it's $61,112. I don't want to say that any money is like that we could give it up, but it's a small enough amount per month that it wouldn't be missed as terribly as having to take from other funding sources to pay interest. So I don't know if that's something that the board would be interested in looking at, reducing that.
Yeah, or waiving that during the period as interest towards the interest, if that was the board's direction.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, I think we can consider that as interest, structure something so it doesn't, we want to make sure that your stability is not rocked. Like, we've come a long way. I would be okay with looking at the 7-year plan with the understanding that you could make lump sum payments with the new opportunities. And then if you wanted to submit that as interest, but it probably should come back to us sort of in one plan. Yeah, because we could kind of see it all together. But that would be my suggestion, is we can commit to the 7 years, give you the kind of grace that you would need for the ups and downs, but then also expect to see some lumps maybe a couple times a year.
Yeah. So this is the first time that we've done the admin and the QA/QI. Okay. Historically, it's been done during the cost settlement process. So many counties have not submitted these claims. So we've had amazing support from Cal Mesa. They've basically gave us a plug and play that we can use quarterly. So these submissions will be done on a quarterly basis. I don't know what the payment timing is with those because it's the first time we've done it. But going forward, we will be submitting these claims quarterly so that we could be making regular payments. I just don't know what that looks like yet.
Okay.
I'm in favor of longer payment plan. I don't want to put behavioral health in any kind of a bad position, so I want to make it as doable as possible, and understanding that if something happens we need to readjust, then I'm willing to do that too. I'd be okay with that pot that you talked about, but at the same time I don't feel that we necessarily have to charge interest, but if that's the direction of the board, then I'm okay with using that pot. But I just want to, make it to where we're not going to put you in a bad position. And certainly helpful if you get extra money and you can make a bigger lump payment. Supervisor Owen?
I'd like you to come back with a couple of different options on the payments. I know that it's kind of up there, but with the interest included. And so that's where I'm kind of sitting on it right now, because we are losing money. And we are, not in a good situation here financially either. So
I appreciate that, Supervisor. And I don't disagree. I understand the position of the general fund. And I think I would also like to note that when even before I started working for this department, one of the number one priorities of this community consistently that came up in the community health needs assessment was behavioral health. And by any metric, our community was profoundly underserved. And so I recognized that we had to do a lot of course correction. However, this loan resulted because we expanded services so dramatically by 60%. Our quality metrics are ahead of in the upper quartile of the state. And so I guess I would like the board to consider the value that we've brought to the community and the monetary, what that might mean, just in consideration of that interest.
Go ahead, Razor. Yes, I'm in favor of the 7 years. 7 years. That's the longer. Yes, and I do appreciate the thought put into the amount. I think you said it was the $5,000 a month or something like that. I appreciate that in consideration of interest, and I'd be willing to accept that as well if it's the will of the board. So,
okay, yeah, that's where I'm at too. Have we? Did I didn't open to the public yet? No. So, let's do that now. Let's open to the public in the room.
Good afternoon, Board, Behavioral Health. I just want to first extend my thanks to the people working so hard in the Behavioral Health Department. It's, I guess, personally one of the most important departments that of services that we provide, and they need, as she mentioned, they expanded their services by 60%. I have a question with this unencumbered windfall of approximately $1 million, and I apologize. There's a lot of terminology that I'm unfamiliar with. But during the last budget hearing, there was a mention that there was a constraint that the state recommends like a revolving fund or something like that of about $1 million. And because that's not funded to that level, it slows down the amount of money that they can invoice for and then for a return. Is there a possibility to take some of these unencumbered funds to bring that revolving fund up to the level so to improve throughput and therefore that creates sort of a self-stabilizing situation for the department so that in addition to the windfall, that's not really a windfall, but it is a windfall. Okay, well, good. We have money now to pay for the 4-year cake for the other project. But also to create an operational dynamic that doesn't necessitate the need to continually come back to the board and maybe further accelerate the repayment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room?
I'll make it quick. Just for transparency purposes, I was just wanting to find out if we could know what the status is of the money that was requested to be returned to the state. If it's not been repaid or forgiven by the state, is that amount being factored in here? I believe it was around $1.5 million. I don't have the exact number with me. But if it still needs to be repaid, how will it affect this repayment plan? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have our Deputy CAO?
Hi, Casey Marino, Deputy County Administrative Officer. So the MOE funds cannot be used as leverage for this. Those are a requirement of realignment. So in order to receive realignment, you have to have the MOE. Okay. So unfortunately, that won't work. Thank you.
Thank you.
We tried.
Do we have anyone else in the room? Not seeing any. Do we have anyone online, Carolyn?
The first person is Zoom user.
Zoom user, if you could identify yourself, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, this is Sterling. I agree with the 7-year plan, but I'd put little stipulations. Every year they need to come back and show the finances. And if they can make a little bit more payment back to the county in that year, then they should make an extra payment. And also it's kind of like finances. So when you go to borrow money, say from a loan company, and you borrow the money, you have the interest. You have so much time to pay it off. If you can make more, you put it towards the principal. But in the end, if they're not able to pay this, is there going to be a balloon payment? Because this is the money that's coming out of our general fund. I agree we need behavioral health. Here in Spring Valley last week, there was a mental crisis happening in 105-degree weather where there was a naked person walking down New Long Valley Road. So I agree that we absolutely do need these, but we also have to think of everything else that we have to pay for also. So I agree with the 7-year plan, but also having them come back once a year, showing where their finances are at, if they can make extra payment. And if they can make that extra payment, maybe take that interest off and make it towards the principal of the balance that's there, since they are making that extra payment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else?
Yes, you can't.
Betsy, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Betsy Kahn, Upper Lake. I just want to say that my understanding of the funds that are available for the county to operate, those general funds that you're talking about using, those are monies that come from the community, and their purpose is designed to serve public health and safety needs. I think it's just a little bit bizarre to ask for a department to pay interest on a loan that is used to provide services that we desperately need. I just think that's just too much. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else?
No.
I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board for anything final or any action or direction.
I mean, I
think it's...
I think the 7-year plan is what we have consensus for.
I'm in favor. Go
Yeah, I'm all in on that. I do want to know, when I was talking about, options, I really liked what Tom had to say about bringing your reserves up. Is there any, can you, before we put the hammer down and say this is what's happening, do you have recommendations on how we can make all of this work?
Yes.
Okay.
So that was our first thought, is that we could use that funding to apply to our share of cost and our local match and our IGT and our governmental transfer. Unfortunately, we cannot use that funding source because
that's what she was talking about.
It has well, that's what Mr. Lasich was speaking to.
Okay.
So we cannot use that as our share of cost. However, in our budget, we do have it budgeted, like we know how much roughly we have to put up. Other portions of what we get in terms of Medi-Cal revenue don't have federal color, and we use those as well as the BHSA dollars to fund that local share of cost. I wish that we could use this money as our local share of cost. I would have filled up our CFA account, but we are not allowed.
Okay. All right. No, I just wanted to help you. I do think that we do have to make the general whole. And so, yeah.
Also, I appreciated the public comment of yearly reporting. My recommendation would be a direction to staff to return quarterly.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think we're just offering direction at this point, right? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as part of the direction your board may want to consider, it sounds like there's consensus of a 7-year plan. As part of the direction to have staff come back to your board with a document in reference to that proposed plan for your board's consideration and approval as part of the direction to implement this structured repayment plan. So that would be within the 7-year structure.
Mr. Counsel, would that be I believe that this loan was authorized as a resolution. Would this be an amendment to that resolution?
It may come in the form of that. That's why I characterized it as a document.
Okay.
The board to be presented to the board. And that's going to be part of your board. That can be part of your board's direction as staff to come back to your board at a certain date with that document that may come in the form of an amendment to the resolution that would incorporate those elements, the number of years, the 7-year plan, the interest, all for your board's consideration and approval.
Go ahead, CAO.
Chair, yes, I think it actually could come back both as a resolution and a document. But again, until we look further, we'll put it together and work with behavioral health.
And to a date to be determined later.
Yes, give us some time to meet. And I'm missing 2 of my finance officers next week. So,
okay.
About that, I'm just kidding.
Is that okay with the board?
It's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and Betsy won me over.
Okay.
With the interest.
Okay. All right. So I think that's it for now. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And now we're going to stay on behavioral health. We're going to go backwards to item 511, which was pulled by Supervisor On. Let me read it out. That was to approve amendment number 1 to the agreement between the County of Lake and Willow Glen Care Center for Adult Residential Support Services and Specialty Mental Health Services for fiscal year 2025-2026 for an amount not to exceed $1 million and 0 cents, and authorize the chair of the board to sign. And I think I'll start with Supervisor Owen.
Yeah, actually, it wasn't specific as to 511. You had about 5 items on there, and I think they totaled like over 3 million. And I just wanted to know about the metrics. And you can get back to us later on that, but I lost my spot. I'm sorry. Let me see if I can find it again. Management, metrics, and efficiency, just along those lines on as far as who we're serving and just that information. And I know I brought it up last year as well. So that was it. I just wanted to touch on that since we had several items on there and it was a $3.1 million price tag. So.
Yes. So I believe that the memo does provide details about the number of people placed in those facilities and the length of stay. However, placement costs have been one of the single biggest driving factors of our budget increase. Unfortunately, since COVID, as with every other industry, costs went up and housing of people went up just right along with that. And so this reflects, unfortunately, an increased utilization of these out-of-county placements. We have a very high acuity population in Lake County, but also because the rates simply just went up due to those facilities, and PG&E went up, like everything went up, so it drove these costs up. However, one of my ongoing goals and something that I'm going to put into really clear focus over the next year or two is to do our best job to transition those people from out-of-county placements back into the county much quicker, and to avoid that for a variety of reasons. Cost is not the least of those reasons, but also we'd rather have our people here in county. So to that end, we've actually done significant restructuring of our management team and along with behavioral health transformation. And now for the first time, we actually have a dedicated managed care program manager. It's not like combined into other functions, because we recognize that need really concerted effort in terms of discharge planning, to make sure that we start discharge planning from the moment that people are admitted. And of course, that's always the gold standard, but obviously capacity has been a challenge. So recognizing that, we now have a dedicated manager just for coming in the door and coming out the door, and to make that better. I do also, this isn't specific to the outcome metrics with regard to the Willow Glen contract, but I do just want to highlight that the behavioral health plan is evaluated constantly by the Department of Healthcare Services. And so up on the screen, I have the 6 measures that DHCS has chosen as the most important things at this point to monitor plans for. So they're looking at how we manage the prescribing of antidepressant and managing of antidepressant medications, continuation of those medications, follow-up after hospitalization for a behavioral health crisis. That's a big one. Follow-up after any emergency department visit, use of social supports rather than medications for children as the first line of treatment, and then also how well we treat our people with schizophrenia with their medications and adherence to that. So this represents the first year that we were measured by DHCS with regard to these specific outcome metrics. This was 2023. And you can see in the red box, we're kind of like middle of the pack. We're in the upper half. Okay, so I would give that lit to 67%. It's just kissing a C if you're going to grade it like that. But I'm pleased to show that in 2024, with regard to all those same metrics, we're now in the upper quartile. outcome measures. We also received 0 findings in our DMC ODS audit and continually with our mental health audits. So what they do, like they'll go in, they'll pull charts. We don't know when they're going to do this either. It's completely random. They go through everything. We also have, if you're interested in any compliance related data, we have a compliance website that has all of the information that's escaping me right now. But I can send that to you. It contains every single compliance report we've ever had, external quality review reports. So I just am hearing loud and clear from the public, and I agree that oversight is important, and what we can do is help to make that more transparent. We do have a significant amount of oversight and a big focus on improving quality of care. So I appreciate your bringing that up, Supervisor. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Vice Chair.
I was going to drop you an email, but now we're having a conversation. I really appreciate the memos on all of these, specifically laying out the different facilities, the users, and their path. I think that's really helpful for us when we see so many of these contract amendments to know kind of who are these people that we're serving. So thank you for doing that. It's really helpful.
Thank you.
And is your new standard now?
Yes, it's been a goal I think I finally achieved. It's great. Thank you.
All right, I'll open it to the public. Is there anybody in the room? No? Is there anyone online? Bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve Amendment Number 1 to the agreement between the County of Lake and Willow Glen Care Center for Adult Residential Support Services and Specialty Mental Health Services for fiscal year 2025 to 2026 for an amount not to exceed $1 million, and authorize the chair of the board to sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to call 7.5. This is consideration of the 2026 Transportation Work Plan and 2027 through 2031 5-year transportation program.
We did 7.
What's that?
4 and 2, 5.
I'm doing 7.4 first.
So,
yeah, 7.5 first is what I'm. There was a reason for that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
good. Sorry.
It makes sense now that I think about it. Who has all the concrete rock out? I mean, not concrete. Pavement rock out on Spruce Road Extension. Do you know? Lars?
All right, I'm trying to get.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right. Yes. Well, first.
I didn't know if that was us that had that.
I didn't hear the question, ma'am.
Spruce Road Extension, there's a lot of pavement rock out there piled up.
I'll have to look at it. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Thank you.
All right, you go ahead, Director.
Okay. All right. Lars Ewing, Public Works Director. Coming to your board with a presentation that is a bit of a follow-up of one that was provided back in December. Your board asked for sometime over the last couple of months, your board asked me for a presentation, a focused presentation on this year's work plan. And when we say work plan, road work plan. And in the interest of time, I will be very brief with this. But you'll see some slides that are somewhat similar from the previous presentation. So those are the ones that I will likely breeze through a bit. So first off, this is a similar one, staffing and equipment. This talks about how the Public Works Department carries out our projects. In yellow, Road Department. This is your county road crew. You can see crew of 34, along with some other information there. That is soon to be, at least allocation-wise, a crew of 40, thanks to your board's approval of 6 additional staff. to be funded out of SB1, which is one of the items that we've been discussing or will discuss following this. On the right side, you can see in green engineering and capital project staff. The bulk of those are filled. I will highlight that the associate engineer and 2 of the capital project manager positions are vacant. Recognizing that there is a hiring freeze, this can be of concern because that division is a general fund budget unit. However, it bills out to based on its services to, say, for example, the road department or to parks or landfill or other entities where there is funding. So the majority of their time is reimbursed. So that's something to point out. And the equipment list is down below what we have on hand. This is a new presentation, and it is slightly different from what is posted in the agenda. The difference is the mileage in the second bullet point there. Talks about paved miles and unpaved miles. There was just a correction in the numbers. So what you see on the screen here is correct. So for the county maintained road network, what your board asked was a breakdown by district, by supervisory district, recognizing that the road crew, your public works department, looks at it as a whole, as a network of one. But your board did ask for this breakdown. So by district, you can see the first category, road miles, paved and unpaved. So in green on the left is the miles of paved road in each district, and in what appears to be pink is unpaved, and then the total, and then the number of roads is also provided. Some roads are a quarter mile, some are 10 or 20 miles long. So that is less informative, but certainly the road miles. Just some things to kind of highlight here. Paved roads, over a third of the road network, of the paved road network, is in District 5. District 1 and 3 both have about 26% of paved roads. District 4 has 13, and District 2 is probably, as far as a board meeting for Supervisor Sabatier to miss, this may be one to miss. He has about a 0.1%. I shouldn't say he, but District 2 contains about a 0.1% of the county road network. Unpaved, it is quite a bit different story. You can see District 3 has the bulk, and we're talking about up in the north, the northern hills, and so that really is understandable. So moving on to the next slide, this is one that you should be maybe familiar with, road condition. We commonly, and your board has maybe heard of the pavement condition index, PCI. 0 is bad, 100 is perfect, and it's a way to measure the condition of the road. It's not the only way, but it is the most commonly accepted way. You can see by district. This is also something that your board asked, is the pavement condition index broken down by district. So you can see District 1, almost 38, District 2, 13.5, District 3, about 29, District 4, about 40, and District 5, 36. Some things to point out is that the range, with the exception of District 2, which is just a few mile, actually less, I think what is a half a mile, with the exception of that, they're not too far different, recognizing that, a spread of 10 can seem extreme. But when we're talking about a range from 0 to 100, that is not overly extreme, but provided this for your board's awareness. How road preservation projects are prioritized. This is a very similar slide to before, so I won't spend too much time here, but this shows how we go about prioritizing the roads that we're doing our work on, be it primarily with the road crew. That's how these preservation projects are prioritized. Capital projects are quite a bit different, primarily because they are largely funded through grants. Speaking of which, funding sources, you can see the list of, and this is pretty much in order of amount or magnitude of funding that we bring in. Funding sources specific to transportation. And by the way, this is not just roads. I titled it transportation because we do have capital projects at the airport, so I thought it was important to do that. So SB1, you can see there that's about round figures about $4 million per year. coming from the state. I think it's important to note that it's a formula coming from the state based on our maintained road mileage and registered vehicles. So that in this case for SB1, we receive funding that is 75% based on our proportion of maintained road mileage in comparison to the rest of the state, and 25% based on our proportion of registered vehicles. The next bullet point, highway users tax account, which is that has been in place for decades. SB1 has been in place for about 1 decade, but HUDA has been in place, I don't know how many decades, but for quite some time. HUDA is the reverse. HUDA is highway user tax account. HUDA is 75% registered vehicles, 25% maintained road mileage. For Lake County, SB1 is much more in our favor. You can imagine that the number of miles of roads that we have, as opposed to the registered vehicles. This SB1 is very much in rural counties' favor. So it's a great opportunity. HUDA, we bring in on average about $3.5 million a year. Property tax, you're looking at about $1.2 million. And just of note, coming in about 1 cent of every property tax dollar. So we're not talking about the heavy hitter. Primarily, it's gas tax that's bringing it in. Next up, a few other ones that I'll skip past, but RSTP, Regional Surface Transportation Program, and Construction Refuse Vehicle Road Impact Fee. Those are $900,000 and $300,000 roughly. The last one, there's no dollar amount. I won't reference it because grants and programs, those are they ebb and flow. So we're talking about competitive grants that we bring in, and that funds essentially the bulk of our capital improvement plan. How it's spent, this is a similar slide. About 70% is on routine operations and maintenance and administration. Pavement preservation is about 18%, and capital improvement projects 12%. The telling point here is that HUDA, RSTP, property taxes, that essentially funds our day-to-day operations and ability to respond and react, and staff and provide equipment. So that's the staffing, the equipment, and our day-to-day operations. Pavement preservation projects, there we're talking about the material to do the work if we're doing it in-house, and any contract work that we need to hire out. That's funded through SB1. Capital improvement projects, which are about 12% of the funding there, primarily grants and some out of SB1. All right. So we'll jump into the 2026 work plan for transportation in general. I'll focus here on county road crew. There is an exhibit that is included in your agenda that lists the actual roads that are planned as of the time that we prepared this, which nothing has changed. This work is 32 miles focused on the North Lakeport and Nice area, so it's both District 4 and District 3. It also includes in a variety of different supervisory districts, CSA, which is a countywide service area, and those were 20-year funded countywide service areas. We are wrapping those up, and we have about 3 miles of roads to chip seal over those 9 countywide service areas. We also have, and that work, by the way, is underway right now. They are doing the chip seal work, I believe, down in the Middletown area. Tomorrow they'll be in Kelseyville area. Short span bridge rehab. We have 3 bridges that we will be doing this year, 2 of which have already been completed: Highland Springs Road Bridge and Fritch Road Bridge. And next up later this summer is Kelsey Creek Drive Bridge. These are what we call short span bridges. They're less than 20 feet. They're not funded through Caltrans highway bridge program that you may be familiar with. When bridge projects come to you for approval, those are typically 100% federally and state funded. So these are the smaller bridges that we needed some attention, and our crews are handling those. Last one, just a general road repair. We do have some localized storm damage repairs that we're addressing around the county. Moving on to contract capital improvement projects. These are the larger projects that, as I referenced, are typically contracted out, and in this case, all will be. First one, Canocti Road sidewalks, new sidewalks in Kelseyville. Funding is coming from Federal Safe Routes to School and SB1. And I need to move my screen so I can see.
Wrapping this up, it should be next week. Concrete is poured. Really, it's just the finalization of striping and guardrail work. So that'll be wrapped up at the beginning of July. Hill Road landslide repair, funding coming from Federal Highways Emergency Relief. That is wrapping up right away. Construction bid will be this year, likely construction next year, but we'll be in the construction phase. And so I wanted to include that here. South Main Street, Soda Bay Road, kind of similar. It'll be construction 2027, but we are in the construction phase. We'll be coming to your board for a construction contract award this calendar year for road improvements. Utilities undergrounding, we are still working with the utility providers on that. So that may or may not be included in that contract, but it's still the plan to do the undergrounding. Funding, you can see where that's coming from there. Lamson Field, we are doing an apron rehab project, basically a reconstruction project, funding from the FAA. We're waiting on the final grant award for that. That's about a $1.2 million project. Upper Wolf Creek Bridge replacement in Spring Valley, funded through the Highway Bridge Program that I referenced earlier. That's about a $2 million cost estimate. And Socrates Mine Road landslide repairs. There was discussion of that at the budget hearings, funded through geothermal funding. 2 sites at a price point of about $2 million. So these are all projects that are either under construction or will be into a construction contract this year. Just a map that shows the locations of this. It doesn't pop as much as we would hope, but you can see see where the work will be. Obviously, the 35 miles, 32 miles of chip seal, with the exception of the CSAs, it's down to 32. But you can see that's up in the North Lakeport and Nice area. That's where you see the bulk of the color. All the other dots or stars, I should say, are spread around. Those are some of the capital improvement projects that are going on around the county this calendar year. Moving on to the actual work plan, or the actual work plan, but the work plan for 27 through 2031. I do have as an exhibit a list of projects that are planned. It is broken down by supervisory district, and what we're showing here is the plan over the following 5 years. There was discussion in the past about. I'll talk first about the capital improvement plan projects. Those are generally the star type projects that are spread throughout, and the spreadsheet that's referenced, the exhibit, lists those out. What you don't see by road is the pavement preservation project. In the spreadsheet, it lists 2027 pavement preservation project, 2028, 29, 30, 31, and that's really where the color comes out here. So we're talking about 35 miles of road each year. So that's what each of those is referencing. To go by year, you can see in 2027 chip seal, we are in primarily in District 5. 2028 chip seal, we're in District 1. 2029 chip seal in District 3. And the 2030 chip seal, I believe that is it looks like, and I apologize for this, that doesn't show up very well, District 5 as well, and then 2031 in District 1. So that is your road crew and your public works department's plan that we feel will get us on the path to a better PCI. I will end with a note of the goal of getting. Currently, we're doing about 35 miles a year. The goal is 50. The 6 road crew members that you approved gets us on that path. I think it's really important to note right now that 50 doesn't happen this year or next, simply because we have new positions. Each year, the work that goes into that year's chip seal. The chip seal is the icing on the cake. The work, the prep work that is done, it's about a 2-year process. So the work, for example, that is planned for 2028 chip seal in District 1, that work has already begun on that. Prep work started this year. In fact, there might have been some last year, but primarily this year. they'll be hitting that, already have, and they'll be hitting it heavier after the chip seal work is done this year. And then beginning through the winter and into next year, they'll continue with that prep work. So it's important to just recognize that that plan has been in place certainly for the next few years. It'd be a detriment, I think, to undo any of that work where there'd be a loss of some productivity. There was also discussion that your board had about primarily in the Lucerne area. Initially, Lucerne, I believe in previous iterations of maybe similar presentations, I think Lucerne might have been in an earlier year. We had discussions, Public Works staff had discussions with Cal Water, and there was some expectation and anticipation that they would be doing waterline improvements, and we needed to we wanted them to get out ahead of us before we did our chip seal. So that was one of the driving reasons for the Lucerne area to be placed into that 2029 year. Continued discussions with Cal Water really have their funding is pushing those projects out. So we're not going to delay it any further than 2029. But because the work for the 2028 chip seal has already been initiated, that prep work, that's where your staff's recommendation keeps it at the schedule that you see up there.
Vice Chair, did you have a question?
I do. Can you go back?
Yep, absolutely.
There were several years when this wasn't happening. So we are playing catch up in a big way. We were making plans, and there were just years that this just didn't happen. And we saw significant work the last couple of years, so that's great. I feel really bad for Lucerne because it's really hard when you're waiting for that infrastructure to come in. In Cobb, the same thing happened. We had to wait years and years. That kind of brings me to my comment of having a moratorium in place so that no one can cut into that for the first 5 years. So are we going to be bringing that in soon since we're being so aggressive with our road work?
Yeah, that's in the works. There was some work done on that prior to my tenure, but we had certainly started on that. Some more to come on that.
Yeah, I'd like to see that because, as you know, roads get built and then another utility comes by and they start painting on a brand new road.
Yeah, and trenching moratorium. I shouldn't say a trenching moratorium is what we're working on. What we're working on is the policy such that if there's trenching work that needs to be done or undergrounding work, that here's the standard that you're going to repair the roads to. So right. So it's not that you cannot trench, but if you do, here's the level that you need to bring the road back to.
Right, and so we're not ending up with a bunch of patches. Right. And then I'm just hoping the Rivieras will end up in the next 5 years or maybe 6 or 7, because I just have to say that because there are some bad roads there and they're not on the map at all.
Yeah, and that 5-year plan, this what we're looking at here is much more flexible and subject to change. Certainly those outer years if we were able to get to 50 in say 2029 or 30 or 31, then you're gonna see more color up there, I guess is the long and the short of it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Crandon?
Yeah, we talked about the Lucerne situation, and that's Cal Water has to do what they have to do. Again, I have to reiterate what you said to Supervisor Pyska about having something solid that we are doing. There's tangible evidence right now. There's work being done. I just know, like for some communities, especially Clear Lake Oaks, when the previous plans came out, they were like in the running of being like one of the primary, the primary plans. But, so if we do get to that 50, I think we talked about this before, Supervisor Owen and I had talked about possibly, going to other areas to help with their issues as well. So like if you're finished with Lucerne or you're finished with Nice or you're finished with wherever, Lakeport or Kelseyville, and there's still more room or more time, maybe hit an area that needs to work as well. That would be very helpful.
Yeah, I I know that EJ's district is really suffering, and I really feel strongly that his area needs some TLC.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anything else?
No.
If I could just chime in on that, I referenced the 2 years of prep work. That you will start to see some preparatory work, a year in advance, and it may be drainage improvements, it may be Dura patching, it may be a minor overlay on some roads, and then following that would be a chip seal sometime later. So I think you'll start to see some significant work in the coming year.
Well, I'm really impressed with what you've done, and you're making us look really smart putting you there.
Well, the road crew makes us look good.
Yeah, we have a great road crew. I can't say enough for them. They're phenomenal, and I do brag on them.
Good. Well, I appreciate that, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say the engineers and the capital project managers are as well. They're delivering projects. We have Kelseyville sidewalks that's wrapping up, and it's good to see those projects coming off the books.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
All right, let's open it up to the public.
Yeah, stop share.
Good afternoon, Board. Good afternoon, Director Ewing. I do want to, again, thank Director Ewing for putting a plan together and setting objectives. And yes, his crew is outstanding. I do have one question about the Soto Bay Road project. I'm not in my head know where all the mile markers are, but I drive that road every day. Is that road going to connect to the recent improvements on Soto Bay Road near the Big Valley fueling station, or is it before Big Valley Road or by the transfer station, if that's going to connect? So I was curious about that. The other thing, and if I can indulge the board to put up that last slide with the maps, I agree with Supervisor Crandall and Supervisor Owen about the conditions of the road in District 3. It is, I remember being in an earth meeting, people talking about, kiddie pool sites, potholes on roads that haven't been given attention in over a generation. It has one of the lowest pavement indexes. And if you can't do Lucerne, why not just accept that and then shift that to some other part of his community? It is just, it's not acceptable. I'm sorry. The other thing to consider this is a 36-mile model of a plan, and I understand Director Ewing is looking to essentially spin up to be able to do additional miles. I would strongly urge the board to consider that any and all additional miles go to the districts with the lowest CPI or PCI and to the worst roads in that PCI until such time that is no longer the district with the lowest average. Yeah, it's going to be a half mile for Supervisor Sabatier, but then the rest in this model would go to Supervisor Crandall's district and bring it up to the standard that it's been waiting extremely patiently for attention. And Clear Lake Oaks was one of the areas that is, you don't want to drive on that. We drive on the Lucerne roads every week, and they need attention too, but I understand that it's going to have some trenching done. But just shift that. Do the 230 miles in the Clear Lake Oaks area or Glen Haven area or wherever else it's needed, and then come back. District 5 has had a lot of attention last year with Cobb. They did a great job. It looks like they've got quite a bit. There's other ways to do this, but even though I'm in District 4, I can't in good conscience just sit here and see what's happening to District 3. Please give that the attention it deserves. Find it in your budget to give him what he needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if you're going to wait for all these.
Yeah, can we?
Thank you, Director Ewing, for bringing this forward. One thing that didn't get brought up today, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but since this is a 5-year transportation plan, and remediation work is set to begin at the EPA Superfund site. And you had mentioned the concerns over Sulphur Bank Road during that. So I guess my question is, the EPA Superfund site traffic on Sulphur Bank Road over several years is estimated to be 20 to 50 trucks per day, and I think this is going to be for a 4 or 5 year span. I encourage the board to consider discussion for impact reimbursement agreement for Sulphur Bank to ensure restoration at the end of the project, that it's not left to the county to repair it later on. But I think the work is supposed to begin September, October of this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone else in the room?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Supervisors, Margot Kambara. First, thanks to Director Ewing and his terrific road crew for good work and a good plan. Secondly, Director Ewing has almost an impossible job, and I appreciate the challenge that he has to do so much work with such limited resources. And so I have a few suggestions and a few comments. So first is on the prioritization. I would suggest an expansion because there is a class of roads that will not be addressed under the current scheme, and that is those roads that pose severe safety concerns. And those roads are also in District 3, such as High Valley Road. And these roads, they may need some structural work, but if we don't plan it, it won't happen. So getting them on some kind of priority, and again, it could follow the rubric that's already been established. What are the road conditions? What is a functional class? And then the geography. And I would also add under functional class a criterion, and that is that road serving as an evacuation route? And if so, that should be granted higher points for eligibility. In general, we're not seeing, or I just don't see it. How are we going to address some of the roads that qualify to become more compliant with 4290, to be a fire-safe road, to meet those requirements so people can evacuate safely? Not all roads in the county are going to qualify for that, but I don't see our plan to improve roads so at least it's safer for our residents to evacuate in case there's a need. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't believe there's anybody else in the room, but we may have some online.
We have
Sterling, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I also want to say thank you to Tom and Margot, because District 3 is absolutely been just swept under the rug. But I am going to bring up, the Old Long Valley Bridge again. It's a safety concern. We have, talked about maybe putting a Bailey Bridge in during the summertime until they can get these funds. But I keep getting told that until we can prove that there's a bridge, there's no grant funding. So right now, I just want to bring up the grant funding that can be looked for, and I'm hoping that Lars can answer these questions this time for me. There's the PROTECT. It specifically funds community resilience projects, evacuation routes, wildfire resilience, transportation access improvements during disasters. There's the FEMA Hazardous Mitigation Grant Program, which helps with putting in a bridge. And the county includes the project and its hazardous mitigation plan. FEMA can fund projects that reduce future disaster risks, and a second evacuation route can be justified as reducing fire emergency risk. Another grant is called RISE grants. RISE grants are bond transportation grants that have funded rural transportation improvement, safety projects, access projects, and infrastructure that improves communities. There's another one that is called the Bridge Investment Program. This program allows local governments to apply for planning and bridge project grants if the county wanted to build a new bridge crossing and could seek planning funds first. I can keep going down the list. There's probably about 10 of them that I'm looking at right now. So I guess my question is that we've been doing these. I understand Lars is new, but what is your plan for that evacuation route over Old Long Valley? I also have the fire chief that agreed that needed it, CAL FIRE agreed that it needed it, and also the sheriff's department. So I'd really just hope that we can get some answers and start working in District 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have further online? and I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. And
yeah, I'll address those questions. First off, Soda Bay Road, for an understanding of that, I'm presuming that the question has to do with the South Main Street Soda Bay Road project and the location of that. South Main Soda Bay Road corridor improvement project extends. It'll be in phases. It extends from the city limits on South Lakeport on South Main Street. It extends down South Main Street, which then turns into Soda Bay Road. And that's essentially the dividing line of the second phase. The Soda Bay Road portion would extend from Soda Bay Road at the intersection of South Main Street, generally south and then east on Soda Bay Road to essentially the Lakeport transfer station. Now the funding that we have secured it gets us gets the South Main Street portion addressed. And then on to a small portion, I think it's about 1,000 feet of Soda Bay Road, more or less geographically to the movie theater, if we want to use those terms. So that gives us the location of the Soda Bay Road portion that is included with the project that we talked about that would be in active construction. Sulphur Bank Road, appreciate that. That I attended along with a few others. The walkthrough. I'm in conversations with the EPA about how we can address the concerns of the impacts that project will have on the county road. It's one thing. It's a public road. Anybody can go on it, as is State Highway 20, Highway 29. But the impacts on the county road that is not built to the same standard is a concern. So we're looking for a path that will get us to ensuring that the road is certainly left in no worse state than it is now. So no final answer here certainly, but that's in the works. With respect to prioritization, there were a number of comments that were mentioned there. I don't know that there were any specific questions, but I appreciate the recommendations and I'll factor those in. Spring Valley, for a comment there. There is no bridge on to all the historic information that we have. There has never been a bridge at the low water crossing at Old Long Valley Road. I'm aware of at least the programs that were referenced. I'm aware of each of those. I will comment on the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. The first step to that was that project being included in the hazard mitigation plan, which I appreciate for those that were involved with that, and I'm glad that others had that thought to include in it right when I came on board. Some of the other grant programs, I will say that competitiveness comes in. That doesn't mean that we can't and won't pursue those grant programs, but the Spring Valley area, the development of that. Is what I think is driving the need now. We maintain that low water crossing. When we can, we will maintain it, and we'll pursue certainly through some of the grant programs that were referenced and others. When I come to your board with, in fact, the Highway Bridge program was mentioned. And while that wasn't referenced here, I want to point out that it's the funding for maintaining existing bridges and repairing and replacing existing bridges is much more accessible than an entirely new bridge. I think the hazard mitigation grant program is probably the best candidate out of those. She said RAISE, I believe it's the RAISE program used to be. Highly competitive. Let's just put it that way. That I'm not saying it to say we won't apply, but it is challenging. So I think because this hits on Spring Valley, it hits on the development there. It's more than just roads. I think is something to discuss. So I need to have some conversations with the homeowners association, with special districts, and how to pursue that because the road condition hasn't changed. It's the development around it that has. So I think that addresses the questions that were brought up.
Thank you, Director. We have anything, Supervisor?
Yes. So no, thank you. I want to thank everyone for even just taking notice of my district. But I know that Denise has already commenced. I've seen a lot of work. I just kind of want to go back a few years. I don't even remember what type of work was being done in like 23, 22. It's been so long. It seems like it's so long ago, but I just remember Lakeport being one of the first to be done in a long time when we started again. I don't know if you remember that. It was like Scotts Valley Road and I remember the year before that and previous, there was no work being done. So I know that everything's starting to scale forward. I see this as a positive, and I'm really glad that the group, that the road crew is getting the chance to do what they want to do. I remember talking to them last year and this year, and how much they knew they were capable of doing this, and were given the opportunity, and you're doing that. And so just to see the tangible work lets me know that they will be able to follow through on this. And so, I'll continue advocating for my district, but at the same time, I'm just appreciative in general that we're getting somewhere. So I know you're cognizant of that. We talk about it all the time. We go back and forth, and it is what it is. But I appreciate it, and I also just wanted to say I know there is work happening in the district right now. We're not just being totally swept under the rug. So
thank you. I think this is just accepting the presentation.
Correct. Yeah, any direction of staff, but yes, this item.
We've seen improvements, and thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the update, and appreciate it. And I think that'll conclude this item.
Yes.
And we're going to move on to 7.4. Yeah, we're going to go back to 7.4, which is consideration of resolution adopting a list of projects for fiscal year 26-27 funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017. And I'll turn it over to you, Director.
All right. So this is the reason that we wanted this to follow the funding source of SB1 that was referenced in my previous presentation. This is an annual action that your board is required. To be quite honest, I'll say required to do in order to access the SB1 or the Road Maintenance and Repair Act funding of 2017. The estimate for next fiscal year, right around $4 million. It's included in the resolution and or the memo. Part of the requirements of SB1 is that annually we come to your board and your board approves a revised list or an updated list of projects to be funded either in whole or in part by SB1. So there are two exhibits that are included in the memo along with the resolution. The list of projects is not intended to be exclusive of other projects that may need to be done. The intent of SB1 is to give maximum flexibility to jurisdictions to maintain and improve their transportation network, the road network. And so the projects that you see on Exhibit A are the new projects that are added to all the previous projects that your board has approved. So this is simply the new projects added to it. So there are three that are added there. One is 2026 Pavement Preservation Program. That's the work that largely would be going on this year. Line item 3 on Exhibit A line item 2 is the 2027 Pavement Preservation Program. So that's the road crew work there. And then line item 3 is actually, now we anticipate it not being necessary as a result of the geothermal funding that was approved for Socrates Mine Road. When we prepared this, we weren't sure that would be available. But anything above and beyond the geothermal funding that is available would come out of SB1. Flipping to Exhibit B, these are projects that were already in the previous approved list that builds on itself each year. These are projects that we anticipate to use funding from fiscal year 26-27 SB1 funding. So you can see Bottle Rock Road pavement resurfacing. This calls out pre-construction work. The idea here is any environmental work or engineering work that's necessary for work on Bottle Rock Road. And the reason you don't see construction called out there is that it's included. The construction work is included in the aforementioned 2026 and 2027 pavement preservation program. The other 3 projects that are listed there are bridge projects that we would pursue. So So with that, I would end and answer any questions.
Questions from the board? Not seeing any, so I'll open it to the public. Not seeing any in the room. Is there any online? I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, I offer the resolution.
Resolution's been offered.
Supervisor Allen?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Thank you.
That concludes. Thank you, Director. Appreciate it. And it is going on 5:30. We still have closed session to do. Does anybody have any critical report items they need to get out? Or if not, then I'm going to move into, doesn't look like it. So I'm going to announce closed session. And the first item would be 8.1, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and E1, 3 potential cases. Item 8.2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1. That's FERC proceeding number P77, Potter Valley Hydroelectric Project. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to comment on these items before we adjourn to closed session? Not seeing any in the room, nothing online. And so at this point, we will do a full shutdown today, Sam. How long? 10 minutes. We'll be in recess until we are shut down.